The Night in the Great World of American TV Series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1626 Clinic. Matt stayed at the clinic again tonight. Actually, Luke had suggested that Matt move here. He would live in the clinic for at least 20 days a month. His house was almost like a hotel, and he would only go back to live there when he had nothing to do. Fudge thought Matt had moved, and even asked you if Matt's house was for rent. After all, the security in Clinton district had improved, and the house prices had also gone up. Although Matt's apartment was a bit old, it was big and in a good location. It could be rented at a good price, and it could also make up for the expenses of their firm. Speaking of the firm, Fudge was full of resentment. In law school, he and Matt had the best grades, and their winning rate in lawsuits was quite good. But compared with their former classmates, they were the worst. The firm's lawsuits were already full, but the two were still poor. It was because Matt loved to help others so much, and he would always help people with lawsuits for free. It would be strange if he wasn't poor. You know, these two unlucky guys haven't even paid off their student loans yet. In court, they hit people hard, but in real life, they are submissive in front of the landlord. Although Fudge supports Matt in helping others, he opposes Matt's bottom-line help to others. After all, they themselves are not living in a vacuum, and they also need to eat, drink, defecate and urinate, and all of that costs money. Let's put it this way, if Kai didn't see that they were so miserable and gave them some donations every year, Fudge and Matt would have parted ways sooner or later. It's not that Fudge is bad, but Matt is too saintly. What's wrong with Fudge asking for a better life? He also helps others, and he also does evil things. Why can't he live a better life? Good people should be poor? Sometimes Kai can't understand what Matt is thinking. Is it a sin for them to live a better life? Is there a conflict between helping others and making money for yourself? You can use the money of rich people to help those poor people? What about him? It's like he has moral cleanliness. He pushes away the cases of rich people if he can. Of course, it's not that he hates the rich and thinks money is dirty. It's just that he thinks that rich people can always find better lawyers, and those poor people only have him. From this point, Kai understood one thing. That is, it's best not to make friends with saints. After all, he doesn't even care about himself, let alone others. If it were Kai, he would have kept his distance from him. This shows that Fudge, the little fat guy, is really easy to get along with. Although he complains about Matt as a whole, he has been working hard for several years and is not vague about what he should do. He only complained about the failure of the firm to make money, but he never intended to abandon Matt. However, according to Kai's estimation, if Matt continues to develop like this, Fudge will inevitably run away. People can't always rely on emotions for support. Besides, Fudge is his friend, not his wife, so it's really not worth it to follow him through hardships and hardship. What's more, Fudge will have his own life, and it's impossible for him to revolve around Matt all the time. In this regard, Kai can only say that Fudge is absolutely loyal as a friend, but Matt, on the contrary, ignores a lot of his friends. Because they had to treat Matt's injuries. Ayala and Claire had no time to tell Matt about the woman in the ward. The next day, Claire had to go to work, and Ayala had to go back to her sister-in-law's house. Her parents were still in Puerto Rico, and she was now staying at her brother's house. Although her sister-in-law was considerate and supported Ayala's making new friends, she would still be worried if he didn't go home at dawn. So the two of them went back and forth, but they didn't tell Matt about this. They were really careless. But it's no wonder, one of them was a chivalrous high school girl, and the other was a midnight nurse, who came into contact with those superheroes every day. The woman on the bed was really nothing. So when the woman opened her eyes again, she found that there was a man lying in the bed next to her. It's a black clinic, it's good to have a bed. You can't expect them to prepare a ward for every patient. Black clinic, brother. If you're so rich, you don't have to hide. The sound of the woman sitting up from the bed woke Matt up all of a sudden. Matt's superpowers are sometimes so troublesome. A little noise will wake him up. He can only fall asleep peacefully in a completely safe place. Otherwise, just like when he was doing it, a little noise will wake him up. Most people would have suffered from neurasthenia long ago. This is also the reason why he is unwilling to rent out the old house. That is the house left by his father. Only there can he feel safe in his subconscious mind, so if he wants to sleep well, he must go back to the old house. Otherwise, he can't stand it for a long time. Are you awake? Matt was not very alert to this woman. This is a black clinic with all kinds of guests. He has met many mutants here. Who are you? The woman was very alert. After all, she was knocked down by a nurse without knowing it yesterday. If her instructor knew about this, she would definitely be retrained. Patient, Matt was very honest. Then the woman noticed that Matt's eyes were only white. Only then did she realize that he was a blind man. The woman was relieved now. After all, no one would be wary of a blind man for no reason. Where is this? Matt said strangely. A clinic. A black clinic, but they are all good people. This woman didn't know where this was. Huh? The woman breathed a sigh of relief. Matt was even more surprised. Although this kind of breathing was absolutely undetectable to ordinary people, it was absolutely easy for Matt. The reason why the woman breathed a sigh of relief was still to blame Claire. This guy learned some macy things in this clinic, which scared the woman. How could someone who could knock her down silently be an ordinary person? She was afraid that she would fall into the hands of some troublesome person. As a result, she woke up and found that there was a blind man lying next to her. From his mouth, she confirmed that this was indeed a black clinic, which made her feel relieved. At least she was really saved by a kind person. At this time, the door of the ward was opened, and Linda walked in with medicine. Change the medicine. The woman became nervous again. She was afraid that Linda would give her an injection like Claire. I'm fine now. I'll pay for it. I need to be discharged now. No. Whether you are fine or not is not up to you. I have the final say, Linda said very calmly, then walked directly to her side and lifted up her hospital gown. This action scared the woman. Don't be afraid, that guy is blind, he can't see. Linda thought the woman was afraid that Matt would peek, so she said kindly. The woman was actually afraid of Linda. For a moment, the woman almost knocked Linda over. Fortunately, she finally held back. Matt tilted his head. Why was this woman so nervous? Oh. I can go out. Matt thought it was his presence that affected the woman. He didn't think much about it. No need, Linda said, your injury is not healed yet. It's best not to walk around casually, at least wait until the swelling subsides. Then, regardless of the woman's behavior, she directly lifted up the woman's hospital gown. This kind of clothes is very loose and easy to take off. In a blink of an eye, the woman's almost perfect figure appeared. Nice figure, no wonder you don't want me to see it, Linda teased, and then cut a bandage. Huh? Matt asked curiously, what's wrong? It heals so fast. The wound has healed. Linda was just simply surprised. It was nothing strange. Mutants have many strange abilities, and she has also encountered mutants who can heal themselves. This kind of mutant is actually quite helpless. They have mutant abilities, but they are not strong enough. Some mutants even have trouble bullying ordinary people. For example, there is a mutant who can heal himself. He's thin and can heal himself, but his healing speed is only several times that of ordinary people. But several times is useless. He needs to be hospitalized when he is injured. He just heals quickly, but not so exaggerated. People like Logan and Wade are a minority after all. In fact, the really unlucky mutants are those who are capable but not strong. Those powerful mutants are already powerful, and they are lucky not to bully others. Only those who have mutant abilities but are not strong are the most discriminated. Those who hate mutants only dare to vent their anger on this kind of mutants. Linda thought that this lady was one of these people. If your secret is this, you don't have to worry at all. We will treat many people like you here. We have seen a lot of them, so you don't have to worry that we will discriminate against you, Linda said gently. She is always full of tenderness towards such people. Thank you. Although she didn't understand, it didn't prevent the woman from feeling Linda's kindness. Then can I leave? Not yet, you have only healed a little bit. In order to ensure that you are not infected, I think you still need to stay for another day or two. Don't worry, I won't charge you for hospitalization. Linda thought the girl was worried about the hospitalization fee. But to be honest, their black clinic has a mess of infrastructure, many things do not meet the regulations, and the nurses are very fierce. How can they have the nerve to charge hospitalization fees? No, I have an emergency. I have to leave immediately. Although she was trained to be very cold-blooded, cold-bloodedness does not mean no emotions. It has nothing to do with the mission, and she is full of kindness to her. She doesn't want to cause trouble for these people. No, Linda's originally gentle face became as cold as iron again. She is very strict in this regard. The woman could not argue with the nurse anymore, she had to leave quickly. She didn't know when the people chasing her would come, but she guessed that it would not be long before they came. She knew very well how she killed her friend. Tracker. She relied on the tracker to track her friend. And she was obviously being tracked by someone else. At this time, Matt suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Linda. Someone is coming up, and old Mark was knocked unconscious. You take her to hide first. Linda was stunned. Of course she knew who old Mark was. Their underground clinic was inside the old mobile apartment. This building belonged to old Mark, and this was given to them for free. Although this building was very shabby and old, it was at least a place, wasn't it? Old Mark himself was the apartment manager. Although this shabby place had nothing to rent. So old Mark worked as a doorman most of the time. Because Daredevil had helped old Mark, his daughter was hurt by a group of bastards more than a decade ago, and finally couldn't figure it out and committed suicide. His wife died early due to the shock, and old Mark always wanted to seek justice. But unfortunately, he has not been able to do so. He is often threatened, and even his own property has been occupied, which is this old apartment. Until Daredevil appeared and defeated the scum. Then the blind lawyer Matt helped him take back the apartment building. Old Mark has no children and is alone. He took back the apartment building, but because no one has taken care of it for a long time, it was a mess, so he simply took it out and used it as a hospital for Daredevil and his friends. He also helped out, which was considered a return of favor. Although old Mark is old, he is not afraid of anyone because he is alone. Ordinary gangsters really dare not do anything to him. After all, he has a lot of guns in his cabinet. If he is unhappy, he will just shoot. He deserves to be killed. Lawyer Matt will be responsible. But now old Mark was knocked unconscious. Linda reacted immediately and planned to take the girl to hide. Linda knew that Matt's hearing was very good, and nothing could be hidden from his ears. Matt also turned over and walked out, intending to deal with the intruder. He heard that the person was a stranger. He came here now, probably to cause trouble for him. But he didn't expect the girl to stand there motionless. In fact, she hadn't reacted yet. What, old Mark? Why hide? Oh. I'll explain to you later, let's hide first. Linda was very anxious. Suddenly, there was a gunshot. Matt and the intruder confronted each other. The woman who heard the gunshot was smart. She pushed Linda with her backhand. Hide quickly. She's coming. By the way, where are my things? She needed to find a gun. Linda was stunned. Could it be that the attacker was not looking for Matt? Seeing that she was still stunned, the woman immediately said, "This is the urgent matter I mentioned. I'm being chased. Hide quickly, I'll lead her away. The killer should be her companion. The target can only be her. As long as she leaves, then others will be safe." Linda was stunned. Then she walked out quickly, saying, "There's a gun in the next office." Linda knew that no matter what the people below were here for, she couldn't help. What she should do now was to hide, so as not to make things worse and avoid getting hurt. Professional matters should be handed over to professionals. After hearing this, the woman ran to the next door without any hesitation and started looking for loot immediately. As a result, she easily found a large number of weapons. There was a pistol in the drawer, and a rifle in the cabinet next to it. Is this a black clinic or an arms store? But there was no time to think about it. The woman picked up a pistol, grabbed the coat on the chair and put it on, and filled the pocket of the coat with bullets. Then she ran towards the direction of the gunshot. Please recommend. Recommendation tickets are available every day. Matt stayed in the clinic again tonight. In fact, Luke once suggested that Matt move here. In a month, at least 20 days live in the clinic. On the contrary, his house is almost like a hotel. He will only go back to live when he has nothing to do. Fudge thought Matt had moved away, and even asked you if Matt's house was for rent. After all, the security in Clinton district has improved, and the house prices have also gone up. Although Matt's apartment is a bit old, it is large and in a good location. It can be rented at a good price, and by the way, it can make up for the expenses of their law firm. Speaking of the law firm, Fudge is full of resentment. In law school, he and Matt had the best grades and a good winning rate in lawsuits. But compared with their former classmates, they are the worst. The law firm's lawsuits are already full, but the two are still poor. It's because Matt likes to help others so much that he often fights lawsuits for free. It would be strange if they are not poor. You know, These two unlucky guys haven't even paid off their student loans yet. In court, they hit people hard, but in real life, they are submissive in front of the landlord. Although Fudge supports Matt in helping others, he opposes Matt's unconditional help to others. After all, they themselves are not living in a vacuum, they also need to eat, drink, defecate and urinate, and all of these require money. Let's put it this way, if Kai hadn't seen that they were so miserable and gave them some donations every year, Fudge and Matt would have parted ways sooner or later. It's not that Fudge is bad, but Matt is too saintly. What's wrong with Fudge asking for a better life? He also helps others, and he also does evil things. Why can't he live a better life? Good people should be poor? Sometimes Kai can't understand what Matt is thinking. Is it a sin for them to live a better life? Is there a conflict between helping others and making money for yourself? You can use the money of the rich to help the poor, right? What about him? It's like he has a moral obsession. He pushes away the cases of the rich if he can. Of course, it's not that he hates the rich and thinks money is dirty. It's just that he thinks that the rich can find better lawyers at any time, and the poor only have him. From this point, Kai understands one thing. That is, it's best not to make friends with saints. After all, he doesn't even care about himself, let alone other people. If it were Kai, he would have kept his distance from him. This shows that Fudge, the little fat guy, is really easy to get along with. Although he complains about Matt as a whole, he has been working hard for several years and is not vague about what he should do. He only complained about the failure of the firm to make money, but he never intended to abandon Matt. However, according to Kai's estimation, if Matt continues to develop like this, Fudge will inevitably run away. People can't always rely on emotional support. Besides, Fudge is his friend, not his wife. It's really not worth it for him to suffer with him. What's more, Fudge will have his own life, and it's impossible for him to revolve around Matt all the time. In this regard, Kai can only say that Fudge is absolutely loyal as a friend, but Matt ignores a lot of his friends. Because Matt had to heal his injuries, Ayala and Claire had no time to tell Matt about the woman in the ward. The next day, Claire had to go to work, and Ayala had to go back to her sister-in-law's house. Her parents were still in Puerto Rico, and she was now staying at her brother's house. Although her sister-in-law was considerate and supportive of Ayala making new friends, she would still worry if he didn't go home at dawn. So the two of them went back and forth, but they didn't tell Matt about this. They were really careless. But it's no wonder, one of them was a chivalrous high school girl, and the other was a midnight nurse, who came into contact with those superheroes every day. The woman on the bed was really nothing. So when the woman opened her eyes again, she found that there was a man lying in the bed next to her. It's a black clinic, so it's good to have a bed. You can't expect them to prepare a ward for every patient. Black clinic, brother. If you are so rich, you don't have to hide. The sound of the woman sitting up from the bed woke Matt up all of a sudden. Matt's superpowers are sometimes so troublesome. A little noise will alarm him. He could only sleep peacefully in a completely safe place. Otherwise, just like when he was doing it, he would wake up at the slightest noise. Most people would have suffered from nervous breakdown long ago. This is also the reason why he is unwilling to rent out the old house. That is the house left by his father. Only there can he feel safe in his subconscious mind. So if he wants to sleep well, he must go back to the old house. Otherwise, he can't stand it for a long time. Are you awake? Matt was not very alert to this woman. This is a black clinic, there are all kinds of guests. He has met many mutants here. Who are you? The woman was very alert. After all, she was knocked down by a nurse without knowing it yesterday. If her instructor knew about this, she would definitely be retrained. Patient, Matt was very honest. Then the woman noticed that Matt's eyes were only white. Only then did she realize that he was a blind man. The woman was relieved a lot. After all, no one would be wary of a blind man for no reason. Where is this? Matt said strangely. Clinic, black clinic, but they are all good people. This woman didn't know where this was. Huh? The woman breathed a sigh of relief. Matt was even more surprised. Although this kind of breathing was absolutely undetectable to ordinary people, it was absolutely easy for Matt. The reason why the woman was relieved was still to blame Claire. This guy learned some messy things in this clinic, which scared the woman. How could someone who could knock her down silently be an ordinary person? She was afraid that she would fall into the hands of some troublesome person. As a result, she woke up and found a blind man lying next to her. From his mouth, She confirmed that this was indeed a black clinic, which made her feel relieved. At least she was really saved by a kind person. At this time, the door of the ward was opened, and Linda came in with medicine. Change the medicine, the woman became nervous again. She was afraid that Linda would give her an injection like Claire. I'm fine. I will pay for it. I need to be discharged now. No. Whether you are fine or not, you don't have the final say. I have the final say, Linda said very calmly, then walked directly to her side and lifted her hospital gown. This move scared the woman. Don't be afraid, that guy is blind, he can't see. Linda thought the woman was afraid of Matt peeking, so she said kindly. The woman was actually afraid of Linda. For a moment, the woman almost knocked Linda over. Fortunately, she finally held back. Matt tilted his head. Why was the woman so nervous? Oh. I can go out. Matt thought it was his presence that affected the woman. He didn't think much about it. No need, Linda said, your injury hasn't healed yet. It's best not to walk around casually, at least until the swelling subsides. Then, regardless of the woman, she directly lifted up the woman's hospital gown. This kind of clothes is very loose and easy to take off. In a blink of an eye, the woman's almost perfect figure was revealed. You have a good figure, no wonder you don't want to let me see it, Linda teased, and then cut a bandage. Huh? Matt asked curiously, what's wrong? It heals so quickly. The wound has actually healed. Linda was actually just simply surprised, which was nothing strange. Mutants have many strange abilities, and she has also encountered mutants who can heal themselves. This kind of mutant is actually quite helpless. They have mutant abilities, but they are not strong enough. Some mutants have a hard time bullying ordinary people. For example, there is a mutant who can heal himself. He's thin and can heal himself, but his healing speed is only several times that of ordinary people. But several times is useless. If he is injured, he also needs to be hospitalized. He just recovers quickly, but not so exaggerated. People like Logan and Wade are a minority after all. In fact, the really unlucky mutants are those who are capable but not strong. Those powerful mutants are already powerful, and it is good enough for them not to bully others. Only those who have mutant abilities but are not strong are the most discriminated against. Those who hate mutants only dare to vent their anger on this kind of mutants. Linda thought this lady was this kind of person. If your secret is this, you don't have to worry at all. We will treat many people like you here. We have seen a lot of them, so there is no need to worry that we will discriminate against you, Linda said gently. She is always full of tenderness towards such people. Thank you. Although she didn't understand, the woman felt Linda's kindness. Can I leave then? Not yet, you've only healed a little bit. To ensure that you are not infected, I think you still need to stay for another day or two. Don't worry, I won't charge you for hospitalization. Linda thought the girl was worried about the hospitalization fee. But to be honest, their black clinic has a mess of infrastructure, many things do not meet the regulations, and the nurses are very fierce. How can they have the nerve to charge hospitalization fees? No, I have an emergency. I have to leave immediately. Although she was trained to be cold-blooded, cold-bloodedness does not mean no emotions. It has nothing to do with the mission, and they are full of kindness to her. She doesn't want to cause trouble for these people. No, Linda's originally gentle face turned cold as iron again. She is very strict in this regard. The woman can't pull with this nurse anymore, she must leave quickly. She doesn't know when the people chasing her will come, but she guessed that it won't be long. She knows very well how she killed her friend. Tracker. She relied on the tracker to track her friend. And she is obviously being tracked by someone else. At this time, Matt suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Linda. Someone is coming up. Old Mark was knocked unconscious. You take her to hide first. Linda was stunned. Of course she knew who Old Mark was. Their underground clinic was inside the old mobile apartment. This building belonged to Old Mark, who gave it to them for free. Although this building was very shabby and old, it was at least a place, wasn't it? Old Mark himself was the apartment manager. Although this shabby place had nothing to rent. So Old Mark worked as a doorman most of the time. Because Daredevil had helped Old Mark, his daughter was hurt by a group of bastards more than a decade ago, and finally committed suicide because she couldn't figure it out. His wife also died early because of the shock, and Old Mark had always wanted to seek justice. But unfortunately, he had never been able to do so. He was often threatened, and even his own property was occupied, which was this old apartment. Until Daredevil appeared and defeated that group of scum. Then the blind lawyer Matt helped him take back the apartment building. Old Mark is childless and alone. He took back the apartment building. Because no one had taken care of it for a long time, it was in a mess. He simply used it as a hospital for Daredevil and his friends. He helped out as a way of repaying a favor. Although old Mark is old, he is alone and is not afraid of anyone. Ordinary gangsters dare not do anything to him. After all, he has a lot of guns in his cabinet. If he gets upset, he will just shoot. He deserves to be killed. Lawyer Matt will be responsible. But now old Mark was knocked unconscious. Linda reacted immediately and planned to take the girl to hide. Linda knew that Matt's hearing was very good and nothing could be hidden from his ears. Matt also turned over and walked out, intending to deal with the intruder. He heard that the person was a stranger. He came here now, probably to cause trouble for him. But unexpectedly, the girl stood there motionless. In fact, she hadn't reacted yet. What, old Mark? Why hide? Oh. I'll explain to you later, let's hide first. Linda was very anxious. Suddenly, there was a gunshot. Matt and the newcomer confronted each other. The woman who heard the gunshot was smart. She pushed Linda with her backhand. Hide quickly. She's coming. By the way, where are my things? She needed to find a gun. Linda was stunned. Could it be that the attacker was not looking for Matt? Seeing that she was still stunned, the woman immediately said, "This is the urgent matter," I said. "I'm being chased. Hide quickly, I'll lead her away." The killer should be her companion. The target can only be her. As long as she leaves, then others will be safe. Linda was stunned. Then she walked out quickly, saying as she walked, "There's a gun in the next office." Linda knew that no matter what the people below came for, she could not help. What she should do most now is to hide, so as not to make things worse and avoid getting hurt. Professional matters should be handed over to professionals. After hearing this, the woman ran directly to the next door without any hesitation and immediately started looking for a gun. As a result, a large number of weapons were easily found. There were pistols in the drawer and rifles in the cabinet next to it. Is this a black clinic or an arms store? But there was no time to think about it. The woman picked up a pistol, grabbed the coat on the chair and put it on, and filled the pocket of the coat with bullets. Then she ran towards the direction of the gunshot. Recommended votes are available every day. Chapter 1627, Talking Differently. Yelena was a little confused. She came to hunt down her target, but why did a blind man appear out of nowhere? The key is, she can't beat this blind man. Damn it. Yelena didn't think of killing other people. Compared with other candidates, Yelena is more principled. She basically goes straight to the target and doesn't like to cause trouble. It can also be said that she doesn't like to hurt innocent people. So Yelena didn't kill the old man guarding the door. Although the old man was like a maniac, he pulled out a big gun from the drawer after a few words. It's really America. An old man guarding the door has a spray gun in the drawer. But for Yelena, the short time the old man took out the spray gun from the drawer was enough for her to kill the old man 3 or 5 times. But Yelena didn't think of killing innocent people, so she just knocked him out. According to the display on the tracker, the target was very close to her, probably upstairs. So Yelena was just about to go upstairs. She didn't think there would be enemies here. After all, this was an old apartment building, shabby and full of graffiti. There were few people outside. She just thought the target was injured and hiding here. Naturally, she didn't have much defense, but of course she was still basically vigilant. She didn't take the elevator. The elevator in this old apartment building was still the old-fashioned hand-pull retractable door. The paint on it was rusted away, and there was a handful of iron slag when she touched it. It was very unsafe. She took this thing and it was like gambling her life, so she turned off the power and went up the stairs. As a result, just as she walked to the corner of the stairs, a mop came straight at her face. She could see the black stains on the mop clearly. Just as she used her hand to block the mop, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her stomach. She was kicked away. Fortunately, her balance and reaction were top-notch. She rolled in the air, unloading most of the force, and then her body hit the wall of the stairwell before stopping. She looked up and saw a man in a hospital gown. What the hell? Yelena thought of many possibilities, but she never thought of this. Why would there be a pervert wearing a hospital gown? The hospital gowns in the United States are different from ours. They are not 2 pieces, a top and pants, but 1 piece, a bit like a dress. very loose, and the same for men and women. So when Matt retracted his legs, Yelena could still see his crotch, red. A barrage of comments floated through Yelena's mind. But Yelena still didn't understand what this was about. Why would there be a pervert wearing a hospital gown? Who are you? Who sent you? Matt asked. Yelena didn't know how to answer. No. Who are you, brother? But soon Yelena threw away those messy things. Although she didn't like to kill innocent people indiscriminately, it didn't mean that she would be soft-hearted to idiots who wanted to die. If you stay aside honestly, I will pretend that I can't see you. You rushed up and kicked me without saying a word, then we have to discuss it carefully. So Yelena shut without hesitation. She saw that the man was blind. How could she not see such a pair of white eyes? But Yelena couldn't let him go just because he was blind. She was a killer, not a competitive player. There was no need for fairness, and that was not the case. So she raised her gun and shot. Then she was surprised to see that the blind man just tilted his head and actually dodged the bullet. Yelena was really surprised. Blind man. Dodging bullets. But Yelena quickly adapted to it. There was nothing she could do. There were more exaggerated things in this fucking world than this. What was so strange about a blind man dodging bullets? In just a few microseconds, Yelena adjusted her mentality and fired continuously with her pistol. Something strange happened. The man actually walked towards her step by step. All the bullets were dodged by him. Yelena's hands were very steady, and almost every shot landed on the blind man's forehead. This was of course a good thing, which meant that Yelena's continuous hit rate was terrifyingly high, and she could adjust every time she fired. This was very rare, but it was also a bargain for Matt. Matt was least afraid of this kind of sharpshooter. What he feared most was the guns of those low-ranking hooligans on the street. Because even the hooligans themselves didn't know where the bullet would fly after they fired. This was just like the best missile defense system in the world couldn't deal with Indian missiles. After all, after Indian missiles were fired, not to mention themselves, even Shiva didn't know what the trajectory of the missiles was. Brownian motion trajectory belongs to it. Yelena quickly understood that this blind man could see more clearly than normal people. So she simply gave up the pistol and pulled out a dagger directly from the root of her thigh. Then, nothing else. Yelena was very strong, but that was for ordinary people. Matt was obviously not in this category. His physical strength might be comparable to Yelena's, but his reaction speed and perception were countless times stronger than Yelena's. This was what he exchanged for his eyes. His keen sense of touch enhanced the entire nervous system of his body, not only allowing him to feel balanced, but also giving him a neural reaction beyond that of ordinary people. He can also feel minute changes in temperature and pressure, enough to feel the body 5 feet away, due to body heat and air disturbance. His sensitivity to heat allows him to feel the temperature of people and objects in order to determine if a person is alive, how long they have been dead, and other changes in body temperature. Matt's enhanced hearing allows him to hear sounds from several blocks away. The entire city is like a three-dimensional image in his mind. He can hear heartbeats from 20 feet away, and can detect if they are lying by the slightest changes in their heartbeats, and his sense of smell is enhanced enough to distinguish the natural odor of individuals and remember and identify them no matter how they try to cover up their smell. Let's put it this way, Yelena has basically no secrets in front of him. Whatever move Yelena wants to make, Matt can even sense it in advance. So if you fight him in a physical fight, unless you are faster and stronger than him. Otherwise, you will only get beaten. Daredevil is actually very strong. Even Captain America can only be defeated when he fights him one-on-one. Of course, this does not mean that Matt is invincible. On the contrary, his flaws are very obvious. He is blind. No matter how those perceptions are strengthened, it cannot change this. In fact, his super-perception itself is a weakness. For example, if there is a sound or a huge noise, he will immediately fall into perceptual confusion, accompanied by a severe headache and dizziness. As long as you are prepared, Daredevil is not difficult to deal with. Even the reason why he is active most of the time at night is because the sounds during the day are too noisy, so he has to devote more energy to distinguish which sounds are useful and which sounds are interference. But unfortunately, Yelena has no time to collect intelligence. She can't even tell who is in front of her. She knows Daredevil, but not many people know that Daredevil is blind. This is also the reason why Matt has been able to hide his identity. No one believes that Daredevil is a blind lawyer. Of course, for many beings, Matt's identity is not actually kept secret, But because Kai protects him, those people will not go to trouble Matt. Soon, the woman in the hospital gown hurried over. She was wearing the coat left by Claire in the office and holding two guns in her hands, a long gun and a short gun. But she soon found that she seemed a little redundant. His patient had already subdued the killer. Matt had heard the conversation between the woman and Linda, so he was not surprised by her appearance. It seems that you are a girl with a story. But I think this woman must be arrested. Are you willing to call the police? I think the police will be happy to arrest her, Matt said. But the woman seemed to have a stress reaction and quickly waved her hands. No, no, no. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Matt. I think there is a misunderstanding between her and me. We will make it clear. Matt pulled a Glock 26 from the woman. Glock 26 tactical, good gun. She is very professional. Glock 26 is a highly sought-after compact pistol. It has excellent reliability and accuracy. It is the choice of many police, military and civilian gun enthusiasts. The design of this pistol is simple and elegant, suitable for carrying and concealing, and at the same time has sufficient power and ammunition capacity, making it a reliable self-defense weapon in an emergency. The Glock 26 tactical pistol has some tactical features, such as adjustable sights, flash suppressors and improved grips, to meet more complex mission requirements. It is a professional version. Most people would not choose this. This is not like a misunderstanding between friends. No one would bring this thing when meeting a friend, unless that friend cheated on you. Please let me solve it. The woman looked at Matt very sincerely. Matt looked at her, and his mind was spinning rapidly, and he was a little undecided. Although I don't know what you are doing, this is my friend's territory, so you can talk to her, but I need to watch the whole time. In fact, it doesn't matter whether you watch or not. After all, even if he is 2 kilometers away, he can hear what they say. But some things are better to be made clear. The woman's face changed, and finally nodded. After all, she only needed to confirm whether the person in front of her was her companion. As for the matter of the red room, she didn't need to say it at all, so that there would be no leaks. Then Matt took the woman back to the ward. Linda came out at this time. What's going on? I heard the gunshot stopped. The threat is lifted, Linda. Thank you for your hard work. Matt threw the female killer tied with a belt on the bed, and then climbed onto his own bed. Can you help me check my waist? It seems to be more serious just now. Linda walked over. I've said it. Well, it was an accident just now, and you didn't want to. But I have to say that you have to give yourself a break for a while, even if it's only a month. I know you have a great body. But if you continue like this, I can't imagine what will happen to you when you are older. Maybe you will be in a wheelchair when you are 50. You have too many injuries on your body, and you must take good care of yourself. Matt's physical fitness is very strong, just much stronger than ordinary people. This is not genetic modification, it is innate. I don't know if it can be considered a mutant ability. But no matter how strong he is also an ordinary person. Linda and others can help Matt heal those knife wounds and gunshot wounds, but there is no better way to treat the hidden injuries and muscle strain in the body except rest and recovery. Modern technology is not omnipotent. I will, Linda, Matt said perfunctorily. This kind of conversation has been carried out countless times. Every time Matt promised to have a good rest, but it has never been realized. Linda knows massage. This is not a subject that nurses must learn, but she learned it after meeting these bastards. Can you imagine that Luke's indestructible body actually has lumbar disc herniation and cervical spondylosis? However, the fact is that Luke does have this problem. The bigger problem is that he has not been able to solve it by surgery, and even many correction methods are useless. Who said he is indestructible? Massage can only be used to relieve it, which makes the 3 female nurses suffer. Every time they massage him to relieve it, it feels like a big battle. The female patient looked at the 2 eagerly, but when she saw that Linda had no intention of leaving, she also knew that others didn't care at all. So she could only say to Yelena, who was tied up, "Who are you?" However, in Yelena's ears, the other party was questioning her who sent her. Yelena was too lazy to respond to this level of interrogation. "Are you Kuznetsova?" But in Yelena's ears, there was another conversation, which was completely unrelated. "Anna, Ivan." A series of names were said, but in Yelena's ears, they were all meaningless words. Linda and Matt looked at each other. "Matt, are you sure you are friends?" "Why don't I think so?" At this time, Yelena was a little strange. She glanced at Matt sideways. "What friends?" What's the matter with friends? Linda also interrupted. Maybe she doesn't understand English. Matt thought it was possible, because he hadn't heard this woman say a word since just now. So Matt asked in French, "Stupid pig." Yelena looked at them as if they were fools. Matt also felt stupid. After all, he only knew this sentence, and it was not standard. "You don't need to learn French to study law." Linda reacted. "She can understand what we say, but she just doesn't want to pay attention to us." Yelena twitched the corner of her mouth. Then Linda asked the woman in return, "Who are the Kuznetsova, Anna, Ivan, you just mentioned? Why do they all sound like Russian names?" Yelena was stunned for a moment. When she heard these familiar names, she couldn't help but ask back, "Who are you? Why do you know the names?" Matt and Linda were stunned for a moment. On the contrary, the woman still had a bitter face and didn't respond to Yelena's words. Linda said cautiously, "What did she say just now?" Linda pointed at the woman. "She was still talking to you, what? Wasn't she interrogating me just now?" Yelena was also confused. "Are we on the same channel? Interrogation? No, she just kept asking who you are." Linda was also a little confused. On the contrary, Matt reacted a little. "Didn't you hear her say these words just now?" Yelena was also a little confused. "Is this some new interrogation technique?" Seeing that Yelena didn't speak, Matt asked the woman, "What's your name? What did she say just now? Did you hear it?" "My name is Daria, Daria Limovich." Chapter 1628 Inexplicable. "Dahlia," Linda repeated. However, at this time, Yelena suddenly reacted violently. She actually broke free from the belt that bound her hands, grabbed Linda, and asked excitedly, "Why do you know the name Dahlia?" Although she didn't show it normally, Dahlia was indeed Yelena's best friend. So when Yelena suddenly heard the name of her best friend from a stranger, she immediately became excited. This woman actually knew the names of so many candidates for the Red House, and knew Dahlia. Could they be enemies of the Red House? It doesn't make sense. If the Red House really had an enemy that was very worthy of vigilance, there would be no reason for the people at the headquarters not to let them know. Huh? Linda was completely confused. "Come on, someone just introduced herself, and you didn't go after her, but me?" "Calm down." Matt probably understood something at this time. He pulled Yelena away, then pointed at Dahlia and asked seriously, "Don't you know who she is?" Yelena said very puzzledly, "She is just my target. I don't know who she is." Matt was basically certain at this time. "She told me that she is Dahlia." Yelena turned her head to look at Dahlia, and then said decisively, "Nonsense. She is not Dahlia, what she just said. In fact, before just now, we didn't know Dahlia, but she said her name is Dahlia, but you just acted as if you didn't hear it." "Nonsense. You lied." Yelena suspected that this was a trap. It must be some new type of torture. What is she talking about? Why does it feel incoherent? Dahlia was still confused on the side. Matt was obviously talking to this woman, but the woman's answer was completely irrelevant. "It was just like the first time I heard pasta should be mixed with number 42 concrete. I had no idea what they were communicating about and was confused." Linda was also surprised. "Dahlia, did Carlisle check your brain yesterday? Or do you feel dizzy or nauseous now?" Dahlia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I'm fine. I just got a little gunshot wound. My brain is not injured, let alone a concussion." "Then why? I think I know what's going on," Matt suddenly said loudly. The three women looked at Matt. Then, Matt said to the two strange women, "I hope you two will listen to me carefully next." Yelena and Dahlia both looked at Matt. "First of all, there is one thing we can agree on, right? That is, you and I have no conflict, we are not your enemies." Both nodded. Indeed, Yelena wanted to hunt down Dahlia, and the others didn't care. Dahlia was even more so. She was saved by someone else. "I don't know what happened specifically, but I think you have also noticed a little bit. You seem to have been affected, which caused your perception of each other to be wrong." Then Matt pointed out the strange places on both of them. In fact, they did notice it, because the woman in front of them was always talking nonsense. Normal people wouldn't talk like that. It's not like she's really crazy. She said her name is Dahlia, and your name is Yelena, right? When the two heard Matt say that, they immediately looked at each other. "You're Dahlia, you're Yelena." However, the magical scene happened again. In the eyes of Matt and Linda, the conversation between the two was normal. But in their ears, the conversation was still irrelevant. Then Yelena took the initiative to turn her head and communicate with Matt. "No, it's completely nonsense. I can't understand what she wants to say at all." Well, we can try other aspects. Linda, dear, can you bring me a pen and paper? Linda immediately knew what Matt wanted to do. So she got a pen and paper as quickly as possible. You can try to communicate by writing. Then, soon, the two were surprised to find that they could communicate normally on paper. Next, they used some secret codes that only they knew to confirm that the other person was their friend. What's going on? Dahlia turned to look at Matt and Linda. Matt shrugged. Sorry, I don't know. Linda, on the other hand, thought that there might be something wrong with the brain. The two women looked at Linda helplessly. Sorry, we don't have a concussion. Maybe, Linda said casually. How could a concussion cause such symptoms? Even if there was really a problem with the brain, there would not be such a specific cognitive impairment. Of course, it's hard to say. Why don't you check it out? Anyway, they were free, so they might as well give it a try. What if there was really a problem with the brain? And for serious problems, the only possibility was that there was a problem with the brain. Maybe it's magic, Matt said. Linda looked at Matt speechlessly. Matt shrugged. If it was before, I didn't believe in magic, but, you know, this world is already crazy. In the end, the two of them reluctantly used an X-ray machine to scan the brain. Although it was portable and the accuracy was very poor, there was no other way. This underground clinic had such conditions. They couldn't afford regular CT and MRI machines. They could easily cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars. The three of them, the young nurses, simply didn't have the financial resources. But this was enough. Sure enough, Linda excitedly took the result. There's something in your brain. It looks like an implant. What is it? Yelena asked in shock. Linda said embarrassedly, I only saw abnormal shadows. You can't expect this old portable X-ray machine to have high accuracy. If you want to know what it is, you may need a more professional examination. By the way, there's something in your brain. Don't you know it yourself? Yelena and Dahlia looked at each other. Although it was completely meaningless, it was at least a comfort. They could probably guess a little. When they were transformed before, they were injected with sedatives. They didn't know anything. If there was any problem with their bodies, there was only one possibility, that is, the Red House. Dahlia quickly picked up a pen and paper and wrote a line of words. It's the headquarters trick. Before I found that we might be killing each other, Yelena looked at the paper and felt very bad. After all, no one thought that the person they had been serving would treat them like this. Are you sure? I killed someone before. It was Natalie. I found a bracelet I gave her. It was ordinary, but I made it myself. Dahlia likes to give small gifts to her friends. Yelena knows that. So the final trial is, let us kill each other, and the one who survives is the Black Widow. At this time, Yelena didn't care about leaking the secret. Maybe it is like this, but why? Why did they do this? Obviously, they spent so much effort to train us, just to let us kill each other? There is no reason. Yelena really couldn't figure it out. You know, the energy, time and money required to train a qualified candidate are astronomical. It is unknown how many people will die in the process. But now they let these candidates who have been successfully trained with great difficulty kill each other. If anyone dies, it means countless resources and time are wasted. What are they trying to do? But the fact is that I killed Natalie, and you come to kill me, Dahlia wrote. Besides, I think we have to leave quickly. After all, you should be being hunted too. I think you have to follow me, Matt said suddenly. The two women looked at Matt together. They all doubted whether Matt could actually see it. Otherwise, how could they meet at the right time? Someone is coming, with a gun, very close to us. The two looked at Matt as if he were a god. How do you know? Linda had already changed her clothes and planned to run away with old Mark. This place has been noticed, and she can't stay here. She can only find another location in the future. Matt can hear any sound within a radius of 3 kilometers. It's the best early warning device. So you'd better listen to him. Where are we going? Yelena asked. Of course we're going to find the police, Matt said naturally. Or do you have any other way? The two women were speechless. The police, what's the use? But soon Yelena remembered the policewoman who beat her up. It seems, it's not impossible. But there's still a problem. Do we really want to betray? So she asked her good sister. Daria saw the words on the paper and said without hesitation, the Red House has never been a good thing. We were all kidnapped by them. My parents were killed by the Red House. I have been looking for an opportunity for revenge. Why not? Yelena opened her mouth wide and looked at her good sister. She never knew this. Daria didn't say much. Writing is too troublesome. Daria is different from other children. She knows clearly how she got to the Red House. Her parents were also high-ranking officials in the former Soviet Union, but they were high-ranking officials in the republics and served in the stands in Central Asia. They are pro-Western. They have been flirting with those Western countries. Of course, Daria has nothing to do with these. She was too young at that time and didn't know at all. But what she knows is that she saw her parents being killed with her own eyes. It's just that the Red House members who took her away didn't know that she saw the scene with her own eyes. They just thought she didn't know anything and sent her to the Red House. In fact, her qualifications are not good. Just like her grades, even if she works hard, she can only rank at the bottom. But she has a determination to persist in revenge, so she can persist to the end in the torture training that tests her will the most. This is the motivation that supports her to live. She will have a good relationship with those candidates, which is also a preparation for overthrowing the Red House. Then Dahlia said to Matt seriously, "Do the police really work? The one I know will definitely work." After that, Matt went downstairs. "Linda, take me to Clinton District. Wayne Building." Wayne Building is actually a joke. After all, it is just a 6-story apartment building, which is not a building at all. But because the people living in it are so famous, this originally unknown building immediately became very famous. Matt is blind. No matter from which aspect, he can't drive. He can only ask Linda for help. "No problem, I want to go see little Bernard too." "Oh? What happened to her?" "It's because of her unreliable father. He said he wanted little Bernard to experience authentic Chinese food, but it ended up with little Bernard's stomach getting upset and even his little butt hurts like hell. So let me see, why don't you go to the hospital?" "Did you like going to the hospital when you were a kid?" Matt understood immediately. Children are afraid of injections. In fact, adults are afraid of injections too. But Matt is relatively better because he can't see. Naturally, he is not afraid. "Who are you talking about? From now on, you are not allowed to take little Bernard to eat Chinese food again." Raven was very angry. "I didn't take care of her for just one day, and this bastard man made trouble for me. What kind of spicy hot pot is a child?" The key is that little Bernard is greedy. When he sees something delicious, he will never stop until he has eaten it to his heart's content. As a result, it was obviously very spicy, but little Bernard kept putting it into his mouth, and in the end, it was very spicy. There are many kinds of Chinese food. Next time, just don't eat spicy food. Maybe you can try Cantonese food. Why do we have to eat Chinese food? French food is not good? Japanese food is also great. Why should children eat French food? Even dogs won't eat that stuff. Kai had never eaten French food in his previous life, but he had always heard that French food was very good. But unfortunately, he was a small policeman and couldn't afford authentic French food. Now that he had money in this life, of course he had to try it. As a result, he tried it once and never went again. What the hell, it's pure IQ tax. As for Japanese food, that thing has parasites. As for Japanese food, Kai had eaten it in his previous life. Not to mention that it was expensive, the portion was small, and the key point was that it was all raw, which would cause diarrhea and easy parasites. IQ tax +1. How can my child not eat Chinese food? Kai firmly defended his rights. What? Why must your child eat Chinese food? You are not British. Raven didn't understand what Kai's insistence came from. She knew Kai was from 10,000 years ago, but even if he was from 10,000 years ago, he was still a great British. It's reasonable for you to insist on fish and chips. What the hell is Chinese food? Kai was speechless for a moment and almost let it slip. This is the tradition of the Wayne family, huh? A British aristocratic family. The tradition is to eat Chinese food? I can accept you eating Indian food. Anyway, it's a tradition. Raven felt that her man was weird. I don't bother to pay attention to you. She went to open the door and Linda came. Then Kai saw that Raven let a group of people in. The Black Widow candidate who was chasing Yelena looked at the person he was chasing with a puzzled look on his face and saw that the person he was chasing actually entered Kai's house. Chapter 1629, Butler. Looking for you, Raven glared at Kai fiercely and took Linda upstairs. Kai was confused for a while. Although it was wrong to make little Bernard have diarrhea, there was no need to be so fierce, right? Then he saw Matt walked in with 2 girls. These 2 girls were very similar to a line he said on TV before. Flirting and flirting. Matt suddenly brought two beautiful girls to the house. No wonder Raven was unhappy. To be honest, Kai didn't understand this or little. After all, Raven not only knew that Kai had several girlfriends, but those girlfriends also came to the house from time to time. Everyone was very happy together. I really don't know why she was angry when she saw two new ones. She should have been used to it. Kai has fallen. Melee nuts are too corrupting. But Kai can guarantee that although Kai is a scumbag, he is not so tasteless. Kai doesn't know any of these two girls. Kai never has sex with strangers. One night stands are still too high-end for Kai. He can't play. And Matt brought them. Matt and Kai don't get along. No matter how much help Kai gives, Matt won't agree with many of Kai's practices. Of course, Kai doesn't care. He helps Matt purely out of respect for his saintly character. This guy really doesn't look like an American. So Matt rarely comes to Kai's house. The two of them are not friends. But he suddenly brought two girls here. He can't be a pimp, right? Matt, you don't need to show your personal relationship to me. Also, aren't you afraid that Peggy will poison you when you bring two beautiful girls around like this? Kai knew that Matt must have something serious to do with him, but he was free to make a few jokes to liven up the atmosphere. Don't make a fuss. There's nothing between Peggy and me. Matt felt guilty for saying this. They were not talking about Peggy, not Captain America's lover, but Karen Page. A beautiful, tall, blonde lady, now the secretary and housekeeper of Matt's office. This girl used to work in a large construction company as a financial officer. As a result, it was unlucky that the company named United Construction was actually Kingpin's industry, and it was secretly engaged in various criminal money laundering businesses. The girl was also too curious. She discovered this secret based on the company's financial reports. As a result, she was naive and reported the problem she found to the company's chief financial officer. She didn't think about how the chief financial officer could not know about such a large amount of money laundering activities. So she was framed, and Kingpin sent someone to frame her for stabbing a colleague to death in her apartment. After further attempts to take her life failed, Matt Murdock and Foggy Nelson came forward and exonerated her, and then hired her as their secretary. And joined the ranks against Kingpin. Of course, they didn't meet Kingpin very often. Because Kingpin first ran out of New York, and then was inexplicably killed by his parallel world self. Then Hell's Kitchen was transformed by Kai. As a result, this girl actually worked as a housekeeper in a law firm most of the time. Of course, as a matter of course, she fell in love with Matt. It's normal. Kai even suspected that Matt's superpower was to make every girl he got along with fall in love with him. Kai counted randomly. Matt had at least more than 6 beautiful girls who had relationships with him. Really, each of them was of very high quality. Including killers, rich women, and prosecutors, and Karen was insignificant among them. Any one of them would be enough for Matt to get rid of his current poor predicament, but Matt seemed to have a disease that would make him die if he had money. Every time he had sex with these high-quality beauties, he never continued the relationship. He was not a responsible scumbag. But every girl didn't think so. Even if they were bruised and battered, they still thought Matt was a good man. What kind of top pool could do this? Fatty Fudge was almost crying with envy. She actually liked Karen a little, but it was a pity that Karen only liked Matt. Are you guilty of saying this? A beautiful girl with a high degree and work experience in a listed company came to your firm with only 2 people to work like a slave. Is it for your salary? By the way, the last time I met Fudge said that you haven't paid Karen for 3 months. Matt was a little embarrassed. If you don't talk to him about money, he can still talk normally. Whenever you talk to him about money, he will be dead. I'll find a way. The firm has been in trouble recently. Kai curled his lips. This guy doesn't even care about himself. How can he care about the people around him? He doesn't need money himself, and he doesn't think money is useful. So he always ignores that not everyone is like him, who can live on spiritual food. He can indulge in the satisfaction of being a hero, but others live in the real world. You really should listen to Fudge's advice more. What he said is correct. You can't starve yourself to death and let Fudge and Karen starve to death with you. I will. Matt nodded solemnly. Kai did not comment. Matt was very obedient. Every time someone advised him, he would accept it humbly, and then, it would be the same as it should be. Tell me, what's the situation with these two? Kai did not say anything else. Everyone has their own fate. What can Kai do? Donating some money to him from time to time is considered to be a good deed for himself. Anyway, Matt will not embezzle this money, and it will definitely be used to help the poor. The two women were very nervous at this moment. They never expected it. A blind man actually pushed them in front of Kai Wayne. The Red House was extremely afraid of him and even wanted to modify the plan at one point, but in the end it was Drekov who insisted and it went smoothly. Fortunately, the result was good. Natasha died. But the problem is that Natasha is Kai's girlfriend. And they are the murderers who killed Natasha. So the first reaction of the two was to run away quickly. Isn't this a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? However, they all came in front of Kai, and it was impossible to run away. What to do? Yelena hooked her friend with her finger. She actually wanted to use her eyes. But the things in her mind made it impossible for them to communicate with their eyes. God knows what expression they would see in the end. Kai also noticed the little movements of the two. Matt didn't care and told everything he knew. These two girls were hopeless and could not escape. So without waiting for Kai to speak, Yelena took the initiative to tell Kai, "Let's go to the Red House." Matt tilted his head, expressing confusion. He didn't know what the Red House was. Kai was stunned. "Are you from the Red House? We did what happened to Natasha." Yelena simply told everything. Dahlia still had no idea what Yelena said. "I killed Natasha." "It has nothing to do with Yelena," Dahlia said very loyally. "I don't expect you to let me go, but my friend is innocent. Now the Red House is cleaning us up. I will tell you all the information about the Red House, just ask you to let my friend go." Yelena didn't understand Dahlia's words. "I don't regret killing Natasha, but please let my friend go. She doesn't know anything." Kai was a little confused, so he looked at Matt. "What's the situation with these two?" Both of them took the responsibility on themselves, which was very touching. "But can you listen to what the other side is saying?" The two of them talking to themselves like this feels inexplicable, as if they were reciting lines. Matt told them about their situation. Kai nodded suddenly and understood where the sense of disobedience came from. "Merlin," Kai shouted softly. Then the bald Merlin appeared, like a house elf. This scared Matt and the two girls. The two girls didn't say anything. They were elite agents and were still in Kai's house, alert at all times, but they didn't notice how and when Merlin appeared. Matt was even more surprised. He could hear the status of everyone in the house. Upstairs, Linda and Raven were comforting little Bernard, while old Alfred was preparing pumpkin porridge. Bernard's stomach could only eat this now, otherwise her little butt would be in trouble again. Merlin was just trimming flowers and plants in the backyard flower bed. Then with a whoosh, he appeared. "Is it a superpower?" Matt guessed. Merlin was very satisfied with the reactions of several people. "This is old Alfred's secret book. It is said that the secret book has been passed down since his grandfather's generation. A good butler must be able to fulfill any request of the master at any time and anywhere. Just like Harry Potter's house elves, it is best not to have any sense of existence at ordinary times, but as long as the master calls, he can appear in front of the master at the first time. This is the super secret skill of the butler. After all, Afu is old, and he will completely return to the Holy Grail in a few decades, but the master still needs a butler, right?" So Merlin became Afu's key training target. According to Afu, a qualified butler of the Wayne family must have at least 30 years of experience to be qualified. Merlin is still far from it. Kai didn't find Merlin's appearance strange at all. In fact, even Kai was confused about how Afu did it. But Kai didn't delve into it. "Help me take a look at these two ladies. There seems to be something in their minds that affects their perception," Kai said. Afu is not sensitive to technology. After all, you can't expect a child born in World War I to have a deep understanding of modern technology. Technology is updated very quickly. It's good enough that Afu can use a computer. Merlin is different. He is a scientist first, and a gardener and trainee butler second. "Yes, master," the two women were a little shocked. They didn't expect Kai to be a big capitalist. Do ordinary people have servants? And the word master is also very old to them. Merlin came behind the two ladies and made an apologetic expression to them. The two ladies were very calm. No one wanted to have an uncertain thing in their brain. So let him do whatever he wanted. Merlin tapped his watch, and the watch immediately changed shape and unfolded, then shot out a blue light to scan the heads of the two ladies. Then in a second, Merlin came to a conclusion. A chip, embedded in the cognitive area of the brain, its function. "Wait, I'll try to crack it," Matt didn't understand, but still wanted to ask. Is it dangerous? Don't worry, I will be very careful and won't let others find out, Merlin said confidently. Soon, after that, he ignored others. In fact, it is not difficult to crack the chip in their brains. It will exchange information with the outside world, which means it can receive external signals. It is not difficult to crack such signals, especially with strong technical support. Soon Merlin hacked into the chip. Well, it's an interesting thing. Its function is not complicated. Its main functions are positioning and sending and receiving information, and of course, self-destruction. After hearing the previous words, the two ladies were still calm, but when they heard about self-destruction, they were completely calm. There is a bomb in their brains. For the brain, the power of the self-destruction of that thing is actually not important at all. Even if the power of the bomb in your brain is similar to that of a firecracker, it is enough to kill a person. If it doesn't explode to death, that's even more tragic. If your brain is a mess, don't think you will have a good life. At the very least, you will become an idiot. As for the impact on cognition, it's actually secondary. The brain is a very delicate organ, very delicate, and not so easy to study. To be honest, they can rely on a small chip to affect your perception, which is already amazing. But that's all. It will only affect some specific cognitions, and has little effect on others. Otherwise, you won't be able to communicate with text. Can it be taken out? Of course. If they can put it in, they can take it out, but it will be very troublesome. As I said, the brain is a very delicate organ, and any action on the brain is very, very complex and delicate. Before we get the information on how they implanted it in you, we need to conduct very careful research and demonstration. When can it be taken out? Yelena asked hurriedly. She didn't want that thing to stay in her brain for a moment. I'm sorry, I can't give you an accurate answer. This is not a double eyelid surgery. This surgery will be very complicated. As I said, we need to conduct very careful research and demonstration, Merlin said realistically. Any brain surgery is the Mount Everest in surgical operations. Even in the surgical industry, only a very small number of people can do it. Then Yelena and Dahlia's faces turned pale. Once the Red House found out that they had defected, then, seeing the two ladies so worried, Merlin quickly said, if we just make this chip no longer work, it's very simple. You can rest assured about this. Yelena and Dahlia breathed a sigh of relief. Then thank you for your help, then I'll start. In fact, the process was very simple. Merlin fiddled with the watch for a while, and then said, okay. The chip has been forced to shut down by me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1630. It was not intentional. Is it alright now? Yelena felt as if nothing had happened. However, the people around her suddenly shouted in surprise, Yelena! Yelena turned her head and found that it was Dahlia. That was Dahlia's face. Even Yelena, who is always known for her coldness, hugged her bestie excitedly at this time. She almost killed her best friend with her own hands. Merlin looked at the two beautiful girls hugging passionately, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Everyone likes to appreciate beautiful things. No one will deliberately like ugly things. Technology is like this. Those who understand it find it simple, and those who don't understand it are helpless. Well, science is inseparable from mathematics, and mathematics has this characteristic. If you understand it, you understand it, and if you don't understand it, there is nothing you can do. The two beauties looked at Merlin's shining bald head. So, we are fine. Merlin shook his head. That can't be said. After all, if I can turn it off, then others can turn it on. However, I can make you a shield that can shield the signal of the chip. In this way, if they want to restart the chip, they must destroy the shield. The two heard this and breathed a sigh of relief. This thing put a lot of pressure on them. At this time, Yelena turned her head and looked at Kai with complicated eyes. Why are you willing to help us? We killed Natasha, and you are her. She wanted to say mistress, but facing such a powerful guy like Kai, who just helped them, she was embarrassed to say such a word. To be honest, she hated Kai very much. It was not that there was any grudge between her and Kai, but Natasha. She hated Natasha. Not only did she betray her father, she also abandoned her. Her biggest wish in this life is revenge. So she has been collecting information about Natasha. And in terms of secrecy, Natasha is not too secretive. After withdrawing from S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha's information was not considered secretive. S.H.I.E.L.D. used to hide Natasha's information and clean up any traces for her, but S.H.I.E.L.D. did not do so afterwards. In any case, Natasha betrayed S.H.I.E.L.D. In addition, Natasha has appeared in front of the media more than once. Although the public thinks that Natasha is the head of the legal department of the Stark Group, in the intelligence community, Natasha's existence is no secret. And Kai and Natasha's affair is the talk of the town. Everyone is joking that Black Widow has extended her poisonous hand to a powerful man again. Yelena naturally knows. She naturally can't have any good feelings for this man who had an affair with her mother. Even if he has saved the earth more than once. First of all, Natasha is not dead. She is alive and well, and you didn't kill her. In addition, I am very interested in the Red House, Kai said honestly. He didn't think there was anything to hide about this thing. What? I clearly saw her, Yelena reacted violently. On the contrary, Dahlia reacted calmly. Although she had participated in the hunt before, she was not at the scene when Natasha exploded. Moreover, for Dahlia, Natasha was just a mission target, without so many emotions attached. Is this strange? You also said that Natasha is my friend. It's normal for me to prepare some life-saving methods for her. Kai didn't elaborate on why Natasha didn't die. Anyway, he didn't need to explain. At this time, Raven came down. What's wrong with Natasha? She just happened to hear Natasha's name. They are from the Red House. Natasha was attacked before, and it was them who did it, Kai said. Raven was stunned. Red House? That thing is still there. Well, I was going to tell you before, but little Bernard had diarrhea, so I forgot. Oh, Raven acted very calmly. After all, the Red House or something, how can it compare to her own baby daughter having diarrhea? Kai didn't explain the relationship between Raven and the Red House. After all, those grudges had nothing to do with her. When she left, there was no Red House yet. So? Natasha was assassinated by the Red House? Why didn't I know? Raven was a little concerned about Natasha. She has been in a bad mood recently. I thought something happened. How is she now? Very good. She should be in Stark now, but she will probably come here soon. Dahlia is fine. After all, everyone is happy, right? They failed to kill Natasha, which means that they and Kai have no irreconcilable contradictions, which means that they can cooperate. Fight against the Red House together. Americans like to make trouble for Russians, don't they? Then she can also avenge her family by the way. But Yelena is different. Her biggest wish in this life is to kill Natasha. She finally let it go before, but she was told that Natasha was fine. How could she accept it? Thinking of this, Yelena could no longer restrain the murderous intent in her heart. But she forgot where this place was. Kai soon noticed her. Yelena seemed to be poured with a basin of cold water and immediately woke up. You seem to care about Natasha. Kai stared at Yelena. Yelena is a super killer after all, so she is certainly not lacking in cunning and so on. It was just an accident. After all, our target has always been her. Only by killing her can we inherit the title of Black Widow. We have been training for so many years, waiting for this moment. No. You are trying to deceive me. I am a pretty good police officer, and I still have this intuition. Your eyes are completely different. What's more, you have all betrayed the Red House, so the Black Widow and the like are naturally meaningless. Kai is not so easy to fool. Huh? Raven suddenly laughed strangely. Black Widow. This thing is just a title I randomly gave it at the beginning. How can I inherit it now? Raven just felt that those Russians were really stubborn. What's more interesting, is this Red House poisonous? 3 consecutive generations of Black Widows have betrayed. Ha. What they did is a failure. Kai was stunned. 3 generations. What do you mean? The 2 girls were also stunned. They heard something from Raven's words. Didn't I hang out with the Russians for a while? I remember saying that. Yeah, you did. When she met Raven again, Raven did say that, but she didn't elaborate. It was a thing of the past anyway, so why did Kai want to know so much detail? My code name with the Russians at that time was Black Widow. Later, I had some ideological conflicts with those people, so I defected, but I left my training methods, which were taken away by those guys. Then the Red House appeared. Kai was fine, he just thought it was interesting. But the 2 girls were dumbfounded. What does it mean? Could this woman be the source of Black Widow? Of course, it could also be nonsense. But where is this place? This is Kai's home. Who would say something irrelevant here? And if that's the case, then isn't she at least 100 years old? After all, they still know the history of the Red House. It was founded after World War II, so that is to say, she worked for Russia before World War II, and Russia was founded during World War I. If that's the case, then she must be 100 years old. What are you looking at? I'm still young and vigorous. Raven was so powerful that she could tell what these two fools were thinking at a glance. The two girls lowered their heads quickly. They didn't dare to argue at all. Let's talk about business. Let's talk about business. Kai quickly straightened the crooked building. What's going on with you? Stop talking about those nonsense. I don't believe it. I want to hear the truth. Dahlia held Yelena's hand tightly. She didn't know about Yelena and Natasha's entanglement. Only a very few people knew about it. At least no one among the candidates knew about it. Yelena gritted her teeth and refused to speak. At this moment, the door saved her. It was Natasha who came. Natasha didn't receive the news, but came to see little Bernard. Many people knew that this little guy had a stomachache. After all, many people knew how much Kai doted on her. It was estimated that Tony and Pepper would come over soon to watch little Bernard's little butt together. Speaking of which, the three children have always been very healthy. Not to mention being sick, they didn't even cough. They have always had a great physique. Especially little Bernard. In Teresa's words, a fool will never get sick. I heard that little Bernard's butt hurts so much. What's going on? Little Bernard is too naive and romantic. She is not ashamed of eating spicy food and causing her butt to hurt. Not only is she not ashamed, she also makes a big fuss about it, as if it is something big. Well, maybe she really thinks so. After all, she has never been sick since she was a child, and her physique is better than her two sisters. As a result, Teresa always laughs at her and calls her a fool, because fools never get sick. Now that she is sick, it proves that she is not a fool. Then Natasha saw two girls huddled together. Natasha has never seen them, but she has seen Matt. Could they be Matt's friends? Hello, Matt, how are you recently? Matt smiled embarrassedly, and he didn't know what to say. Could it be that I saved the assassin who assassinated you? Besides, he and Natasha are not really familiar with each other. In the comics, Matt and Natasha had a relationship. In the comics, they were lovers during the day and heroic partners at night. Anyway, in the comics, Natasha's private life was a mess. All the men in the Avengers had had an affair with her, just like the ex-boyfriend's alliance. Natasha was not surprised by Matt's shyness. The Matt she knew was indeed like this. Kai always thought that this was Matt's strategy. He was not the type who would take the initiative. On the contrary, he was always shy. At the same time, he didn't show himself in front of girls. In short, he dressed himself up innocent and pure, and then women couldn't help but take the initiative. It was not his fault. Men like purity, and women like it too. In this regard, there is not much difference between men and women. Of course, this trick has a prerequisite. That is to be handsome. A handsome shy man is called pure. For ugly friends, don't even think about it. Your shyness will only be regarded as social phobia by girls. Then Natasha looked at the two new guests. Instinctively, Natasha felt that these two were not normal people. There was no way. She had been doing this business for more than half a century, and this thing had become instinct. She would not have said anything. After all, what did Kai's guests have to do with her? But Natasha still felt a little familiar from the two girls, or to be more precise, from the girl who kept her head down and clenched her fists. Oh, they are. Kai was just about to introduce them. After all, this thing was too clever. But before he could finish, Yelena suddenly jumped up, and a dagger appeared in her hand, and she stabbed Natasha fiercely. In an instant, everyone moved. Matt was the closest, and kicked the dagger. Natasha was not slow either. She ducked and held her down with a standard grapple. Then it was Raven. She didn't know when she had a gun in her hand. Seeing that Natasha had restrained Yelena, she pointed the gun at Dahlia. Merlin did the same. Afu didn't know when he appeared in front of his master. Only Kai was sitting there. Of course he saw it, but he didn't stop it. Anyway, this girl couldn't make any waves with her skills. But he didn't know whether to say that this girl was reckless or stupid. After all, this is her home. Natasha easily subdued the girl in front of her with ground skills. Although this girl has good skills and strength, She is still too young compared to an old witch who is almost 90 years old. In all aspects. Some experience cannot be compensated by training. I never thought that I would play this in your house, Natasha asked Kai calmly, and asked the little girl under her to be honest. By the way, this girl has a perky butt like her. Afu. Kai didn't answer Natasha. Instead, he ordered his butler. Yes, master. Afu took out a plastic handcuff from his pocket, the kind of nylon cable tie. Although this thing looks cheap, it is actually very difficult to break free once it is fastened, not to mention that Afu's is specially made. Ordinary flames and sharp blades can't deal with it at all. Yelena was tied up soon. On the contrary, Dahlia was fine. This girl was much more honest. In fact, I don't know. I just started to ask and you came. This girl seems to have some personal grudges with you. By the way, they are from the Red House, but they seem to have betrayed. He looked at Dahlia and said, I'm not sure if this is some kind of strategy. But I think it shouldn't be. After all, in their eyes, Natasha has already died. It's not worth using this method to assassinate a dead person again. As for the target being Kai is not bragging. This level of assassination is too childish. It's better to just hold the bomb and die together. The success rate is higher. No. We really betrayed the Red House. As for Yelena, I think this is a misunderstanding. Yelena didn't mean it, of course. The latter sentence was ignored by everyone in the room. Stabbing someone in the vitals with a dagger cannot be explained as unintentional. Chapter 1631, No Point. However, unexpectedly, after being controlled, Yelena was like a salted fish that had lost its dream, with lifeless eyes and a very lost soul. So, you are killing each other. Fortunately, Dahlia was willing to communicate and tried desperately to save her friend's life. She looked at the people present very nervously, fearing that they would kill Yelena if something went wrong. Dahlia still cared about her friends. After all, compared with those companions who knew nothing, Dahlia knew more. She knew very well how she was caught in the Red Room, so she thought that those companions must have experienced similar experiences as her. So she pitied them, which led her to look at those companions with a more tolerant attitude. This is also the reason why she can chat with everyone. Yes. They installed chips in our brains that can affect our perception, so that we can't recognize each other even if we meet face to face. Oh my god. Is Drekhov completely crazy? Natasha covered her forehead, not knowing how to describe her old colleague. The previous Black Widow training was crazy enough, but I didn't expect him to be even more terrifying. He actually let a bunch of children kill each other. How much does he hate me? The Red House was indeed a little crazy in the later period. In order to maintain the unity of the Empire, they assassinated those dissidents everywhere. This made Natasha feel very bad. She felt that it was normal for someone to raise opposition within a country. But the Red House assassinated them, which was undoubtedly a very evil act. This was also the beginning of Natasha's disgust with the Red House. Of course, Natasha would not think so now. She would only think that she was too young. The subsequent so-called fighters did those bad things after the upheaval. 80% of the countries after the upheaval were not doing well. In order to fight for power and profit, the faces of those guys were so ugly that Natasha felt sick just thinking about it now. In the past, she actually stood up for those people. It's incredible. What was she thinking? But at that time, the Red House was only cruel to others, but now they are so cruel to their own people. Natasha had no doubt that Drekhov had gone completely crazy. What about her? Why did she do that? Natasha pointed at Yelena and asked. I don't know, but Yelena? Your name is Yelena? Natasha asked curiously. She didn't think that this was her and Alexei's daughter. After all, in Russia, no, the name Yelena is very common among the entire Slavic nation. At least in Natasha's impression, her daughter died a long time ago. If she saw a girl named Yelena, she would think she was her daughter, then she would have many daughters. Yelena's eyes moved, but she didn't look up. Call her Yelena. She didn't mean it. You killed my parents, Yelena said coldly. You killed them. Daria didn't know how to make it up. Sister. Say something nice. Even if you say you were excited to see your idol. Natasha, the Romanlasovs, do you remember? In Belarus, Yelena's mind got heated and she started to talk nonsense. Of course she could recognize Natasha, but she just didn't want to. It was a very strange idea, as if she was having a quarrel. But Yelena still didn't give up the plan to kill Natasha. Yelena, Daria was about to cry. I've tried very hard. But you can't kill yourself like this. The Romanlasovs, Natasha fell into memories. But soon came out, she didn't remember. Although it's cruel to say this, Natasha really didn't remember. Her memory is very good, but it's not that good. There's nothing else. Because she killed too many people. Natasha herself doesn't remember how many people she killed. She killed in the Red Room and in SHIELD for her, it was work, just like going to work and going home. You may remember how much time you worked in the company, but can you remember a document you handled on a certain day in the company? Especially if you have worked in this company for at least a few decades. People's memory is limited. And in order to maintain a good mentality, Natasha never deliberately recalls the memories of killing. This is the reason for her extraordinary career. Otherwise, thinking about those things all day long will sooner or later lead to depression. And who'll remember how much bread they have eaten? A very cruel reason, but very realistic. Natasha can't say I don't remember in front of the victim, right? It would be strange if this girl didn't fight with me. I remember, the Lomonosov couple, a pro-Western journalist. At that time, it was the Red House that ordered them to be eliminated. Well, she was completely talking nonsense. Fortunately, someone took the blame. Anyway, she wouldn't take the initiative to kill people. She killed people either under the order of the Red House or the order of SHIELD. Find them if there's anything. Yelena raised her head, and her eyes flashed with astonishment. Others didn't doubt it, but just thought that this child was really pitiful. After her parents were killed by the Red House, she was taken in and trained into a killing machine by the Red House. It's over, and she was deceived that the enemy was Natasha. Others did not doubt it either, because everyone knew what Natasha did before. Oh, how pitiful. Yelena had no idea. She was thinking, wow, is there really such a person? But Yelena was smart and did not believe it at all. Instead, she stared at Natasha coldly. She was not pretending. She hated her so much. My parents were not killed by the Red Room at all, Yelena could not help it. Then SHIELD ordered them to be killed. Natasha hurried to make amends. There was no one else, just these two families. The murderous intent in Yelena's eyes became even more intense. Everyone looked at Natasha with a strange look. Ahem. Afu, take this girl to the basement to calm down. Kai saw that Natasha did not even remember the damn Romanlasov couple. Then don't leave the person here to be stimulated. This girl is also very pitiful. Afu nodded, stepped forward to grab Yelena, and carried her away. Don't look at me like that. I know this is too much, but I really forgot it. Natasha also knew that she was too much. But she really forgot it. She didn't even think that the other party was talking nonsense, but no one doubted it either. If there was no deep hatred, she really wouldn't do what she just did. At this time, Riven stood up and helped her bestie out. It's the same in our line of work. We do what we are told. There is no personal grudge, so who would remember it? This is the truth. Everyone is working for work, just a public-to-public relationship. Who would remember those things? Do you think your life is too comfortable? Except for those perverts, no one would be willing to keep these memories. Okay, Kai accepted this explanation. Killing is a serious matter. But these two have been active for almost a century, and they really don't have to kill too many people. They probably haven't counted them themselves, but it is definitely over 1,000. According to their cruelty, if they don't kill 20 people a year, it means they haven't completed their KPI. Then what should we do with this girl? Kill her? Dahlia stood up immediately. No. I will persuade Yelena. Riven was more direct. Actually, killing her is the best choice, the revenge for killing her father. How could it be resolved? This girl doesn't look like the type who can forget the grudges with a smile. To be able to take revenge without risking her life under the gaze of a group of people, you can imagine how determined she is. On the contrary, Natasha sighed. Forget it, I killed the parents of the man. It's normal for others to seek revenge on me, although revenge is not allowed in the law. But in all civilizations in the world, revenge has a natural justice. This is not legal, but justice on the moral level. Parents are killed, and children take revenge. This is considered natural in the world, and of course, breaking the law is also natural. Being killed by Natasha is a special case. At least Natasha won't blame. I'll just be more careful in the future. And now that I say this, I suddenly realize that there are quite a few people who want to seek revenge on me. Natasha was still in the mood to joke. In fact, she really didn't take it seriously in her heart. She was too tired. To be honest, Natasha had lived for so many years, and now she felt that she had lived her whole life in days. It seemed that she had done a lot of things, but in fact, looking back, she found that she seemed to have done nothing. When she was in the Red Room, she said she was serving the country. In the end, she defected and the country was gone. When she came to SHIELD, she said she was fighting for world peace. What was the result? SHIELD became a snake nest of Hydra, and world peace. God knows what SHIELD did for world peace? Maybe it added fuel to the fire? These grandsons never thought about world peace, they just wanted to rule the world. Looking at it this way, isn't it a failure? It feels like a circle, and nothing has been accomplished. Someone once said that the quality of life does not lie in its length, but in its width. This width represents meaning and value. There is no doubt that killing is not a meaning, and the value is not how many people she has killed. So she has actually lived enough. If she can destroy the Red Room before she dies, then she will feel that her life is not in vain. It's not that the Red Room is so evil. Well, it seems to be evil enough now. Rather, they are all remnants of the old times and should be cleared out. So Miss Dahlia, can you talk to me about the Red House now? Dahlia's mind was a little confused. She looked up at Natasha in confusion. What, Red House? I think I need some intelligence. Natasha was not angry. Looking at these children, Natasha thought that she had a responsibility for their experience. After all, it was her defection that gave the Red House reason to create the Black Widow again. Intelligence. Yes. Intelligence. Dahlia woke up as if from a dream. Then Dahlia told Natasha everything she knew. Tajikistan. Natasha was also surprised to hear that the Red House had actually hidden in Tajikistan. You know, even in the environment of Russia at that time, that place was an underdeveloped area. Just as Dahlia was explaining the intelligence of the Red House, on the other side, the Red House also received a surprising intelligence. Natasha is not dead. What did you say? Drekhov looked at his secretary in shock. Yes, number 7 saw Natasha walk into Kai Wayne's house. Ekaterina also had a gloomy face. She couldn't believe this information either, but the candidates saw it with their own eyes. They couldn't lie to them. How is it possible? Drekhov really couldn't imagine how Natasha escaped from such an explosion. But soon, as an excellent intelligence officer, Drekhov immediately woke up. During this period, did Natasha's so-called friends, including S.H.I.E.L.D., do anything special? No, Ekaterina said in a low voice. They're all normal. Then why didn't you report to me? Drekhov asked in shock and anger. Natasha died at such a big age, but her so-called friends and S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't do anything special. This is abnormal. After all, such a big person died, and you didn't react at all? But Drekhov didn't get any information about this. Isn't this the biggest problem? Go check. I want to make sure that Natasha is really alive. Damn it. Damn it. How many times has this happened? The top brass of the New York Police Department are now meeting at the headquarters. The chief was about to knock on the podium with his shoes. Just now the commissioner scolded me so much that I almost fainted, and our professionals were scolded by the mayor. Tomorrow the city council will make our mayor regret why he participated in the election. Then the mayor will scold the commissioner again, and I, unfortunately, will be scolded by the commissioner again. This time it may not be on the phone, but in his office. The head of the New York Police Department is the police commissioner, but generally speaking, the commissioner rarely comes to the police station. He has his own office at the city government. So for the commissioner of the New York Police Department, being dragged to the city government and scolded is undoubtedly a very embarrassing thing. Who can tell me now? What happened in my city? I don't want to hear about the investigation. Fuck. This is New York. Do you know how I feel when facing the commissioner's questioning? I feel like a fool. We have tens of thousands of police officers. But no one can tell me what happened in our city. New York has been a bit lively recently. You know, there was an air raid in Washington just now, and New York was still laughing at their capital, but then something went wrong in New York. Countless witnesses saw people speeding on the streets, gunfights, and explosions. People who didn't know would think they were in Chicago. There was also a serial murder case. Oh my God, no one has been caught yet. No. Let alone catching anyone, there is not even a single useful clue. The media is very happy and can scold the police to their heart's content. But the police are very unhappy. The mayor was scolded by the parliament. The opposition party will not give up this opportunity. Then the scolded mayor will find trouble with the commissioner is nominated by the mayor. The mayor can scold him at will. The commissioner is furious, so he will naturally look for the director, who told you to be the second in command. The director will naturally look for other senior officials. I can't be the only one to be scolded, right? Chapter 1632 Killer. After the chief spoke for a while, many senior officials were able to speak. Sage raised his hand. Chief, we have some clues about the serial murder case. Logically, Kai was in charge of the special department, and he should also report to the chief, but Kai was often absent from work, so Sage became the de facto deputy chief. He also attended the high-level meetings. Most of the people here were senior managers, while Sage was considered the head of a frontline department, which was not enough. But this is the reality. Sage enjoyed the promotion treatment in advance. The chief was relieved when he heard the news. At least his subordinates were not all useless. Thank you, Sage. This is the only good news I have heard in these days. The chief's words were absolutely exaggerated. The New York Police Department is strong and has a very high crime-solving rate. At least judging from the results on paper, it is definitely worthy of praise. But the problem is that the public does not think so. They don't really care how many cases the police department has solved. They care more about those unsolved cases. The more bizarre, the more attention. So many times, being a police officer is really unfair. You have worked so hard to solve so many cases, but you have to take responsibility for not solving one case. But this is the reality. After all, it is a public department and you have to be responsible to the public. Tell me quickly. What progress have you made? The director has also worked on the front line and knows that solving cases is actually quite mysterious. Most cases are not difficult. It is impossible to be like a detective TV series with strange cases in every episode. If you have to experience that kind of life every day, no one will want to be a police officer. In fact, many crimes are improvised, and it is easy to collect evidence and arrest people. After all, there is evidence everywhere, and there is no shortage of surveillance in modern society, which makes it even easier. But some cases can't be solved no matter what. Especially those serial murders that seem to have no connection. Fortunately, a police station is lucky if it encounters this kind of case once in decades. So it's not bad. We found the connection between all the victims, Sage said, with a little pride in his tone. After all departments were scolded, but they were fine, so of course they were proud. Sage quickly produced the evidence, which was a circus brochure. Circus. It was called a circus, but it was actually a freak show troupe. Freak shows originated in the United States in the 1840s and reached their peak in the following 30 or 40 years. In that era of scarcity of cultural entertainment, freak shows that attracted people's attention with horror and curiosity were very popular. Most of them were in cooperation with circuses, and the content of the performances was also bizarre. For example, people who were unusually tall, people with both male and female secondary sexual characteristics, or people or animals with other strange conditions. Performances such as swallowing fire and swallowing swords can also be part of the exhibition. In addition, some extreme tattoos and piercings can sometimes be seen in freak shows. The term freak show is generally considered inappropriate and inhumane. In the United States, except for Michigan, which has legally prohibited the exhibition of deformed humans except for scientific research purposes, freak shows still appear from time to time in carnivals, exhibitions, nightclubs and TV talk shows in most other states and other countries. New York State naturally does not prohibit it either. However, with the development of the times, this kind of bizarre circus has less and less room for survival. First, it is easy to be targeted by human rights organizations. Second, modern people have too many ways to receive information, and the bizarre freak show is nothing. This is a carnival-style circus, which likes to hold carnival activities all over the country. We found out that all the victims' families participated in the activities of this circus last year. This is one of their connections, but what does this mean? You know, there are many people who have been to the circus, a senior executive asked. It's not that the senior executives don't like Saji. Even if they don't like it, they have to endure it, because others have backers. It's helpless to say that Kai doesn't participate in the power struggle in the bureau. Don't think that there is no such thing in the police station. On the contrary, this phenomenon exists in any organization. After all, power struggles are only related to power, not to the attributes of the organization. Even FIFA has power struggles, The power struggle in FIFA is quite fierce. If you are interested, you can check it online. It is so lively, many people are actually happy to see Kai join the power struggle. Of course, it is not because they really support Kai or something. Politicians cannot have such emotions. They only calculate power. If Kai joins the power struggle, it means that the original power structure will be broken, and the next step is to reshuffle. This is for those who hope to fish in troubled waters, especially those losers. Although the police chief and the police commissioner are directly appointed by the mayor, this also requires going through the power struggle. Whether the words of the chief and the commissioner count has nothing to do with the mayor's appointment. Regulations are regulations, and implementation is implementation. No matter what regulations, people are needed to implement them. Even if you are the chief and the commissioner, you can't do anything if the people below don't pay attention to you. So even when the mayor appoints the chief of the police station, he will not pick anyone casually. He must be able to control the people below. So the chief needs a resume. On the contrary, the commissioner does not need it. The commissioner is a civilian and can be selected by the mayor, even if he has no relationship with a police station before, but the chief of police cannot. Therefore, the current director's promotion is not directly related to the mayor. He is just going with the flow. Unless the conflict between the mayor and the director is huge, the mayor will not do anything special. He is just the winner of the power struggle. Where there are winners, there are naturally losers. Those losers are naturally not happy to see their opponent sitting safely on the director's throne. So Kai became the best choice to break the deadlock. If Kai is unhappy with a new director and makes things difficult for him, that would be great. There will definitely be a group of people willing to help and overthrow the director. But unfortunately, Kai does not participate in these things, so the director will naturally return the favor. The key is that those losers have no good way to counter Kai. If Kai stands on the side of the director, then the director will directly purge his political opponents, and he will not be soft-handed at all. So the senior executive who asked the question just now was not unhappy with Saji. Even if he was really unhappy, he would not jump out. As for whether there are people who are unhappy with Saji, only God knows. That guy questioned Sage, it was just the instinct of the police. He would ask even if he didn't ask other people. Even if other people didn't ask, the prosecutor would still ask when they go to court. This is normal. We have investigated. The carnival held a lottery event for families. If the whole family came to the carnival, with a family ticket, they would have a chance to win a prize from the carnival. And this event requires the information and addresses of all family members. Everyone nodded now. This can explain how the murderer got the victim's information. In addition, we combined the family information of all the victims with the information obtained by our police officers during their visits and found that no matter what their economic status or educational level, these families have one common feature, that is, family harmony and very harmonious relationships among family members. We believe that the murderer seems to be targeting those happy families. The chief looked at the information submitted by Sage and curled his lips. This is really bad news. This guy is a lunatic. What else? We contacted a psychologist, and the expert gave a speculation based on the characteristics of the victims. All the victims are in the role of children in the family. The murderer killed those children. In addition to jealousy, it is more likely that he hopes to replace those children. He wants to integrate into the family. In other words, he hopes to have a happy family. The expert gave an inclination and believed that the murderer must have been abandoned and may even have been adopted, but he did not have a good childhood. He should have been abused. He longs for the warmth of the family and the love of his parents. Then we followed the clues and investigated the circus. The circus is now performing in Alabama, but fortunately, we contacted them and got some clues. Then Sage took out some photos again. There were also some promotional brochures. Among them was a blue figure. He was called Nightwalker, one of the circus freak show performers. This guy had blue skin, yellow eyes, pointed ears, fangs and a long pointed tail, and wore a circus tights. His name is Kurt Wagner, and he fits all the profiles. He was adopted by a gypsy fortune teller in the circus a long time ago, and he grew up in the circus. But you know, the performers in the freak show, most of them are marginalized people excluded by society. His adoptive mother was an alcoholic, so he had a hard life since childhood. After coming to New York, his adoptive mother finally died. It was a normal death. Here is the hospital certificate. Then he disappeared, missing? Did they call the police? Asked a senior executive. Since the birth of freak shows, many people with physical deformities have regarded them as a refuge, because it is difficult for them to live in a normal society. Only in places full of freaks can they avoid discrimination. But because of this special environment, they are also out of touch with normal society. Apart from performing, they do not contact outsiders, and do not like to contact the outside world. So they did not choose to call the police for Kurt Wagner's disappearance, Sage said. The director looked at the photo of Kurt Wagner. Is this guy wearing makeup? After all, his appearance is too weird. No, he just looks like this. Since he has been performing acrobatics in the circus for a long time, most people think he is wearing makeup. I suspect he is a mutant. As for what abilities? I don't know either. We have asked the people in the circus, and they don't know what abilities Kurt Wagner has. They originally thought that he just looked strange. We suspect that his special abilities have been suppressed by his adoptive mother. When his adoptive mother died, he no longer cared about her. It is even possible that his abnormal behavior was stimulated by his adoptive mother's death. Didn't his adoptive mother treat him badly? I don't understand either, but our experts say that his adoptive mother was a sustenance in Kurt Wagner's mind. When the sustenance was gone, his mentality changed, which led to his transformation. You know, psychology always sounds weird to those of us who don't understand it. That's right. Anyway, no matter what, just catch this guy. The director didn't bother to care about these things, as long as he knew who the murderer was. In fact, it didn't matter whether this blue-skinned guy was the murderer or not. He just needed an explanation. So, what progress have been made in catching him? The director asked expectantly. I'm sorry, no. The carnival lasted for a month, from before Christmas to New Year. There were too many people participating in this event. We got a list from the circus. There are at least hundreds of families that meet the requirements. We don't know how he will choose the next target. As for where he hid after he disappeared, we don't know. So we hope that the Bureau can issue a wanted order so that we can get more clues. Don't underestimate the idle people in New York. As long as you publish photos, a lot of people are willing to provide clues. Of course, it's hard to tell whether they are real or fake. There are too many idle people in New York, those who like to take pictures everywhere with their mobile phones. But, the director hesitated a little. After all, this guy is a bit unsightly, especially at this juncture. You must know that the government's strategy for mutants has changed, focusing on gathering and appeasing. If this wanted order brings any bad effects, don't underestimate the power of idle people in society. They may not be useful in doing serious work, but they are very good at fanning the flames and creating confrontation. If that situation really happened, the higher-ups would be unhappy with him. We have limited police force, not enough to protect all the families on the list. If we don't do this, it will be difficult for us to handle it. Kurt Wagner grew up in a circus and has never had any contact with the outside world. He has no social connections for us to check. He doesn't even have a driver's license, so we have no way to find him. Sage directly stated the difficulties. The chief thought about it and decided to forget it. He couldn't bear the serial murders, so he turned to the public relations department and said, issue a wanted order, and bring the psychologist with you when you hold a regular press conference. Talk more about the abuse and experiences, try to downplay the mutant element, and remember to guide public opinion, so that public opinion does not lean towards the conflict between mutants and normal people. Yes, a good police chief does not need much ability to handle cases, but he must be sensitive to public opinion, especially in a place like New York. If you are not from New York, you can't imagine how picky and sarcastic the New York media is. Those bastards can drive normal people crazy. Chapter 1633, Mountain Eagle Country. The 1638th chapter has been released. It has been greatly revised. Some plots have changed, so you need to refresh and read it again so that this chapter will not be so abrupt. I apologize to everyone. I can't help it. I don't know that I can't write public intellectuals. I deleted nearly 1,000 words. The plot has to change. How long do we have to wait? Alexei was wearing a vest, with a messy beard, smelling of alcohol, and some unknown stains on his vest, making him look sloppy to death, just like a greasy fat man who has experienced a midlife crisis and is completely lying down and waiting to die. Damn it, how many days have you not showered? Lenia covered her nose. Alexei glanced at Lenia, and then said, do you think a man would care about this? Bah. Don't talk as if all men in the world are like you. At least my brother is not like you, Lenia said. That's why I said he is a sissy, Alexei muttered. If it were before, he would definitely say something more vicious. Who told him that he and Nikolai were mortal enemies? It was considered polite for the two not to curse each other's ancestors when they met. But thinking of the desolation of Nicholas' last days, Alexei didn't want to mock his former enemy. They were all losers. The eldest brother didn't talk about the second brother. I've been out for so long, seeing that Lena also remembered Nicholas, Alexei hurriedly said. Why haven't we taken action yet? Lena shook her head. To be honest, the Red House and I are just a cooperative relationship, and I don't know what they are doing. They just let us wait, and I don't know what to wait for. Alexei put down the vodka in his hand irritably. Then you can't let me wait like this. I have been a waste in prison for so many years. I don't want to wait any longer. Lena wanted to persuade Alexei, but before she could speak, her mobile phone received a text message. It can start, Lena said to Alexei excitedly. Let's go. There's news from the Red House. Red House? Really let Alexei go? Ekaterina asked her boss. Isn't that great? They are reunited as a family. Drekhov looked at the blizzard outside the window coldly. Their base was in a mountain, and the whole mountain was hollowed out by them. His office was at the top of the mountain. From various windows, you can see the snow on the top of the mountain all year round, and the blizzard is also the most common scenery. But, if they meet and betray us together, Ekaterina said hesitantly. Drekhov turned his head and looked at his secretary and laughed. Why? Regret pleading for Yelena? Of course he could see what Ekaterina was hesitating about. I'm sorry, Ekaterina liked Yelena very much because she was excellent and could bring greater benefits to the Red House. But she didn't expect Yelena to betray. That's right, the information about Yelena and Dahlia entering Kai's house was sent back. In fact, the Red House also knew it at the beginning. After all, the chips in their brains have positioning functions. But at that time they were still lucky. But when the real information was sent back, they had to face a reality. Okay, Katyusha, people never need to apologize for their kindness. It was Yelena who failed your kindness. But this is not surprising, right? After all, Yelena was raised by Natasha, and it is not surprising that she would make the same choice as Natasha. Is Drekhov angry? Of course he is angry. But what good is it to get angry in front of subordinates, except to lower morale? What's more, they don't know much, and it won't cause us too much loss. Not only can he not be angry, but he also needs to comfort his subordinates. How is the evacuation going? As soon as the alarm was sounded, the base was ready to evacuate. Now it has probably moved to the new base. Ekaterina sorted out her mood and reported. Don't you think this is good? Drekhov said with a smile. In fact, since Natasha betrayed the Red House, everyone in the Red House has had stress syndrome and is very afraid of betrayal again. So many years ago, they made many plans for the intelligence that might be exposed. And the situation in Eastern Europe after the drastic changes gave them room to display their talents. For example, right now, Drekhov is not in Tajikistan at all. They are in the Eagle country, Albania. If it weren't for Little John Khan, few people would know about this country on the Chinese internet. Even if there was Little John Khan, few people could point out where it is on the map. Albania is located in southeastern Europe and southwest of the Balkan Peninsula. It has a land area of only 28,700 square kilometers and a population of only 3 million. The national flag is painted with a black double-headed eagle, and it is called the Eagle Country. It faces Italy across the sea to the west, borders Greece to the south, North Macedonia to the east, Serbia to the northeast, and Montenegro to the north. Throughout history, the presence of this country has always been very weak. In 167 BC, Albania was occupied by the Roman Republic. Since then, Albania has been occupied and ruled by the Byzantine Empire, the Kingdom of Bulgaria, the Kingdom of Serbia, the Republic of Venice and the Republic of Turkey. In 1911, a national uprising broke out in Albania, but it failed again because the leaders of the uprising compromised. Albania declared independence in 1912, but was controlled by Britain, Austria, France, Germany, Italy, and Russia. Its territory was reduced by half, and Kosovo and northern Epirus were cut off. During the First and Second World Wars, Albania was occupied. It was not until 1944 that Albania gained national liberation. Throughout the history of the country, Albania has been occupied, revolted, and occupied again. It is a very tragic country. After the upheaval, it was even more tragic. They welcomed capitalism with joy, and then were quickly taught a lesson by capitalism. The Ponzi scheme swept the country. If you want to know, you can watch the video of Little John Khan, the host of B Station. All the money of the whole country was swept away, and even the president and cabinet members ran away directly, resulting in Albania being the poorest country in Europe, even much poorer than some African countries. But this country once gave birth to a genius leader, Haka. This guy directly transformed Albania from the country of mountain eagles to the country of bunkers. This guy offended all the countries in the world that could be offended in diplomacy. Please see the video on B Station for details, and then began to close the country, not communicating with foreign countries, let alone doing business with foreign countries. They even did not allow foreign culture and news to spread into the country, and they did not even allow learning foreign languages. Having offended so many countries, they naturally worried that someone would retaliate against themselves. The insecure genius Hoxha had an idea. Albania is very small, what should I do if there is no depth? Build bunkers. It took more than 10 years and cost $175 million. In the end, Albania built 360,000 bunkers. At the same time, it began to hoard weapons and ammunition that everyone in the country had opened up to supply, just like a hamster. At that time, the Red House thought this country was a bit interesting. So they began to secretly infiltrate this closed-door country. In fact, the dictator's country is the easiest to infiltrate, because everything depends on the dictator. They only need to control the people around him casually to do whatever they want in this country. This is what the Red House did. They originally planned to prepare for the arrival of the Russian soldiers, but the military directly banned the possibility of attacking Albania. The cost was too high and it was not worth it at all. This country has no value except for its beautiful natural scenery. There is no strategic value, no resource value, and not even much manpower. It is even more useless than chicken ribs. In addition, there are a lot of bunkers in the country. If you really want to take them down, it will take time and lives, and there will be no profit at all. It will be a pure loss of money. Afghanistan still has the geographical advantage. Albania has nothing. So the efforts of the Red House were in vain. But after the dramatic changes, the Red House discovered the value of this place. It is unknown. In addition, Uncle Haka overhauled the fortifications in the country, which made this place very suitable for a secret base. Albania's mountains and hills account for 3/4 of the country's area, and the western coastal area is plains. It has a subtropical Mediterranean climate. The eastern part is the southern extension of the Dinaric Mountains, with an average altitude of 1,200 meters. The highest peak is Mount Jezerka, with an altitude of 2,694 meters. There are many river valleys and basins between the mountains. The west side of the mountain range is a hill with an altitude of 200 to 1,000 meters. There are so many mountains. In addition, thanks to the efforts of Uncle Haka, there are many fortresses in the mountains. So after the upheaval, the Red House began to operate in Albania and built many secret bases hidden in the mountains. Then this place became the secret base of the Red House. The original secret base in Tajikistan was used to train Black Widow. But the students didn't know all this. They always thought that Tajikistan was their headquarters. But if you say there is no loss at all, how is it possible? The base in Tajikistan was also built by the Red House with countless resources. Such a loss is enough to make Drekov heartbroken for half a night. But for safety, they have to do this. By the way, there is one more thing. Ekaterina suddenly thought of something. What? Nia's sighed. How about letting her come back? Ekaterina felt that it was too dangerous for Nia to continue staying in the United States under the current circumstances. Drekov also considered this issue. But he gave up soon. The commission over there hasn't started yet. If I withdraw now, what will happen to the commission? The important thing is that they have received the money. The deposit of tens of millions of dollars has been deposited into their account. If they withdraw now, it means that they need to compensate. Don't think that as long as you compensate the deposit, it's over. According to the rules, you can't withdraw after you accept the order and know the whole story. Even if the other party agrees to compensate, it can't be just a deposit issue. The other party may offer a lion's mouth. Of course, there may be other conditions. This is of course nothing. But the problem is, there is no money. The relocation of the base, and this kind of inconspicuous relocation, requires money. A lot of money. And the operation of the entire Red House also requires money. In addition to the final trial, all the Black Widow candidates are fighting in the United States. There is no way to make money. Even if the Red House has a large amount of financial reserves and self-generating capabilities. For a long time, it needs to live within its means. So it is impossible to refund the money. And if you refund the money, it will still affect the reputation of the master of imitation, which will easily affect future business. Dreykov is also fighting for the Red House. Even his daughter was sacrificed. Leave Natasha and Yelena's affairs to Alexei. Don't let Alexei know that Yelena is still alive. You can handle the rest. On the other side, Kai also received the news that the master of imitation had taken action. Kai did not intervene in the affairs of the Red House. After all, Natasha had repeatedly emphasized that it was her own personal grudge. If Kai insisted on intervening, it would seem a bit self-indulgent. However, Raven helped her, and Natasha did not refuse. I don't know how this woman divides it. Why doesn't Raven's help count as intervening in her personal grudge? It's simply unreasonable. But Kai didn't take it to heart. He also has his own affairs. One is the master of imitation, and the other is the serial killer called Nightwalker. The master of imitation will not elaborate. On the Nightwalker side, with the exposure of the wanted order, the deeds of this special mutant were immediately dug up by the media, and even the TV news broadcast an interview about the circus, which made the circus owner crazy. The original traditional circus is no longer popular in modern society. People prefer to go to bigger and more modern amusement parks. So what? There is nothing new about wandering circuses like them. But this time, they really made a splash and even boosted their ticket revenue. These people talked about the privacy of Nightwalker on TV without hesitation, using him for marketing. But that's nothing. There are also people who use dead people for marketing. For example, the Fast and the Furious. To be honest, before Paul died, how many people remembered his name, and what happened? When he died, half of the world mourned. How many of them really mourned? It's the marketing effect, so they are embarrassed to see people without saying RIP. Of course, Kai's idea was also to use the childhood and privacy of the serial killer to operate, which would definitely stimulate the guy, so that he would easily reveal his true colors. Of course, the circus knew about this. But they didn't care at all. There is nothing to say. No one else cared, and Kai certainly didn't care. However, the most important thing now was the master of imitation. To be honest, it had dragged on for long enough. Chapter 1634 Disaster Control Bureau. Red Devil is a middleman, but middlemen do not participate in specific affairs. One is to keep secrets, and the other is to avoid disputes. When doing things, there will always be success and failure. If it succeeds, everyone is happy, but if it fails, it will be a big deal. No one will be willing to fail, especially when it comes to a business involving tens of millions of dollars. Once it fails, things like shirking responsibility are inevitable. Middlemen only make money from introductions, and if they get involved, they are likely to be the target of blame. After all, one is the victim and the other is the one who does the work. If you, a middleman, get involved in the middle and something goes wrong, you are the biggest suspect. Nonsense. These two companies have a direct relationship, and if things go wrong, they will suffer the greatest loss. You are the only middleman, and it has nothing to do with you whether it is good or bad, so you are naturally the biggest suspect. So Red Devil will not be deeply involved in the commission of the imitation master. It is enough for him to know who hired the imitation master. Naturally, Kai also knows who hired him and who the mission target is. This time, the mission that the imitation master received was to deal with Robin Chapp, the head of the New York Disaster Control Bureau. An extremely shrewd accountant, he has his own accounting firm, which is quite famous in New York. His firm has cooperated with many large companies. Of course, this cannot make his career a breakthrough. After all, there are many similar firms in New York, but the real big business is all in the hands of the big four accounting firms. They are the real giants. The accounting business of those multinational companies is basically contracted by them. It is impossible for the firms that want to check the market to get a share from them. They even need to be careful to prevent their firms from being acquired by them. Don't think this is groundless worry. In the United States, the more modern it is, the more difficult it is for small companies to develop. Once a small company has a development prospect, a large company will come to acquire it immediately, unless it is an emerging industry, such as the internet before. But now the internet is no longer working. It is rare to see a small company with a good idea in Silicon Valley, and then it will soar into the sky. Those Silicon Valley legends are still in Apple, Google or Facebook. Other small companies, as long as there is a prospect, will be directly acquired by large companies. For example, if a small company develops a new technology, the big company will not catch up and make a better one. They will directly acquire all the people and technology. Accounting business is definitely not an emerging business. The pattern has been fixed long ago. It is very, very difficult to develop. It is not an emerging industry, which means that the industry rules are controlled by those giants, and it is difficult for newcomers to stand out. The more you develop, the more you will find that those giants are really dirty. In order to ensure their monopoly, they will do everything they can. Chap has seen the bottleneck of his career. Either he sells the company, and the money will achieve wealth freedom, and he will eat, drink and have fun in this life. Or he will join those giants and become someone else's younger brother. Chap is unwilling to struggle for so many years, and the result is just like this. Fortunately, he soon got an opportunity. His old classmate, Anne-Marie Hogg, became the leader of the Disaster Control Bureau. Here I want to introduce Anne-Marie Hogg, a strong woman who has worked in the government for a long time. She has been in the U.S. Government Accounting Responsibility Office, which is an important department under Congress. Due to the Battle of New York, the battle between superheroes and alien invaders caused great losses to New York. From this, a problem was born. Who will take care of the ruins after the war? Even this question can be extended. Since both heroes and villains have very powerful abilities, the battles between them are also very destructive. From the least, a building can be destroyed, and from the most serious, an entire block or city can be destroyed. Who is responsible for these destructions? Leave it to the people to be responsible for themselves? Believe it or not, if the government dares to say so, the people will collectively take to the streets and drive it out of office the next day. So after discussion, Congress and the White House established the Disaster Control Bureau. The Disaster Control Bureau appeared in the movie Spider-Man: Homecoming and expelled Adrian Toomes and his cleaning team who were cleaning up the New York battlefield, causing Adrian to become the villain Vulture. And Anne-Marie Hogg is the fat woman who drove Adrian away. The Disaster Control Bureau, Damage Control, also known as the Disaster Control Company, is essentially a construction company that specializes in repairing property losses caused by the battles between heroes and villains. Of course, companies need to make profits. The U.S. governments at all levels pay for the repair of losses, and sometimes the parties who caused the damage also need to pay, but heroes and villains are mostly anonymous, so it is difficult to find them. As a country that likes to capitalize everything, the government likes to push everything to the market. So this Disaster Control Bureau is actually jointly funded by the Stark Group and the Wayne Group. On the one hand, the two companies have sufficient technical reserves and strong financial support. On the other hand, the two consortiums have jointly established a foundation to help superheroes pay part of the compensation. Of course, the US government cannot let good people suffer. Well, it's actually a secret operation. Forget about the Stark Group. Others really have strong technical reserves. They can transform those alien technologies. The US government attaches great importance to this. The Wayne Group. To be honest, it's a lot worse. The Wayne Group is very large, but it is not a technology company. Although it has one of the world's top cutting-edge laboratories such as Star Laboratory, it cannot change its attributes. This is pure secret operation. But no one will bring it up. After all, the owner of the Wayne Group is the superhero K. Wayne. In short, with the participation of the two major capitals, the Disaster Control Bureau is completely established. Afterwards, Mrs. Hogg found her old friend Chap to serve as the actuary of the Disaster Control Bureau. This is very important. Because the Disaster Control Bureau needs to deal with insurance companies and the government, there can't be any problems in the accounts. Chap also saw the prospects of the Disaster Control Bureau. As long as his firm is tied to the Disaster Control Bureau, the benefits will be huge. Later, as the situation developed, the Disaster Control Bureau was promoted, not just limited to New York. After all, Miami and Hawaii were razed to the ground by monsters, and reconstruction also required the intervention of the Disaster Control Bureau. Mrs. Hogg left New York, and Chap became the person in charge of New York. Speaking of which, these two reconstruction projects alone brought tens of billions of revenue to the Disaster Control Bureau, and subsequent revenue will even continue to increase. It's revenue, not profit. Anyway, In the United States, as long as you get involved with a government. No, it's the same all over the world. No matter what business you do, as long as you get involved with a government, it's really hard not to make money. Otherwise, the military-industrial complex would not spend hundreds of millions of dollars lobbying the government every year. Because the money spent will be earned back 10 times or even dozens of times. But with the development of the Disaster Control Bureau, there is no doubt that another group of people will lose the opportunity to make a profit, just like Adrian, who was directly caused to bankruptcy by the Disaster Control Bureau. In the end, he had to take the road of crime. Adrian was not the only one who was harmed by this. For example, this mission was to a huge construction group in New York, United Construction Group. Does this name sound familiar? Yes, it was the place where the beautiful woman who had an affair with Matt, Karen Page, used to work. In the past, Kingpin was the actual controller of this company, and he used this company to launder money. Therefore, Karen was framed for murder. Although Karen's suspicion of murder was cleared with the help of Matt and Fudge, the company did not go bankrupt because of this. After all, the person involved, that is, the chief financial officer of United Construction, had surrendered. Then during the trial of the case, he committed suicide. It was a real suicide. It was not suicide. But his family received tens of millions of compensation and could live a worry-free life. Although it was clear that he was taking the blame for someone else, the police could not do much. First of all, there was no clue. Secondly, although Kingpin was the actual controller of this company, the shares of this company were not all in Kingpin's hands. On the contrary, Kingpin did not have many shares in his hands. Most of the shares of this company were in the hands of those bigwigs. Kim Byung will not keep all the profits from money laundering, but will share them with the bigwigs. Real bigwigs will not show their faces when they make money. For example, the most famous Enron incident. Enron was once one of the world's largest energy, commodity and service companies, and ranked 7th in the Fortune magazine's US 500. However, on December 2, 2001, Enron suddenly filed for bankruptcy protection in the New York Bankruptcy Court, and the case became the second largest corporate bankruptcy case in U.S. history. Because of false accounting, 29 people including Enron's former founder, CEO, and chief financial officer were sued. In addition, Citigroup, J.P. Morgan Chase, and other investment banks were suspected of financial fraud and were ordered to pay $2 billion and $2.2 billion to the victims in the Enron case. But you don't think that only those 29 people made a lot of money from it? As for those investment banks suspected of financial fraud, they only made $2 billion and $2.2 billion in the Enron incident, right? Anyway, I don't know how many people jumped off the building because of their losses, but how many people were able to get their wealth back? The real bosses have long been in the bag. Similarly, the chief financial officer of United Construction is suspected of money laundering, and the company has no problems, so the police can't liquidate this guy's company. This company not only still exists, but also has good benefits, but there is no money in it. The one who wants to get rid of Chap this time is the current boss of United Construction. He bought the company after the scandal of United Construction. Originally, United Construction was strong and had a wide network of people. If it hadn't been for the scandal, this boss would not have been able to take it down. He was lucky. But unexpectedly, with the emergence of the Disaster Control Bureau, most of the fat meat of the New York reconstruction project was taken by the Disaster Control Bureau. United Construction can't get involved at all. They tried to get some projects through Chap, but Chap is concentrating on his career at the moment and doesn't want to do anything crooked. If he can get on the Wayne Consortium or the Stark Consortium, then his firm will take off, and the Disaster Control Bureau is about to take off. Why would he do such a thing? Also, do they think that the supervision of the Stark and Wayne consortiums is for nothing? So I rejected the request. This really stirred up a hornet's nest. You know, United Construction is not a company of one person, but a profit group. They could have taken a big piece of fat from the New York reconstruction project. But with the entry of the Disaster Control Bureau, their fat flew away. Isn't this just robbing money from them? Oh, the bosses behind the Disaster Control Bureau are Kai and Tony. That's fine. We are acquaintances. Everyone is following each other. Let's not disturb the two superheroes. We can't get the fat, so let the people below slip their fingers and drink some soup. As a result, chapter. No. That's enough. If we can't deal with Kai and Tony, can we deal with you? Don't think that big people do things in an orderly manner, and everyone fights in a civilized manner. Bullshit. Real business wars are very cruel. Poisoning, fighting, and snatching official seals. That's all low-key. Real business wars are not about business, but about the station. Kill him. Who said that big people can't be simple and rough? So there was this chap worked overtime until late at night as usual. After finishing his work, chap drove home from the underground parking lot with his bodyguard. His home is not in Manhattan. Chap is a black man who grew up in Brooklyn. Later he went to Yale, which was very rare. At his age, when he was young, racial discrimination was still very serious. He was definitely a rare talent to be admitted to Yale at that time. It was also at Yale that he met his old classmate Anne-Marie Hogg. Chap is a nostalgic person, so his home has always been in Brooklyn, just not in the original neighborhood. No matter how nostalgic he is, he can't live in the slums, right? Brooklyn also has rich areas. So he needs to cross the Brooklyn Bridge every day to go to and from work. Hi, Angel. How was your day? After leaving the office, chap greeted his bodyguard. Not bad, sir. Just a little boring. Angel sounds like a woman's name, but this woman doesn't look like a woman at all. She is not tall, but very strong, with obvious muscles. She looks more like a man when she wears a jacket, long-sleeved shirt, soft leather gloves, tank top, jeans and boots. Looking at her chest, you can't tell whether it is fat or muscle. Yes, this is another acquaintance. Remember Wade Wilson? That funny guy Deadpool. When Wade's girlfriend was kidnapped to the old shipyard, there were two mutants, one of whom was Wade's mortal enemy Ajax, and the other was Ajax's assistant Angel Dust. After Ajax died, Angel was arrested. But because Angel was not the mastermind, and the government's policy on mutants, she was released after a few years in prison. After all, she was not the mastermind, plus she used her own property to hire a good lawyer, so she naturally came out early. But because of the lawsuit, she had no money. So she needed to come out to make money. But she had a criminal record, and she was a mutant, which meant that she had to be careful when doing bad things. She might be approached by superheroes at any time. So she worked as a bodyguard. Chap was just afraid of death and had money. Chap was not a fool. He knew that he blocked many people's financial paths, so of course he had to pay attention to his own safety. He still had a bright future. He didn't want to die so early. I'm sorry, Angel, you have to understand an old man like me, I'm no longer old enough to run around. Chapter 1635 The last 2 days. Angel is actually quite miserable. Angel's real name is Christine. She was born in Chicago and had a peaceful childhood. When telling a story, there will definitely be a but here. But later, she awakened her superpowers and found that she was a mutant. She had the ability to secrete a large amount of adrenaline at a very fast speed, so she could have superhuman strength for a short period of time. She also changed from a beautiful ordinary girl to a King Kong Barbie in a very short time. Her body was so strong that she tried all kinds of ways to get rid of this state. To be honest, who would want to turn herself into a muscular man? Especially when she was still a little girl. She tried to seek help from her parents. But the social atmosphere at that time was full of fear and discrimination against mutants. Her transformation did scare her parents. She also thought that her parents, like other humans who fear mutants, would refuse to acknowledge that she was their daughter, so she chose to run away from home. At least she didn't want to hear those sad words from her parents. A 15 or 16-year-old girl, entering society, wants to survive, but it is not as simple as in fairy tales, where she can just pick up food in the forest with a basket. She needs to survive, so she naturally needs a little bit of skills. In short, she became bad. It is not easy to learn good things, but it is easy to learn bad things. She quickly learned the rules of survival on the street, and more importantly, her physique provided great convenience. She used her fists to exchange bread for herself. She learned her fighting skills at that time. She fought in black boxing, helped people collect debts, and even helped people as a thug. In short, she has done all kinds of underworld jobs. Oh, except for the technical jobs on the bed. The threshold for that thing is very low, but at least there are requirements for appearance and figure. Obviously, her type is not competitive. Maybe there are people who have such a fetish, but there must be not many. Street standing is still facing the public. Too weird will starve to death. Anyway, she has been hanging around for 10 years. She finally found a good job and joined an evil group, that is, to make a living with IX. At least she doesn't think there's anything wrong with it. High pay, IX saw her fighting ability and gave her a high salary, little work, except kidnapping when necessary. She didn't need to do anything at other times. Close to home, she lived in the company and didn't have her own house. It's a pity that such a good job was ruined by Wade, that bitch. By the way, she was also sent to prison. To be honest, it was her first time to be in jail. But to be honest, that feeling was really good. After all, can prison bullies and ordinary prisoners be treated the same? She is a mutant. But unfortunately, her change is not so obvious. She just has developed muscles. As long as she doesn't fight with all her strength, she is just an ordinary person with abnormal hormones. So she was not sentenced to a special prison. First, because the government's policy on mutants has changed, some mutants who are not dangerous cannot be treated differently. Is Angel dangerous? Not at all. She just participated in kidnapping and didn't even kill anyone. How can she be dangerous? If she is really sentenced to a special prison, her lawyer will have something to say. This is also why Angel is very satisfied with everything. The only thing that makes her unhappy is that a good lawyer is too expensive. But it wasn't all bad. She was sent to prison, but she also met her parents. Only then did she know that her parents were indeed afraid of their daughter's changes, but they had never thought of abandoning her, let alone disowning her as their daughter. To be honest, two ordinary people would be shocked to see their beautiful daughter, who was less than 1.6 meters tall, become a muscular man in a month or two. This is a normal reaction. They didn't expect that their reaction would deeply hurt their daughter and cause her to run away from home. They have been looking for their daughter for many years, but unfortunately, the photos they provided were all photos of Angel when she was normal. It's really difficult to find the current Angel with this. Who would have thought that such a beautiful girl would become a muscular man? Anyway, her parents found her, and after a confession that made people pee, Miss Angel finally had a family again. Although Zue came a little late, she still had one, right? With the warmth of family, Angel no longer wanted to commit crimes. Her family ran a farm. At least it was a medium-sized farm. They were not rich, but there was absolutely no problem in supporting her. If she becomes a criminal again, she will be crazy. Even if she does nothing, the fund prepared by her parents can give her tens of thousands of dollars every year. Tens of thousands of dollars is not a small amount. In her hometown, she can live comfortably with tens of thousands of dollars. The United States is the same as China. Not every place has such high consumption. At least the consumption level in many small places is quite affordable. But Angel, who is used to being independent, doesn't want to go home and be a parasite, so she finds a job for herself. But she has no looks, no diplomas, and even her work experience is all underworld work. How can ordinary companies hire her? Just when she was discouraged and planned to return to her hometown to inherit the family business and become a redneck, there was light at the end of the tunnel. A fat old woman found her. Well, she is the head of the Disaster Control Bureau, and she is recruiting her subordinates to join the Disaster Control Bureau. And Marie Hogg is not a good man and a believer. She used to be very successful and was considered a rising star in the political arena. Unfortunately, she stood on the wrong side and ruined her future. She has been the director of the Government Accounting Responsibility Office for more than 10 years. There was no chance for promotion. When the Disaster Control Bureau was established, she keenly discovered the opportunity, so she bet everything on becoming the founder of this new functional department. Many people actually don't think this department is promising. After all, it is a public-private partnership, controlled not only by the government but also by two major financial groups. There are too many mothers-in-law. Most people would never think that this department has any prospects. But he keenly discovered the loopholes. First of all, the two major financial groups do control the Disaster Control Bureau, but they pay more attention to economic benefits. Yes, although there are superheroes behind the two major financial groups, the question is how can superheroes manage a construction company? They only care about whether the Disaster Control Bureau can complete its work, and they don't care about other things. The government also didn't pay much attention to this construction company, even if they gave a lot of authorization. Hogg didn't plan to engage in corruption in this company. What's money? She has bigger ambitions. She even thinks that the economic benefits of the Disaster Control Bureau are the most useless things, and those government authorizations are the real wealth. The Disaster Control Bureau has been granted many authorizations, and if she wants, she can get more, with the endorsement of 2 superheroes. Yes, she has been using 2 super powerful superheroes to endorse her power. The amazing thing is that both sides ignore this behavior. No, it's not that they ignore it, but both sides don't care much. Whether it's Kai or Tony, they tacitly don't interfere with the government. So far, no public media has ever seen any comments on government affairs from the two. The government's top officials have never commented on what the 2 superheroes have done. That's right, both sides tacitly ignore each other. It's a very clear boundary. It is also this mutual disregard that makes Mrs. Hogg inexplicably become a bridge between the two, although both sides don't actually need this thing at all. But she still silently put herself in this position and cleverly used this advantage to make the government think that she can talk to the two. In fact, Hogg has never met Kai so far. She has only been in contact with Tony. But it is such a simple lie that has given her the right to speak that she has never had before. She made the government and the 2 superheroes think that they were each other's people. The government thought she was the agent of the 2 superheroes in the government, and the 2 superheroes also thought she was the government's person. Both sides maintain restraint and respect for each other. This gave her the opportunity to exploit loopholes. She began to recruit people. Mutants. A construction company recruited mutants. Amazing, right? But she had this authority, and neither the government nor the 2 superheroes had any opinions on this. Of course, Mrs. Hogg couldn't be too much, she was very low-key. Power sometimes does not lie in the tone. Angel also joined the disaster control company at this time, nominally an office clerk. Outrageous. After Hogg left New York, Chap took over. And Angel became Chap's assistant. Although she did the work of a bodyguard. But Angel thought it was okay, just a little boring, but isn't normal work like this? After all, normal work does not require employees to go out to kidnap. In fact, the old man Chap is quite easy to get along with. He is a real American, the kind of American with the orthodox American spirit, adhering to traditional values. Except for his skin, he is more old white than old white men. He cares about his family, he has a wife, and he never messes around. He is a typical Puritan, and he goes to church every Sunday. He donates to his school, whether it is high school or college, and he supports his school team. He is an avid fan of the NCAA. Normally, he is easy to get along with, very polite, and he is always polite to ladies. To be honest, Angel feels that he is not bad to get along with. Go home, Angel is Chap's assistant, and she protects his safety by the way. Mrs. Chap likes Angel very much. Her physique probably accounts for most of the reasons. After all, no matter how much a couple loves each other, if the husband has a coquettish assistant, they will also murmur in their hearts. But Angel is not among them. On the contrary, Mrs. Chap really wants Angel, so Mr. Chap needs to worry. After all, in today's society, nothing is impossible. No, not today. Today is my high school coach's birthday. I need to go to his house to celebrate his birthday with him. Sir, this is not your schedule. If you want to change your schedule, you should tell me in advance. I will send a security team to confirm safety in advance. The Disaster Control Bureau is so large that it is naturally impossible to be casual about the security of important people. Angel is just one of the links in the security process. It must be said that Angel is still very adaptable to this role and does it in a very good manner. Angel also thinks so. Anyway, she feels that being a bodyguard for a rich man is not much different from being a thug for a gangster boss. I'm sorry, Angel, you have to forgive the willfulness of an old man. I don't want those people to disturb an old man, Chap said very apologetically. My coach, he is a great man. He puts all his energy on us kids. He always tells us tirelessly that learning can change life. He is always afraid that we will mix with those bad guys. He doesn't like people of questionable character hanging around on his lawn. Then, Chap became nagging. He started to talk about his high school basketball coach. He always thought I could be an excellent professional player. Although in our time, the NBA was a symbol of vulgarity, but it really made money. He felt sorry that I didn't go professional after college. He always thought I was the best player of that class. I should be able to be a guy like Magic Johnson. Then Chap talked about how good his coach was to him. It was his coach who pulled him out of the party, so he didn't participate in the subsequent gunfight. In short, a lot of things. Okay. I will go with you, But you must promise to leave before 11 o'clock. Otherwise, Mrs. Chap will be worried again. Great. Angel, you are still so considerate. Chap was overjoyed. He didn't look like a shrewd and cold-blooded actuary at all, but like an old naughty boy. In this regard, Chap is indeed good. He never replaces work with life. Of course, Angel also thinks that Chap saying that he has a talent for basketball is pure bullshit. He is less than 1.8 meters tall. What NBA? The NBA of their era was all about classicism, an era of tall people. Short people had no chance. Maybe his coach lied to him? At least he didn't join the gang. This coach is really great. Soon 2 cars set off. I still think there should be 3 cars. In the car, Angel complained, "You are going to a birthday party, not to have an affair. Why are you sneaking around?" The bodyguard and driver sitting in the front row held back their laughter. "Oh, Angel, you always speak so bluntly, but you can modify it appropriately. It will sound better that way." Chap covered his forehead. He got along well with his bodyguard and driver. But he didn't want others to laugh at him. "I modified it," Angel said righteously. Okay, it's not your fault. I just said, forget it. What I mean is that my coach doesn't like too many people watching at his door. You are enough. His neighborhood is very safe." Chap gave up discussing rhetoric with a guy who dropped out of the 9th grade. What a strange habit. If it were me, I would wish my students were more impressive. Then I would have. Suddenly Angel stopped. "Slow down," she shouted. "What's wrong?" Chap fastened his seat belt immediately. The car in front. She was just about to say there was a problem when she heard a bang. The car in front was blown away. The driver quickly turned the steering wheel. Fortunately, Angel reminded him that the speed was not fast, and now he could turn the steering wheel to avoid the explosion. Chapter 1636. The last day. The bodyguard sitting in the passenger seat was the first to move. He unbuckled his seat belt, pulled out his pistol from his armpit, and then shouted to the driver, "Back up. Back up. Don't even think about rushing over at this time. The car in front of you exploded directly. Would others do it again? It would be right to keep a distance at this time." Unfortunately, they misjudged one thing, that is, the traffic situation of the Brooklyn Bridge. The Brooklyn Bridge spans the East River in New York, USA, connecting the Brooklyn District and Manhattan Island in New York. It is a landmark building in New York, and many movies like to be filmed here. The Brooklyn Bridge is 1,834.8 meters long and 25.9 meters wide. Today, about 140,000 vehicles, more than 1,000 bicycles, and 2,000 pedestrians pass through the bridge every day. Traffic in New York has never been very good. Although it is night now, there are still a lot of cars on the bridge. After all, New York is a city that never sleeps. It is difficult for small places to be empty on the streets at night. So the car backed up for a while and hit the car behind it. "Let's get out of the car," Angel said decisively. "I think it's safer for us to stay in the car," the driver said, a little frightened. The driver was actually a member of the security, but he was just a bodyguard. He had never thought that he would encounter such a thing. Playing with bombs in New York? Aren't you afraid of attracting superheroes? Listen to me. Angela showed his manly side at the critical moment and was very decisive. On the contrary, Chap, as a big shot, was a little panicked. Big shots are also afraid of death. What's more, although the opponents Chap encountered were insidious and cunning, they would not face him with explosives. So he was trembling all over at this time, sitting in the car, his whole body stiff like a primary school student who saw his class teacher. He was sitting upright, as if he would not move. Angel didn't care so much, and directly unbuckled Chap's seat belt, and then ran out with Chapter. "You two stay here and hold the opponent," Angel said to the driver and bodyguard without hesitation. The two stared at Angel with wide eyes. "Don't forget that you have signed the contract. Do you know what will happen to your employer if something happens to you?" Angel knew what the two guys were thinking. When she was a thug for a gangster boss, she had seen this kind of situation many times. Many thugs run faster than their bosses when they really encounter trouble. Of course, the fate of these people will not be very good afterwards. The best result for this bastard, who abandons the boss and runs away, is to become a concrete pier and sink into the river. And the capitalists are much more ruthless than the gangster boss. If you abandon your employer and run away, what awaits you will be an astronomical amount of compensation, and you may also be thrown into prison. So the two were suddenly awakened by the shock, and while frantically calling the police, they took out a semi-automatic from the interlayer of the car. This is the weapon they prepared privately, which is a violation of the rules. Ordinary private bodyguards are not allowed to use excessive force, especially in the United States, in the city. In other countries or private places, some powerful weapons can be used. The United States still has a very complicated control over private armed forces. At least in China, use the car as a cover and stare at the front. Angel hugged Chap and ran away. There was no other way. Chap was an old man. Even though he was a player when he was young, he couldn't stand it now. He didn't even know which foot to take first. So he could only be carried by Angel. In fact, it would be faster if he carried him on his back. But now the enemy was behind him, carrying him on his back. It was like wearing a bulletproof vest. Was he afraid that the killer couldn't kill the target? Looking at the two people running away, the two bodyguards scolded Angel, but they could only hold the enemy here. At this time, a strange figure walked out of the fire. Yes, he walked out of the flames. He was wearing a strange suit, a bit like armor, but it looked lighter. At least his movements were very light. But his mask was a bit scary. It was a skull. Who is he? A new superhero. When you see a person in strange clothes in New York, there are three possibilities. The first one is that they are bored idiots who pretend to be superheroes and want to do justice. This kind of people are what the police hate the most. In fact, the police welcome chivalrous and righteous people. Because the police are also human beings, they have their own sense of right and wrong. In this country, the police can actually do very limited things, because the police have too many restrictions. Sometimes, even when the police have caught criminals, they have to watch them walk out of the court in a swaggering manner. Especially for gangsters, every time the police arrest a bunch of people, only a few of them actually go to jail. The plea bargaining in the U.S. judicial system gives gangsters many opportunities to exploit loopholes. The crime is borne by one person, and a deal is made. The crime is admitted, and then the crime is exempted, and the felony is turned into a minor crime. There are really too many examples of other people being safe and sound. Sometimes the police are also very frustrated, but what can they do? You can't send yourself to jail for a job, right? At this time, the chivalrous and righteous vigilantes can vent their anger for them. Most of the time, the vigilantes don't need evidence, at least there are no judges and lawyers messing around. As long as they identify who is the bad guy, they will go out immediately without dragging their feet. But there are too few such vigilantes. Most of them are just seeking excitement, wearing strange clothes to do justice, but in the end, they are so incompetent that they need the police to clean up the mess when they get into trouble. Some even don't do justice at all, they just want to seek excitement and make trouble everywhere, and in the end, the police are the ones who get into trouble. The second type is the bad guys. These days, supervillains are also beginning to pay attention to packaging. They dress more impressively and are easier to do things. There is no doubt that when the police see this kind of people, they will either shoot them directly or take a detour. The latter is strongly recommended by local police stations. If the police die, the police station will be in trouble. The third type is the new superhero. These days, new superheroes always appear. For example, recently there have been all kinds of superheroes such as Blue Beetle, Deathstroke, etc. So the unlucky couple will guess whether it is a new superhero. If it is, their work will be much easier. This guy is a fan of several superheroes. Do you think he's holding a bow and arrow? And behind him, it seems to be a round shield? What is that clothing? Plastic. After seeing the appearance of the person coming, a bodyguard commented with interest. No matter what, let him stop. At least let him not approach us. Fortunately, the driver was calm after all. Stop. Stand there. Who are you? Report your identity. Otherwise I will shoot. He really fired a shot into the sky. Damn it. Can you stop shooting blindly? Shooting here? Do you want us to all revoke our certificates? They are special security guards of a regular security company, and they have certificates. They can carry guns and even shoot when necessary. But with such power, there are naturally corresponding restrictions, that is, they need to be evaluated every year. The evaluation not only evaluates the business ability, but also requires the bodyguard's own psychology and past records to be reviewed. There can be no stains. Once a mistake is made, it will be demoted at the least, and the license will be suspended directly at the worst. A level of security has a corresponding salary. This thing is directly linked to their income. The Brooklyn Bridge is a landmark building in New York, And when there is so much traffic, the consequences of shooting at random are very serious. Anyway, many reports are inevitable. It is much more troublesome for them to shoot than the police. However, the other party seemed not to hear it, continued to approach, and began to speed up. Fuck. It's the enemy. Shoot. Shoot. At this time, even the dumbest person could see the problem. So the two bodyguards started shooting. For a while, bursts of gunfire were heard on the bridge. But soon the gunfire stopped. And the skull also pulled out his round shield from the bodyguard. Well, this guy used the round shield as a dart and threw it out, cutting off the heads of the two bodyguards at once. The two bodyguards did not gather together, but stood separately to form crossfire. But his shield still cut off the heads of two people at once. There were witnesses in the surrounding cars who watched the whole process. The shield first cut off one person's skull, then hit the ground and bounced off another guy's head, and then the shield directly pierced into the car next to it. Captain America, someone couldn't help shouting. Captain America also appeared during the alien invasion. At that time, there were cameras recording Captain America's fighting scenes. He used the shield very well. It left a deep impression on many people. Now many people understand why Captain America's symbol is the Star-Spangled Shield. However, the man ignored those ordinary people and continued to chase the target. On the other side, on the top of a building not far from the Brooklyn Bridge, a group of people were dumbfounded. What's going on? Why didn't Antonia follow the plan? What is she doing? One person said angrily. According to the original plan, they would not take action on the Brooklyn Bridge at all. It was a public place and it was too conspicuous. This is New York, not the Middle East war zone. Such a fair and above-board action will attract superheroes. Their original plan was to wait for Chap to return home, and then take action and kill Chapter. They have already chosen the person to take the blame, that is, Chap's bodyguard Angel. What will happen to Angel? They don't care at all. They just need Angel to attract the attention of the police, and then they will evacuate. They had simulated all of Angel's technical moves before, and asked Antonia to pretend to be Angel to kill people. But unexpectedly, due to an accident, Antonia suddenly lost control. Chap suddenly changed his schedule and did not plan to go home, but planned to go to his coach's house first. They installed eavesdropping devices around Chapter. They are the Red House, and the professional skills are much better than those dead bodyguards. Those bodyguards did not even notice that the target was eavesdropped. It's just that I don't know how to stimulate Antonia. She suddenly acted out of control. What happened? What did you do? The other people were also confused. We didn't do anything, just report as usual and postpone the action time. Suka, the person in charge, didn't know who to scold again. In short, immediately reformulate the evacuation plan. I will report to the top now, the person in charge said to the people below. I hope Commander Drekhov will not shoot us for this. Several people didn't understand why. Of course they knew that Antonia was Drekhov's daughter. In fact, those who could become Antonia's logistics members must be the people Drekhov trusted the most. Otherwise, how could he let his daughter out? Don't you understand? Antonia is in trouble. Now everyone understood. No one knew the importance of Antonia to Drekhov better than them. If Drekhov didn't still have the Red House in his heart, Antonia would have been well protected in a place where no one knew. But for the Red House, what happened? Drekhov soon learned about Antonia's unusual movements. He was roaring madly at the technicians of the imitation master team. The person in charge wiped his sweat and frantically checked the data sent back by the mind chip. Then he suddenly shouted in surprise, "That's it. It's like this. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. This is simply a miracle." Drekhov looked at him dissatisfied. He only knew that his daughter had a problem, but this dead man was still there with a happy face. Soon the person in charge saw Drekhov's face, so he quickly explained, "It's the brain waves. The mind chip has some problems due to the influence of the brain waves of the main body. But this is a good thing. This is a problem caused by autonomous thinking activities. That means Antonia's brain is showing signs of recovery." Drekhov also understood why the person in charge was so happy. That means Antonia is getting better. Finally. Antonia was injured in 1991, and now it is 2015. A full 24 years. Antonia grew from a 6-year-old girl to a 30-year-old, but she spent all of it in a coma. For a full 24 years, Drekhov has been trying his best to save his daughter. Now there is finally light. After all, She only recovered physically before, and her brain was always in a state of ignorance, without any reaction at all. If it weren't for the mind chip, she wouldn't even be able to do the most basic activities. Bring her back now, Drekhov ordered immediately. However, on the other side, Antonia, or the master of mimicry, is still chasing Chap and Angel. Antonia was much faster than Angel. Seeing the enemy getting closer and closer, Angel gritted his teeth and let go of Chapter. Mr. Chap, go. I'll hold the killer back. Run. You'll be safe when you meet the police. Run. Chap was panicked. What about you? Let's run together. Go. I can't do anything if you're here. You go first. Quick, Angel shouted. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1637. Chap still ran away. He really liked Angel, but that was all. Please, he was not Angel's father, so he was not willing to live and die with her. Even his kindness to Angel was mostly utilitarian. He needed a good bodyguard, and Angel was very strong and met his requirements. Of course he was good to her, because she could save his life when necessary. But to say how much sincerity he had. First of all, it cannot be said that there was none. After all, people are emotional animals, and the two of them got along very happily. Although Angel was not pleasing to the eye, there was nothing wrong with her personality. There were no bad habits that people could not accept, so naturally you could think about it. But compared with Chap's own life, it was obviously much more important. He was a capitalist. So after Chap was sure that Angel really wanted to cover himself, he immediately ran away. This was probably the fastest time he ran since he left college. After all, it was for the sake of his own life. At this time, Angel had already met the master of mimicry who was chasing him. On the other side, the people in the support group received the latest order. Take Antonia back. A group of people looked at each other. Now, yes, it was an order issued by the commander himself. After all, take Antonia back immediately. A complicated expression appeared on the face of the person in charge. If this order was issued earlier, they would have no problem taking Antonia back. They could take a plane and leave in a swagger, but now, the situation has become tense. It will be difficult to leave again. What should we do? Antonia is now only focused on completing the mission and does not listen to our command at all. The person in charge was silent for a moment, and immediately said decisively, the biggest problem now is that we cannot let the superhero catch Antonia, otherwise we will have no way to deal with it. Then what should we do? With the firepower we have now, if a superhero appears, we will not be able to hold him back at all, a subordinate said very irritably. The reason why they made the plan so detailed at the beginning was to avoid the attention of the superhero. The initial plan was very good, just an assassination. As long as they killed Chap and let Angel take the blame, things would be simple afterwards. Can superheroes monitor all of New York? They left after killing people. Even if the superheroes noticed this case, they would have to wait until Angel was cleared of suspicion. By then, they would be nowhere to be found. So what if they are superheroes? They are not gods. In short, the plan is good, but it will be a pain in the ass if something goes wrong. So, is the final trial over? The person in charge suddenly asked. Probably not. The headquarters didn't say anything about it, a subordinate said. That's fine. Let the headquarters change the final trial? You mean, change the content of the trial? That's right. What can we do? We can't stop those superheroes together, but what if we let those Black Widows do it? One of the subordinates raised an objection, but they can't stop superheroes. This is the truth. The Black Widow candidates are very strong. It is no problem for one to beat several of them, but those superheroes are not vegetarians. On the contrary, the destructive power of others is several times, dozens of times that of those Black Widow candidates. Stupid. Who said we should fight head-on? Let them cause chaos in the whole New York. It's better to make it a terrorist attack. When the time comes, all the superheroes will go to save people. Who will come here? That's right. The subordinates also became excited. After all, this is just killing, which is much lighter than a terrorist attack. And they prefer to save people than to fight criminals. Superheroes all have this problem. It is true that they spare no effort to fight crime, But fighting criminals will take a little longer than saving people. At this time, the superheroes in the city have not actually noticed what happened on the Brooklyn Bridge. After all, New York is very big, even superheroes can't really eliminate the crimes in this city. Even Daredevil, who has the highest attendance rate, can't run all over New York in one night, but the Flash may be able to do so. This is even more true for other superheroes, and there are so many things happening in New York every day that superheroes can't handle it. So they never thought that someone would actually plan to launch a terrorist attack on the entire city in order to cover up what happened on the Brooklyn Bridge. After all, this logic is wrong no matter how you think about it. But for the Red House, it is easy to understand. First of all, the final trial, the form is not important, at least it is not important to Drekhov's only daughter. Secondly, the Red House hates Western countries, especially the United States. After all, the United States was the most enthusiastic at the beginning, and Natasha also defected to the United States. It is also the American shield that attacks the Red House. The hatred of the United States has been steadily launching a terrorist attack in New York. I don't know how many members of the Red House dream of doing this. When the news was passed back to the Red House headquarters, Drekhov was a little hesitant. Of course he wanted to save his daughter, but he was still a little reluctant to use public resources. At this time, the importance of a good secretary was reflected. Anyway, most of those candidates will die. In comparison, killing each other is meaningless. Instead of doing this, it is better to do something valuable. For example, save Nia. Believe me, everyone will agree with this decision. Ekaterina knew what Drekhov was worried about. The foundation of the Red House used to be the country. Everyone is a Soviet. For the sake of national interests, they can naturally unite. After that, it was Drekhov who could ensure that the Red House would not fall apart. He led everyone to survive. Although there are national hatreds and family feuds in the middle, the most important thing is Drekhov's prestige. Where does this prestige come from? Fairness. Fairness. Or damn fairness. The reason why Drekhov has prestige is that he is fair to everyone and does not regard the Red House as his own private property. Otherwise, why would everyone listen to Drekhov? In the past, there was a country, you were everyone's superior, and everyone was a civil servant, so it was natural to be obedient. But now the Soviet Union is gone, and Drekhov has no jurisdiction over them in any sense. Everyone is equal. And at this time, the only thing that can restrain everyone is prestige. Of course, Drekhov can use violence to make everyone surrender. But the problem is that violent restraint cannot last long. After all, while violence can suppress others, it may also backfire on itself. So Drekhov did not choose to use this method. That is why Drekhov must care about the opinions of others. It is impossible to be too selfish. Otherwise, why would Antonia go out to perform the mission? Even if he is just making a gesture, he must do this. He just wants to tell everyone that the Red House belongs to everyone. The opportunity offered by Ekaterina at this time can be said to be just right. Even if Drekhov really wants to save his daughter, there are some things he can't say. It's okay for Ekaterina to say it. This is not a question of hypocrisy, but a necessity. When others heard Ekaterina, they all agreed. After all, most of those candidates are already dead in the eyes of others. In this case, it's okay to use their lives to make the final contribution. Thank you everyone. Thank you. Drekhov was so moved that he really wanted to save his Nia at all costs. But due to his identity, he couldn't do that. Black Widow movie, how to say it? It seems that American screenwriters are now the same as domestic screenwriters. They can't make up stories anymore. They just keep criticizing the Russian bear. No wonder the box office of this movie is so bad. The plot is really bad. Especially when Antonia woke up at the end, the first question she asked was whether her father was dead. It felt like her father was inhumane and was even exploiting her. Black bears are nothing. Anyway, the relationship between Americans and Russian bears is like that. It's normal to criticize them in any way, but isn't it a bit logical? So I made some rationalizations. Brooklyn Bridge. Puff. Angel's body hit a car hard, and then she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Not far from her, the Master of Imitation also retracted his fist. Angel looked at the Master of Imitation and couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" This fight was so frustrating. Angel even felt like she was facing another self. The opponent knew all her moves clearly. Every time she made a move, the opponent could predict her moves and then counterattack. That's fine. Just treat the opponent as stronger than you. That's nothing. But damn, this guy's counterattack moves, no matter how you look at it, look like her own moves. Angel didn't learn fighting systematically, her fighting methods are actually all figured out by herself. It can be said that she learned it in actual combat. It's hard for ordinary people to learn, let alone imitate. But if you don't look at the guy on the opposite side, Angel feels like she is looking at a mirror. After 3 minutes, she felt like a puppet, being played in the palm of the other party's hand. However, the master of imitation didn't say anything, but continued to approach Angel, and it seemed that he was going to kill her completely. However, at this time, boom! Suddenly, a building in the distance exploded. Then, like setting off firecrackers during the new year, the whole city became lively, and many buildings exploded. Angel and the master of imitation were stunned. What's going on? Are the big brothers from the Middle East coming to the United States again? Or are there some messy aliens attacking the Earth again? But the two reacted quickly. No matter what happened in the city, it has nothing to do with them now. I don't know who you are, and I don't know what moves you are doing, but I don't believe you can even imitate my strength. It was the explosion just now that woke Angel up from panic. Although the opponent's movements were very similar to his own, there was one big difference. That was strength. The opponent's strength was not small, but compared to Angel, it was still a level lower. In addition to making herself a big muscle, Angel's ability was to secrete a large amount of adrenaline at a very fast speed. It could take her physical fitness to a higher level in a short period of time. Her usual strength was already exaggerated, and it was no problem for her to blow up the engine of a car with one punch. At this time, she was beaten badly, so Angel naturally wouldn't bear it anymore. I saw that the blood vessels on the surface of her body suddenly bulged, and the whole person began to emit heat, just like Luffy in the third gear. The master of imitation obviously didn't know that Angel could use this trick. This trick was used by Angel desperately, and those who had seen this trick basically died. Besides, she didn't use this trick normally. Usually, she needs to hold back when beating up the hooligans, or else, with one punch, the hooligans will explode like tomatoes thrown against the wall. Although she doesn't care about the lives of the hooligans, it's too disgusting, so she needs to hold back, because it's hard to wash off the blood that splashes on her body. Angel turned around and grabbed the car she had just hit, then exerted force, veins all over her body popped up, and she lifted up the Dodge Ram 1500 pickup truck, and then threw it hard at the master of imitation. Americans like pickup trucks very much, with large displacement and heavy weight. It weighs 680 kilograms. This thing will turn into a meat pie when it hits a person. However, the master of imitation dodged the flying pickup truck with a sliding tackle. By the way, while sliding, he also shot an arrow at Angel. Snatch. With a muffled sound, the arrow pierced into the car door fiercely. It turned out that when Angel threw the pickup truck out, he tore the car door off. Now let's start the second round. Angel pulled off a door from a car next to him, and the two doors were like two fans. At the same time, Angel was still thinking that after this incident, she must ask Chap to increase her salary. Then the two fought again. On the other side, the whole New York was in chaos, and the superheroes naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. "Where are you, Tony?" Kai called Tony Stark on the communication while flying to the Chrysler Building. The Chrysler Building is in the east of Manhattan, and Kai's relatively close. So he rushed there first. "I'm in One World Trade Center. Oh my god. The 35th floor is already on fire. I hope the construction company didn't cut corners, otherwise the building here will collapse again," Tony complained on the communication. One World Trade Center, formerly known as the Freedom Tower, is located in Lower Manhattan, New York, USA, on the north side of the original World Trade Center Twin Towers. It is a super high-rise building that integrates office and sightseeing. Next to it is the side of the Twin Towers that collapsed in the attack that year. That's why Tony complains so much? "How's the situation over there?" Tony asked. "Not so good. I have to go into the building to save people now." Kai didn't have any better solution. The explosion didn't cause the building to collapse. It seemed that the power of the explosion was not too great. But the worst thing happened. The explosion caught the building on fire, and Kai had to go in to save people. And he didn't have any better solution. He could destroy the whole building. But that wouldn't be saving people, it would be killing people. Similarly, he didn't have any good way to put out the fire immediately. So he could only use the dumbest way, rushing into the fire and saving people one by one. There was no way to take shortcuts. This is also the biggest problem with fires. Even superheroes can't do anything. Chapter 1638. Fire and water are merciless. There are too many things in this world that can take people's lives. Even superheroes can't bless everyone like gods. In fact, in the first wave of attacks, thousands of people were killed in an instant, but superheroes were powerless. Of course, some people blame superheroes. After all, you are always so powerful and can always defeat criminals, but why didn't you defeat those criminals in advance this time? Why can't you save my family? Why can't you bring people back to life when you are so powerful? In short, there are all kinds of reasons. No one is a saint. Think calmly at this moment. Even when Kai saves people, he will be insulted. For example, now, Kai grabs two people and flies outside, but one of them curses at Kai. Asshole. My money. My money is still at home. Go and take my money out. This bastard. That's my money. It was a bald middle-aged man. Obviously, in his opinion, the property in his safe is more important. Of course, this is not more important than his life. Isn't it safe now? When he was trapped by the fire just now, he didn't think about money at all. Isn't it safe now? He just asked Kai to wait for him so that he could take the money in his safe. But Kai didn't have time to wait for him. He just grabbed other people and ran out. This guy was not happy now. In his opinion, Kai could have waited for him, but he didn't. He wanted to make his property disappear. Of course he would scold Kai. Kai turned a deaf ear to it. After all, his time is precious. If he can be faster, he may save more lives. But the guy didn't care about this. Maybe he confused Kai with the police. After all, people who can work or live here are generally high-income groups. This group of people always look down on public service personnel such as the police, as if they are born to serve them. Although they are not wrong to think so. The Chrysler Building is a commercial office building. Most of the floors here are rented to various business companies for office use. Although there are apartments here, ordinary people rarely live here. Because the high-rise apartments in this kind of skyscrapers are not good for living. The key is that these high-rise apartments are very, very expensive. And those who can afford to buy these high-rise apartments don't mind spending a little more money to buy houses with better living experience, such as villas. You know, many high-rise apartments in New York cost millions of dollars. According to professional media the B1M, 44% of skyscraper apartments in New York have never been lived in. Because in reality, although these buildings look beautiful on the outside and the apartments inside are also the epitome of luxury, they are not considered suitable places to live. They are just a speculative tool. The people who buy these apartments may never even be there. They buy them just to resell them. The next buyer may be a billionaire who will never go there. These apartments are not like Ferraris. They are more like Van Gogh paintings hidden in warehouses bought by rich people, and then they may be resold to other rich people who also put them on the shelf. It is this endless useless transaction that really makes these super skyscrapers profitable. The city's skyline is changing because these buildings are aesthetically perfect, but they are half empty. The middle-aged man is obviously such a person. He may work here or live here. But in short, the income is definitely above the median. But it should not be enough for the wealthy class, otherwise it would not be such a performance. Rich people like that have perfect insurance, so they are not afraid of burning. Anyway, the insurance will pay. What's more, it's okay to burn many things, such as stocks, funds and the like. Those things can be returned with just a formality. Kai expressed regret for what happened to this guy, but it is absolutely impossible to say that he is not unhappy in his heart. Please, he saved this bastard, but this grandson didn't say a single good word, but kept insulting him. If it weren't for the fact that he really suffered heavy losses, Kai would definitely teach this bastard a lesson. But now, it's a good thing. Doing good things is not to please others, but to satisfy yourself. Of course, not all the people Kai met were bastards, or this kind of people are actually always a minority. Shut up. You ungrateful bastard. He saved us. You're still there insulting a hero for your little money. Kai? You really should throw this bastard into the fire. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I know you saved a lot of people, you must be a little tired. The one who spoke for Kai was a young man. He was forced into a corner by the flames. If it weren't for Kai, even if he didn't burn to death, he would have been choked to death by the thick smoke. In fact, only a few people were actually burned to death in the fire. Most of them died of choking or lack of oxygen. So time is very important. Kai must rescue more people as soon as possible. Otherwise, many people in the building will be choked to death even if they are not burned to death. You know, in this modern building, many things are chemical products, and these things will be very toxic after burning. When the middle-aged man heard the young man's words, he was immediately scared and hugged Kai's thighs tightly. He suddenly realized his situation. Kai smiled at the young man. Okay, we're about to land. Of course he wouldn't kill anyone. In fact, the young man was just trying to scare the fool. Even if Kai wanted to kill someone, he had to do it with someone behind his back. Kai quickly sent them to the ground. The reporters around him swooped over like flies seeing shit. They wanted to interview Kai. Although Kai's appearance rate has always been quite high, interviewing at this time is completely different from interviewing at other times. Whoever can interview him will definitely guarantee the ratings. Just like most people in front of TV shows now, they don't really care about the victims in the fire. Even if they say they care, they actually want to watch the excitement in their hearts. Because they know that every second of Kai's time is important, but they still hope that Kai will stop and say something. This will make the news even more exciting tomorrow. Maybe someone will say that Kai is ignoring human life by stopping to be interviewed, and then a lot of people will quarrel. That's interesting. However, what is disappointing is that Kai didn't pay any attention to those people at all and rushed into the building again. Instead, the two people who were just rescued quarreled in front of the camera. The gist of it was that the young man had just threatened the middle-aged man. Not only did the middle-aged man cry in front of the camera about Kai's disregard for other people's property, he also cried about the young man and Kai teaming up to intimidate him. This made the reporters very happy. What they care about is the news. The more popular and curious the news is, the better. As for whether it is true or not, it doesn't matter at all. Besides, it was not made up by them, but said by this bald guy. Even if there are any problems in the end, they don't need to be responsible. The young man was immediately unhappy. You bastard. You were hiding in the office crying and shouting before, and even I could hear you. As a result, when Kai rescued you, you immediately turned your face against me. Fuck it. You are a bitch. Kai should really abandon you. Anyway, people like you are useless to live. The middle-aged man's face flushed. Why can't I scold him? He damaged my property. Their superheroes are here to serve the public. Why can't I scold them if they don't provide good service? Fuck. What do you think a superhero is? Your babysitter? Even the police are responsible for your life and property. Why do superheroes need to serve you? You paid the superheroes. The middle-aged man said it so matter-of-factly that the young man was completely angry. At this time, the quarrel also caused a commotion among other victims. Some of them started to curse because they lost their wealth, lost their families, or were simply frightened, which led to psychological imbalance. But more people were full of gratitude to Kai. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't be alive today. This kind of building fire is the most difficult to deal with. First of all, the fire brigade can't put out the fire in the first time when the upper floors are on fire. It's too high, and the firefighters can't put out the fire outside the building. The water jet can't go up, so they can only enter the building to put out the fire. However, the problem is that after entering the building, the firefighters are not only in danger themselves, but also because of the fire, they can't go to higher floors to put out the fire. The two gangs actually quarreled in public. Fortunately, no one really did it. Anyway, it was very lively, and the reporters were about to climax. Just this, they could have a topic for a few days, and then find some random experts. Let me say that not only the Chinese experts are speechless, but also the foreign experts, who are all manipulated spokespersons, dare to say any stupid things, and have all kinds of experts. Matt, how is it? Did you find the attacker? Kai wet a blanket, wrapped the three girls, broke the window and flew out, while talking to others. All the superheroes with superpowers ran out to save people, and heroes like Matt who didn't have any superpowers, or who didn't have any special skills in saving people, went to chase the attacker. Matt is the main force. His ability has a natural advantage in finding people and investigating. Huff, but Matt seemed to have a little difficulty in replying. Fuck. Matt, what are you doing? Don't tell me you're in the hotel. Matt's panting made Kai think wrongly. Then there was another sound that made people think wrongly. Of course not. Matt could finally speak. Just now someone clamped my neck. It was a female killer, probably from the Red Room. It was a bit difficult to deal with. Her ground skills were quite good, and I was almost killed by her thighs. Wow. How did she clamp me? I want to switch with her. Fuck. You didn't see that woman just peed all over me. I will destroy this mecha when I get home. I will never wear this again. Only Tony Stark can say such a thing. Shut up. Tony. How long will it take for your robot rescue team to arrive? The speaker was Rod, Tony's old friend, who happened to be in New York today. He was also wearing a mecha to save people. Jarvis is being transformed. You know, I never thought of this situation before, Tony said, a little unhappy. Tony had invented the robot army before, which was a robot made for Ultron. These robots were inferior to mechas in terms of technical content, but the cost was much lower, so a lot of them could be made, and it was easy to replenish them if they broke. In Tony's mind, when Ultron is born, these robot armies will become Ultron's limbs. They will carry out missions around the world at the same time with Ultron's unparalleled computing power. In this way, the work of superheroes will be completely replaced by artificial intelligence. Even according to Tony's idea, these robot armies can even replace the duties of the police. If a crime occurs at any location, under the control of Ultron, they will rush to the scene of the crime as soon as possible. This is much better than superheroes. But the problem is that there is no clue about the Ultron plan now, and only a small number of robot armies have been produced, and they are still prototypes. Because according to Tony's idea, after Ultron appears, the subsequent functions of the robots will be handled by Ultron. After all, what he wants to design and develop is an artificial intelligence with self-awareness and learning ability. This little thing is too easy for Ultron. But now he is too busy, so Tony can only take out the robot army to use it first, but it needs adaptive transformation. Okay, stop arguing. Ask Dahlia and Yelena, what the hell is the Red House doing? Why did they suddenly come out to attack New York? Kai was not here to listen to their quarrel. However, before he could reply, an emergency call came in. It was from Sage. Boss, there was a serious safety accident at the Brooklyn Bridge. It is suspected that 2 mutants were fighting. Now the entire Brooklyn Bridge is blocked. We often can't get through at all. Who of you is free? Go over. Now people in the whole Manhattan are running around, all stuck on the bridge. I'm afraid there will be riots. In fact, it's not just a Brooklyn Bridge, but everywhere is blocked. After the attack in New York, the first thought of many New Yorkers was to run away quickly. After all, they didn't know who or what was attacking New York. If there was another alien attack, so they all ran away. Because of the attack, the New York City government suspended public transportation to the outside world at the fastest speed, such as subways and airplanes, so people could only drive out by themselves. Now, everything is blocked together. The police are now running around in a hurry. They need people everywhere, but there is a large area of congestion and there are problems with the transportation of police forces. The police can't just run on foot, right? New York is really big. Fortunately, New York has rich experience and many contingency plans, so it is not helpless. But sometimes plans cannot be executed perfectly, such as the police in Brooklyn are really helpless. There are attacks everywhere, so of course the police will go to places where they are more needed. The Brooklyn Bridge is not urgent. It's just a fight between mutants. It's probably useless for ordinary police to go there, and there is no one in the special department. Jessica and others have gone to rescue people, and everyone else has also dispersed. We can only ask Kai for help. Chapter 1639. I can't leave here. Who of you is free? Kai was rescuing people. Just now, there was an explosion on the first floor. Something in the building was ignited, causing the explosion. The fire was suppressed by the firefighters, but the explosion was in vain. The fire became more intense, and Kai had to fly in to save the firefighters. But it also delayed Kai's actions. I'm even busier here. There is a charity party being held on the upper floor of the Freedom Tower today. A group of upper-class people are trapped. The calls are directly to my personal phone. If something goes wrong, even I can't stand it. The United States likes charity very much, because charity is also a business and the best tax avoidance plan, so many rich people are very keen on doing this. As for whether it is really charity, only God knows. But these people's identities and influence are combined, and even Tony has to take it seriously. Tony really doesn't like this, But don't forget that the reason why Tony can be so arrogant in the United States is because he relies on this rule, so even if he doesn't like it, he must ensure the safety of these dignitaries. 1 or 2 doesn't matter, Tony can completely ignore them. Even 10 or so people would not be a problem for Tony, but if there were dozens or hundreds of them, Tony would have to take them seriously. After all, they represent the entire class. Fuck, why can't these idiots find a better place to gather? Tony actually hated these people. After all, in Tony's opinion, more than 90% of these people were idiots and had no benefit to the world, but their status and influence were very large. If he didn't care, there would definitely be a lot of trouble. What's more terrible is that these people actually quarreled over who should leave first. Everyone felt that they were more important than others and had to move first. Tony originally said that the government had prepared a helicopter and would soon reach the top floor, so they didn't have to rush. But these guys didn't. They had to leave in advance, as if they couldn't show their status if they didn't do so. Of course, the better thing about them than Kai is that no one dared to look at Tony. After all, Tony was famous for his willfulness. If he was really angry, he really wouldn't save him. I feel like I'm about to become a rich man's elevator. These guys are so troublesome. It's better to save others than to save them. Kai didn't listen to the complaints, but asked others. The others were similar, all very busy. Now there are guys who take advantage of the chaos to make trouble everywhere. Even heroes who are not good at saving people have to go out to help the police maintain order at this time. No one has time. How about I go? Natasha took the initiative to stand up and said. Natasha has been investigating the Red House recently. When the attack started, she did not participate. It's very simple. She is also a superhero who is not very good at saving people. She can kill people, but rarely saves people. Later, when she heard that it was the Red House killer who was causing trouble, Natasha's first reaction was disbelief. After all, she came out of the Red House and knew their style of doing things. Why is it called Black Widow? Because the Black Widow spider in the real world is very small and looks inconspicuous, but it is very deadly. They advocate using the smallest cost in exchange for the greatest benefit. So the Red House focuses on assassination and intelligence. Neither of them likes to make a big noise. And this attack obviously violated the rules of the Red House. But as several Black Widow candidates were arrested, Natasha had to believe that it was really the Red House that launched the attack. But this brings up another question. Why did the Red House do this? This is not only contrary to their style of doing things, but also has no benefits. Anyway, Natasha couldn't think of what benefits the Red House would gain by doing this. Could someone pay them to launch an attack in the United States? It's not impossible, but the guerrillas in the Middle East can't afford it. Besides, the US military has begun to speed up its withdrawal from that broken place. After all, oil prices have begun to fall. With the development of new energy and the fall of US hegemony, the US dollar naturally does not need to be linked to oil. It is no longer in the interests of the United States to stay in that broken place. Anyway, they only need to control the bridgehead in the Middle East, and the United States can meet its own oil supply. By the way, the US shale oil industry completely collapsed a few days ago. There is no way. The importance of oil has decreased, causing oil prices to be cut in half again and again. In the past, the shale oil industry in the United States actually relied on government subsidies to survive. Unless the oil price rises, shale oil has no ability to self-transfuse. The cost of mining this thing is too high. When the oil price is low, the more you mine, the more you lose. In the past, in order to maintain its own oil reserves, the United States would try its best to give subsidies. The government would give as much subsidies as the production. But as the role of oil declined, causing the oil price to fall wildly, the US government could no longer continue to subsidize. As the new energy forces within the government showed an overwhelming trend, the US government also canceled the subsidies. There is no way. After not being able to harvest the whole world, the government's finances are already very tight. If it is transfused with blood, it really can't bear it. So the shale oil industry collapsed directly. Although the United States has not completely gotten rid of oil, according to the prediction of authoritative organizations, the United States will completely get rid of oil in the next 20 years. It's not that oil is completely useless. After all, oil is the basic raw material for many chemical materials, but it is impossible to be as important as before. I'm getting off topic. In short, as the importance of oil has been reduced again and again, The United States is naturally not interested in arguing with its big cousins in the Middle East. Those Middle Eastern cousins are now fighting for their own territory. Who would pay so much money to launch an attack in the United States? All the hatred of the time is ultimately because of interests. Without direct interests, the United States will not stay in the Middle East to attract hatred. So Natasha is very curious about what happened that caused the Red House to suddenly do such a nonsensical thing. However, even if the Black Widow candidates were arrested, none of them were willing to betray the Red House. As for torture, it's useless. Ordinary torture is almost the same as massage for them. We can only wait and see if Yelena and Dahlia can tell their stories and change their minds. Natasha didn't have anything important to do for a while, so she offered to help. Okay, Kai didn't care and just reminded, be careful of the crazy people in the Red House. By the way, did I forget something? Kai completely forgot about the Master of Imitation. He was still thinking about how to catch that guy. Kai knew that the Master of Imitation had arrived in the United States, but he didn't know when he would take action. I was thinking about when to start the action, but now I have completely forgotten it. I just feel like I have something to do. Forgot? That shouldn't be an important thing. Natasha didn't care and just said casually. That's right. Wow. Angel fell to the ground again. It's really annoying. What kind of monster are you? Angel relied on the burst of adrenaline and was indeed rampant for a while. During this period of time, her physical fitness became extremely strong. Whether it was strength or physical toughness, it was outrageous. The Master of Mimicry used various weapons but failed to hurt her. But this move has a disadvantage, that is, it has a time limit. Just like Ultraman, it will run out of power after a few minutes. After all, the secretion of a huge amount of adrenaline will also cause damage to the body. Overdose of adrenaline can cause nausea, vomiting, pale complexion, tachycardia, chest tightness, ventricular premature beats, sharp rise in blood pressure, muscle tremors, unsteady gait, chills, fever, sweating, dilated pupils, wheezing breathing, convulsions, etc. A sharp rise in blood pressure is accompanied by a throbbing headache. Severe cases can cause pulmonary edema, ventricular fibrillation, cerebral hemorrhage, coma, and paralysis of the heart and respiratory center. Of course, Angel's physical fitness does not need to worry about fainting directly, but the problem is that her body cannot ignore the law of conservation of energy and secrete adrenaline without restriction. Her body cannot bear it. So that kind of outbreak can only be temporary. Then she was beaten. After her outbreak, she did have the upper hand, but unfortunately, the skull on the opposite side was too flexible. She couldn't hide him at all. If she couldn't hide him, it would be useless. Then wait until the outbreak phase is over, she returns to her original state, and then she is beaten in various ways. But what Angel doesn't know is that it's not only her who is depressed. The support staff of the Master of Taskmaster are also depressed. Why did Nia get entangled with that mutant? Can't we just bypass her and kill the target? The Taskmaster is not a turn-based fighter, she is a killer, and completing the target is her first priority. Although Angel is troublesome, she is not the target at all. The Taskmaster does not need to get entangled with her at all, just find the target and kill it, and everything will be done. Why would he run to fight someone one-on-one like a reckless man? I don't know. Nia's out of control now. God knows what went wrong. Wait, what is that? Suddenly, the support team suddenly saw something approaching the bridge at a high speed. Wait? Is that a flying car? It's Natasha. The traitor, what? Why did Natasha come here? Did she find out Nia's identity? Bullshit. Only we know Nia's identity. Even those candidates have never seen Nia. How could it be leaked? Antonia acts as the Taskmaster. Only a very few people know the real identity of the Taskmaster, and those candidates in the Red House have never seen the Taskmaster. Naturally, they can't know that she is from the Red House. As for the leak from the Red Room, let's not talk about who would leak to a traitor like Natasha, just say that if someone really leaked, the Red Room would not have existed until today. So Natasha could not possibly know Nia's true identity. Then why did she come here? This is also what others don't understand. Maybe it's a coincidence. At this time, one of them suddenly thought, look, New York is in chaos at this time. Superheroes like Kai and Tony Stark definitely don't have time to pay attention to this place, right? After all, they have to save people, and this is just a fight between two people. But Natasha doesn't need to save people. What can she do? At the disaster relief site, Her role is not even as useful as a professional firefighter, so it makes sense for her to come and deal with it, although everyone thought he was talking nonsense at first. How could it be so coincidental? But after thinking about it carefully, I found that it really makes sense. Indeed, in this situation, those American superheroes naturally have to rush to save people, but what can Natasha, a spy with blood on her hands, do? She is stronger than ordinary people and has a quicker reaction, but she has not received professional training, so she may not be stronger than firefighters. In this case, there is not much she can do, so it is reasonable for her to come here. After all, the Brooklyn Bridge is also a landmark building. If two mutants fight each other in a corner, no one will care now. Haven't you seen that all the people who take advantage of the fire in the city have come out? So it is really a coincidence? No matter whether it is a coincidence or not, we must deal with her, the person in charge said with a serious look of hatred. The hatred of the Red House for Natasha is actually difficult for outsiders to understand. Perhaps only those who used to live in the era of state-owned factories can understand it. The feeling of taking the factory as home is incomprehensible to modern Chinese. What should we do? Others did not have any opinions. After all, there was only Natasha, and they did not think that the imitation master was worse than Natasha. Then let me do it. We will cooperate together, the person in charge said directly. Then, do we need to report to the superiors? Someone raised this question. Of course, the person in charge said directly, it's not us who are looking for trouble with Natasha now, but she has come to us, and we can't avoid her. The person in charge certainly knew that using Antonia to deal with Natasha was a bit of a personal vendetta, but the problem now was not that they took the initiative to look for trouble, but that Natasha had come to them. If they wanted to escape, they had to get past Natasha. They were all killed at the door, so they had to do it even if they didn't want to. Soon the communication personnel sent out the information that Natasha was coming, and then they didn't care. Just pick up the weapon and rush to the Brooklyn Bridge. Natasha drove her own flying car, Lola, to the top of the Brooklyn Bridge. Just in time to see that Angel was shot through the shoulder by 2 arrows from the imitation master, nailing him to the cargo box of a truck. Angel also saw Natasha. She didn't know Natasha very well, but it was obvious that the other party was not here for a ride. The rich second generation didn't have such a thing as a flying car. Sure enough, the next second, the very powerful girl on the flying car raised her hand and shot a bullet from the bracelet. The master of mimicry also spotted Natasha the first time and immediately picked up his shield to defend himself. It was also at this moment that Natasha jumped off the flying car, while Laura flew away very smartly. I remember that Kai forgot something. Chapter 1640. The moment she saw the imitation master, Natasha remembered that Kai had not done anything. Fuck. Girl, you have time to be naughty, can't you put me down first? Angel couldn't help shouting when she saw red-haired hottie staring at the skull and talking nonsense after jumping off the speeding car. In Angel's opinion, a girl like Natasha should stay in bed instead of on the battlefield. She didn't think Natasha could do anything to the skull on the other side. So for the sake of their lives, it was most important to put herself down first. But Natasha seemed not to hear her words, and continued to confront the imitation master. Honey, the police station has several murders related to you now, and you need to cooperate with the investigation. How did you say it? Natasha originally wanted to imitate what the police said when arresting the suspect, but when the words came to her lips, she couldn't remember how to say it. You have the right to remain silent. If you don't keep silent, everything you say can be used as evidence in court. You have the right to hire a lawyer during the trial. Do you fully understand your rights above? At this time, Angel said from behind, damn it. You are a policeman? Now the police also play unspoken rules? You didn't sleep with someone and went to the police station? You didn't even give a Miranda warning? Shut up, Natasha shouted without turning her head, and then said to the imitation master, like this King Kong Barbie said, how about it? Do you want to go back with me? I promise that as long as you don't resist, you won't get hurt. However, the imitation master seemed to be stuck, and he stood there motionless. Natasha didn't think anything of it. After all, the guy opposite was wearing a mask and couldn't see his expression at all. Foo. Funa. Auntie. Just when Natasha was about to sneak attack the imitation master suddenly said 2 words in Russian. Natasha was stunned. Funa is one of Natasha's aliases. Natasha's full name is Natalia Elyanovna Romanova, But not many people know this name, only the senior executives of the Red House. Funa is her middle name, and it is an alias she rarely uses. At least in Natasha's memory, she has only used this alias on one occasion. But before Natasha could connect the imitation master in front of her with this alias, the imitation master on the opposite side seemed to have suddenly broken down, and his voice changed from the previous intermittent voice to extremely mechanical and emotionless. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Traitor. Need to be killed. Then the imitation master directly drew his bow and arrow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 arrows came to Natasha in the blink of an eye. Natasha bent down and dodged the 3 arrows with the iron bridge. However, this was not the end. After the 3 arrows brushed past Natasha, they shot directly at a car behind Natasha, but they did not penetrate the car body. Instead, they hit the car and bounced back at a very strange angle. Not only that, after the master of imitation shot the 3 arrows, his hand did not stop, but he continued to shoot arrows. A magical thing happened. After the arrows collided with the arrows that bounced back, they immediately changed their trajectory and shot at Natasha at a very tricky angle. However, the matter was not over yet. If you look closely at the arrows, you will find that they are still flashing with light. Obviously, they are not ordinary arrows. Explosive arrows. Hawkeye, Natasha was too familiar with everything in front of her. Her movements were exactly the same as Hawkeye's, even the arrows. After figuring it out, Natasha immediately raised her hand. Swish. A hook shot out from her bracelet and directly grabbed the steel cable of the Brooklyn Bridge. Then the power of the hook took Natasha and flew up. At the moment she flew up, several arrows almost shot at the ground where she was standing. Boom. The explosion was not loud. It was a directional explosion. Soon a hole was blown out of the bridge. The hole was not big. Obviously, the power of the arrow was strictly limited. Once it hit the target, it would explode, but the equivalent was not particularly large. However, the explosion power and the explosion direction were carefully designed. There was no problem in blowing people to death. At the same time, it would not cause too much collateral damage. The imitation master did not stop, and adjusted the angle of the bow and arrow again, and continued to shoot at Natasha. Whoosh. Fuck. I never thought that one day, I would fight Hawkeye. What the hell did this guy do? He is exactly the same as Hawkeye. Is he Hawkeye's twin brother? Why didn't I know Hawkeye has a brother? Natasha was very surprised. If the figure and height of the person opposite her were not very different from Hawkeye, she would almost think that Hawkeye was attacking her. Exactly the same, too similar. No matter what. But Natasha will not just take a beating. Because the opponent is too similar to Hawkeye, it exposes the flaws. Hawkeye is indeed very powerful. When holding a bow and arrow, this guy seems to hold the whole world. But without a bow and arrow, his threat level immediately drops several levels. It's like a sniper, an absolute god of the battlefield, who can shoot wherever he points, but without a sniper rifle, he is just an ordinary soldier. Unlike many people's impressions, snipers are indeed very accurate, but that is when they are holding a sniper rifle. Once they are replaced with a pistol, his hit rate may be worse than that of an ordinary soldier. Equipment is very important. Hawkeye lost his bow and arrow. Although his fighting ability is not bad, it is definitely not top-notch. In fact, Hawkeye's throwing skills are also very strong. In addition to bows and arrows, he is also proficient in throwing weapons such as throwing knives, darts, and shurikens. At the same time, he is also a talented weapon designer, proficient in modifying weapons such as arrows, throwing knives, and darts. In the first issue of Hawkeye, he threw a coin at the windshield of an oncoming car, shattering the glass and forcing the car to move away. Another time, Hawkeye threw a card that flew across the room and hit his enemy in the throat. There was even one time he defeated his opponent with a toothpick. It feels very similar to Bullseye, but there is no doubt that Hawkeye is the strongest with a bow and arrow. The bow and arrow are the biggest weakness. The second is the quiver behind him. Although this guy imitates Hawkeye in every move, his quiver and bow are not. Hawkeye's bow and arrow and quiver are specially made by SHIELD. At that time, Nick Fury was still in power. At that time, SHIELD was so rich that SHIELD spent a lot of effort to equip Hawkeye with the best weapons. Hawkeye's quiver can carry 28 arrows at a time, but he has hundreds of arrows. Every time he shoots an arrow, he will automatically replace the arrow he needs with a quiver according to his needs. The telescopic recurve bow and functional combination bow, specially made by S.H.I.E.L.D. for Hawkeye, have special devices that allow Hawkeye to change arrows at any time. It is simple and not cumbersome to operate with one button. Hawkeye usually carries 28 arrows, a large number of arrows. Even without a pole, ordinary arrows can be unfolded and used as daggers. Hawkeye's bow and arrow can also be used as a blunt weapon to attack the enemy when there is no other way because of the special materials. And his arrow types are more. The arrows used by Hawkeye include ordinary arrows, blasting arrows, blast arrow, cable arrows, cable arrow, and transmission arrows, transmission arrows. Ordinary arrows are of course Hawkeye's ordinary bows and arrows. Blast arrows can produce explosion effects. Cable arrows allow Hawkeye to quickly transfer positions, which is a bit similar to Spider-Man's web, and transmission arrows are arrows that do not appear in comics. Hawkeye relies on this to successfully control the command of the spacecraft and paralyze the spacecraft. It is worth mentioning that in Civil War, Hawkeye still used a split arrow that can split 6 arrows at a time. In short, it is diverse. But obviously this fake guy doesn't have this ability. There are only a few types of arrows in his quiver, but they are definitely enough to deal with general scenarios. In addition, there is Hawkeye's bow. Hawkeye uses a telescopic recurve bow and a functional combination bow, which is made of special metal. When there are no arrows, this thing can be used as a weapon. This thing can even be assembled into a sharp weapon. But now this fake guy doesn't have such a good thing. As long as his tools are destroyed, he will be finished, at least Natasha thinks so. So Natasha directly took out 3 discs from the belt behind her buttocks and threw them out. The master of mimicry also noticed Natasha's actions. Immediately reflexively shot 3 arrows, and the 3 discs exploded in the air. However, this explosion caused a problem. After the 3 discs exploded, a strong light and a huge amount of noise immediately burst out. The master of mimicry, who had been concentrating, was almost blinded by the flash. However, the master of mimicry's shield and helmet have excellent protection, so it did not cause him much trouble. But when the bright light faded, Taskmaster took off his quiver and threw it out as if he was on fire. A closer look revealed that there was a disc stuck to the quiver. It turned out that the 3 discs were baits, and the bright light and noise were also used to attract Taskmaster's attention. Unfortunately, this guy seemed to be very smart, and he reacted when the disc stuck to the quiver. What a fast reaction. It was a pity for Natasha. After the quiver was thrown out, it exploded immediately. Taskmaster also threw down his bow as quickly as possible. Without arrows, the bow was useless. Although the bow could also be used for fighting, Taskmaster obviously had a better choice. He pulled his back and a round shield appeared in his hand. Is he Captain America again this time? Natasha understood why he was called Taskmaster. Ahem. Taskmaster? This bastard is called that. Natasha fell to the ground and was about to start a second battle with Taskmaster. But she didn't expect a car next to her to be overturned with a bang, and then a woman covered in dust stood up. Are you okay? Natasha had never paid attention to this woman before, but she was still there, and was crushed by a car. You asshole. You didn't care about me at all. I was almost crushed to death. Which police station are you from? I want to file a complaint against you. Sorry. I'm not a police officer. I'm a vigilante. Do you know what's good about vigilantes? It's that when someone wants to file a complaint against me, they can't find the department. Fuck. I hate you vigilantes. Those cops are annoying enough. Why do we have to have a bunch of assholes like you? Although Angel is no longer ready to commit crimes, she has been in the business for so many years, and her values have been formed, which makes her lack a good impression of the police. In the background story, Angel was almost violated by a bad policeman intern. Natasha shrugged, because there are such bad guys. She pointed at the master of imitation. Bah, Angel spat. Fuck. This bastard is very difficult to deal with. She almost killed my employer. I lost my job. Natasha was stunned. Your employer? By the way, why did you fight with him? Angel was completely convinced that this woman was not a police officer. After fighting for a long time, you asked why we fought? She wanted to kill my employer. I'm a bodyguard. Natasha looked up and down at Angel's body. You are a good bodyguard. Just looking at her makes you feel safe. I think so, but I have a personal grudge with this guy now, and she beat me up. I can't beat her. Do you want to cooperate? Natasha suddenly realized that from the beginning, This woman had been using she to refer to the imitation master. Woman, don't you know? Angel was very surprised. I just fought with her for a long time and then I found out that she was a woman. Huh? Natasha looked carefully at the imitation master opposite her. Natasha didn't see that she was a woman. Sure, Natasha agreed naturally. Although she didn't think she would lose, she would be a fool not to agree to help. Chapter 1641 Nia. Her shield is very hard, be careful. Angel picked up a transmission bearing that had fallen from some car and waved it. It felt quite smooth, but the oil on it was a little slippery. But it was okay. There was dust everywhere on the ground. Just wipe it twice. The most feared thing about oil is dust and impurities. Hearing this, Natasha took out a very short stick from behind her buttocks. It was only slightly longer than the lipstick, but when she swung it, it turned into a longer short stick. At the same time, electric light flashed on the short stick, accompanied by a buzzing sound. Angel glanced at the back of Natasha's buttocks in a very obscene way. She wanted to know where Natasha hid the things. Although she knew it couldn't be the place she guessed, people always have to keep things fresh. What if? After all, there are all kinds of people in this world now. What if Natasha is a mutant? Maybe there is a dimension hidden in her buttocks. Unfortunately, Angel soon saw the belt behind Natasha's waist, which had many storage bags. Natasha looked at Angel a little speechless. She had never seen such a greasy and wretched woman. It was probably because of the explosion of hormones that this guy was a little confused about men and women. Does it look good? It looks good, Angel said without any pretense. After this, can I buy you a drink? Sorry, I'm straight. It's not a bad thing to try it. How do you know if you like it if you don't try it? While Angel was still talking dirty, a black shield whizzed towards her head. Angel raised the transmission shaft in his hand without saying a word. Ling. A big gap was cut directly on the transmission shaft, and the shield flew back at the same time. When the master of imitation threw out the shield, he also started running towards the two people. When the shield flew back, he jumped directly and caught the flying shield in midair. Then, while his body was falling rapidly, he waved the shield and smashed it hard at Angel's head. Angel held the transmission shaft horizontally again. Ling. Bang. The transmission shaft broke into two pieces. Angel was also shocked by the huge force and retreated repeatedly, but the master of imitation turned in the air like a super athlete and kicked Natasha beside him. Natasha instinctively raised her arm to block the flying kick. However, the next second, the master of imitation squatted on the ground, put up a shield to protect himself, and at the same time, he had a pistol in his hand and shot at Natasha. Natasha also showed her flexible body at this time. She seemed to have springs on her body. She jumped and dodged the bullets at a high speed, just like dancing. On the other side, Angel stood firm and saw Natasha being shot. She immediately rescued and covered. She threw the two pieces of transmission bearings in her hand fiercely at the master of imitation. The master of imitation put up his shield. Pang! Pang! The transmission bearings that Angel threw with all his strength were basically as powerful as artillery shells. The two transmission bearings hit the shield, making a huge muffled sound, and the huge potential energy pushed the master of imitation to retreat continuously. On the other side, after Natasha pulled away, she also started to shoot at Taskmaster with Widow's Bite. Although Widow's Bite is not big, its bullets are definitely powerful and its firing rate is also very good. For a while, Taskmaster couldn't even raise his head. Angel seemed to have tasted the sweetness of what happened just now. Yes, my boxing skills are no match for her, so why not try throwing skills? Although she is not proficient, it is much better to be beaten at the headquarters. So she immediately picked up the cement block that was breaking very quickly from the ground, and then tried to throw at Taskmaster like a baseball pitcher. It's a pity that she has no talent. Her level is pretty bad. However, no baseball club in the United States can refuse a pitcher like her. After all, her accuracy is really rubbish, but don't forget that she has great strength. The ball she throws can be compared to a cannonball. Who the hell can catch such a ball? If it hits a baseball bat, it will probably break the baseball bat directly. She didn't even need to really pitch. As long as she was on the field, the opponent's batter would go on strike. I don't know if she is interested in going to the baseball field to show her talent. Anyway, Angel unexpectedly suppressed the master of imitation. You know, she didn't even know where the cement block she threw would fly to, let alone the master of imitation. She had no other choice but to passively defend. In addition, Natasha had been playing guerrilla warfare on the side, which made the Master of Imitation unable to move for a while. Fortunately, at this time, a bullet suddenly hit Angel. Angel was hit in the shoulder by the bullet, and the powerful kinetic energy of the bullet knocked him to the ground directly. Angel was very experienced and found a bunker at the first time. "It's a rifle," Angel shouted to Natasha. Ordinary pistol bullets are useless when they hit Angel. Although it still hurts, it can't break the defense. Her muscles are the best protection, which is why she never wears bulletproof vests. But rifle bullets are different. The caliber of rifle bullets is much larger than that of pistol bullets, and the amount of powder is also larger. Rifle bullets are generally longer than pistol bullets. Therefore, the initial velocity of rifle bullets is much greater than that of pistol bullets. At the same time, there is also penetration. Generally speaking, the bullet head of a pistol bullet is rounder, while the bullet head of a rifle bullet is much sharper. Angel is not very afraid of pistols. As long as she is not shot in the eyes, she will not die. But rifles are different. Rifles can really take her life. After hearing the reminder, Natasha also hid behind the bunker. At this time, the call of the support staff came from the communicator of the Master of Imitation, Antonia. "Mission cancelled. Update the mission, kill Natasha. Don't worry about the mutant, kill Natasha. We will hold the mutant for you." Antonia nodded. The people in the support group were overjoyed. Fortunately, Antonia was normal. They were afraid that Antonia would do something weird. Although they were all willing to sacrifice themselves for the Red House, who would be willing to die if they could? Next, gunshots continued to be heard in the distance. The place where Angel was immediately blocked by bullets, and Angel could not show his HUD for a while. The Master of Imitation found Natasha's location and threw out his shield. The shield was like a hot knife cutting butter, directly cutting the car that Natasha used as a cover. The sharp edge of the shield almost cut Natasha's nose. Fortunately, after cutting the car, the shield finally stopped. Seeing that the opponent had no shield, Natasha didn't have time to celebrate. She immediately planned to fight back with a widow's bite, but just when she stood up and prepared to shoot back, she was locked by a sniper in the distance, and several bullets were immediately shot at her. Relying on the intuition trained between life and death, Natasha immediately sensed the danger, and didn't care about fighting back, and immediately squatted down. Bang bang bang. The car used as a cover immediately had several big holes. Obviously, the Master of Imitation has accomplices. However, before Natasha could react, Taskmaster arrived. She rushed to Natasha, jumped onto the car, and then slid and kicked Natasha's arm that had raised the widow's bite. At the same time, one hand grabbed the shield that was inserted into the car. Natasha lost her balance due to the kick, and Taskmaster also grabbed the shield and slashed at Natasha. Although Taskmaster's shield was not made of vibranium like the original Captain America, it was obviously also a special metal. At the same time, in order to increase the power, the edge of the shield was polished very sharp and could be used as a weapon. If it was chopped, Natasha's HUD would be split in half immediately. Fuck, Taskmaster's offensive was wave after wave, not giving Natasha a chance to breathe. Natasha couldn't help but swear. Fortunately, Natasha was not completely without the ability to fight back. She was holding an electric baton in her other hand. Swish. Natasha tried her best to keep her balance and block the shield with the electric baton in her hand. Strong electric current ran wildly on the shield. Unfortunately, the combat uniform on the Master of Taskmaster was obviously not conductive. The Master of Taskmaster held the shield with both hands and pressed it down hard. Natasha also tried to block it, but her strength was obviously worse than that of the Master of Taskmaster, and the edge of the shield was getting closer and closer to her face. It seemed that Natasha was really in danger. But who is Natasha? She is the Black Widow. She has never been a warrior, but a dangerous and cunning woman. What she pursues is victory. In order to win, she can do anything. At this moment, Natasha moved her wrist and aimed the widow's bite on her wrist at the Master of Taskmaster's face. Suddenly, a stream of green gas spurted out of the widow's bite. This is not high-tech, but ordinary spray paint. This thing is specially used to deal with the enemy's eyes. If it is sprayed directly, the enemy's eyes will be useless in a short time. It's the same way as spreading lime, but the way is not afraid of being old, as long as it is useful. The spray paint directly covered the Imitation Master's face, turning her skull mask green. This really made the Imitation Master panic. When the strength in her hand was reduced, Natasha kicked the imitation master to the ground with a sweeping kick. Kill her while she is sick. Even though Natasha knew that the person in front of her had some kind of origin with her, even though she knew that the person in front of her was a woman, Natasha did not show any mercy. The short stick in her hand went towards the throat of the imitation master. If she hit it hard, with Natasha's strength, she could easily break a strong man's neck. However, at this moment, the imitation master suddenly swung his claws. He actually cut Natasha's short stick into several pieces. Natasha's arm was also scratched with 3 bloody marks. If she hadn't dodged quickly, her arm would probably be disabled. Natasha immediately pulled away and found that at some point, 5 nail-like blades appeared on the imitation master's gloved fingers. Natasha looked at the appearance of the blades and immediately recognized that they were the claws of the Black Panther T'Challa. Is he imitating Black Panther this time? And that thing can actually cut her short stick with a light swing. Obviously, it is definitely not something that ordinary metal can do. It is very likely vibranium. Wakanda used to be closed off from the outside world. Most people in the world didn't even know that there was a country like Wakanda. Even if they knew about Wakanda, they only thought it was a very backward country. No one knew that vibranium came from Wakanda. But with the coup in Wakanda, Wakanda was exposed to the world, and the news that Wakanda had vibranium veins spread all over the world. Since then, vibranium has begun to circulate in the market in small quantities. So it is not unacceptable for Taskmaster to get vibranium. When watching the movie, I couldn't understand why Wakanda could participate in the United Nations General Assembly, but no one knew the real situation of Wakanda. And if it was really closed off from the outside world, and had no contact with the outside world, how did Wakanda participate in the United Nations General Assembly? At this time, Taskmaster grabbed his headgear and threw it over with a swish. The first thing that caught Natasha's eyes was a head of blonde hair, and then the Master of Mimicry shook his head, revealing his appearance. The moment she saw the Master of Mimicry's true appearance, Natasha could not help but be stunned. She was not unfamiliar with this face. In fact, it was quite familiar. Sophia, the name of Drekhov's wife. This woman was not very outstanding, just an ordinary woman. The only special thing was that her husband was Drekhov. Natasha had seen her, although they had not met many times. Logically, this face would not leave much impression on Natasha. Even though she was Drekhov's wife. The real reason why Natasha remembered this face so vividly was her daughter, Antonia. Natasha was once entrusted by Drekhov to protect Antonia for a long time. At that time, Antonia often showed Natasha Sophia's eraser. Antonia has always been lonely. Her mother died early, and Drekhov was very busy. She could not rely on many people, and Natasha was one of them. Antonia and Sophia look very similar. When Antonia was a child, her eyebrows look very similar to Sophia. You are, Antonia. Natasha had a very absurd idea in her mind, that is, the girl in front of her was Antonia. Of course, she was not sure. After all, Antonia was dead, and she killed her with her own hands. And no one could guarantee that even if Antonia was alive and grew up, she would be exactly the same as Sophia. Nia, the imitation master's eyes were very strange, like an unconscious robot, without any agility at all, and those eyes were like fake eyes embedded. But when she heard Natasha call her Antonia, her eyes moved. Natasha was sure she was not wrong. But the next second, the imitation master's eyes returned to that dead gray again, without any fluctuations, just like a robot. The imitation master crossed his hands in front of his chest. And 10 sharp nails popped out of his fingers. Black Panther's starting posture. Her shield is very hard, be careful. Angel picked up a transmission bearing that had fallen from some car and waved it. It felt quite smooth, but the oil on it was a little slippery. But it was okay. There was dust everywhere on the ground. Just wipe it twice. The most feared thing about oil is dust and impurities. Hearing this, Natasha took out a very short stick from behind her buttocks. It was only slightly longer than the lipstick, but when she swung it, it turned into a longer short stick. At the same time, electric light flashed on the short stick, accompanied by a buzzing sound. Angel glanced at the back of Natasha's buttocks in a very obscene way. She wanted to know where Natasha hid the things. Although she knew it couldn't be the place she guessed, people always have to keep things fresh. What if? After all, there are all kinds of people in this world now. What if Natasha is a mutant? Maybe there is a dimension hidden in her buttocks. Unfortunately, Angel soon saw the belt behind Natasha's waist, which had many storage bags. Natasha looked at Angel a little speechless. She had never seen such a greasy and wretched woman. It was probably because of the explosion of hormones that this guy was a little confused about men and women. "Does it look good?" "It looks good," Angel said without any pretense. "After this, can I buy you a drink?" "Sorry, I'm straight. It's not a bad thing to try it." "How do you know if you like it if you don't try it?" While Angel was still talking dirty, a black shield whizzed towards her head. Angel raised the transmission shaft in his hand without saying a word. Ling. A big gap was cut directly on the transmission shaft, and the shield flew back at the same time. When the Master of Imitation threw out the shield, he also started running towards the two people. When the shield flew back, he jumped directly and caught the flying shield in midair. Then, while his body was falling rapidly, he waved the shield and smashed it hard at Angel's head. Angel held the transmission shaft horizontally again. Ling. Bang. The transmission shaft broke into two pieces. Angel was also shocked by the huge force and retreated repeatedly, but the Master of Imitation turned in the air like a super athlete and kicked Natasha beside him. Natasha instinctively raised her arm to block the flying kick. However, the next second, the Master of Imitation squatted on the ground, put up a shield to protect himself, and at the same time, he had a pistol in his hand and shot at Natasha. Natasha also showed her flexible body at this time. She seemed to have springs on her body. She jumped and dodged the bullets at a high speed, just like dancing. On the other side, Angel stood firm and saw Natasha being shot. She immediately rescued and covered. She threw the two pieces of transmission bearings in her hand fiercely at the Master of Imitation. The Master of Imitation put up his shield. Pang! Pang! The transmission bearings that Angel threw with all his strength were basically as powerful as artillery shells. The two transmission bearings hit the shield, making a huge muffled sound, and the huge potential energy pushed the Master of Imitation to retreat continuously. On the other side, after Natasha pulled away, she also started to shoot at Taskmaster with Widow's Bite. Although Widow's Bite is not big, its bullets are definitely powerful and its firing rate is also very good. For a while, Taskmaster couldn't even raise his head. Angel seemed to have tasted the sweetness of what happened just now. Yes, my boxing skills are no match for her, so why not try throwing skills? Although she is not proficient, it is much better to be beaten at the headquarters. So she immediately picked up the cement block that was breaking very quickly from the ground, and then tried to throw at Taskmaster like a baseball pitcher. It's a pity that she has no talent. Her level is pretty bad. However, no baseball club in the United States can refuse a pitcher like her. After all, her accuracy is really rubbish, but don't forget that she has great strength. The ball she throws can be compared to a cannonball. Who the hell can catch such a ball? If it hits a baseball bat, it will probably break the baseball bat directly. She didn't even need to pitch. As long as she went on the field, the opponent's batter would just go on strike. I don't know if she is interested in going to the baseball field to show her talent. Anyway, Angel unexpectedly suppressed the Taskmaster. You know, she didn't even know where the cement block she threw would fly to, let alone Taskmaster. She had no other choice but to passively defend. In addition, Natasha had been fighting guerrilla warfare on the side, which made the Imitation Master a little immobile for a while. Fortunately, at this time, a bullet suddenly hit Angel. Angel was hit in the shoulder by the bullet, and the powerful kinetic energy of the bullet knocked him to the ground directly. Angel was very experienced and found a bunker at the first time. It's a rifle, Angel shouted to Natasha. Ordinary pistol bullets are useless when hitting Angel. Although it will still hurt, it can't break the defense. Her muscles are the best protection, which is why she never wears bulletproof vests. But rifle bullets are different. The caliber of rifle bullets is much larger than that of pistol bullets, and the amount of powder is also larger. Rifle bullets are generally longer than pistol bullets. So the initial velocity of rifle bullets is much greater than that of pistols. At the same time, there is also penetration. Generally speaking, the bullet head of a pistol bullet is rounder, while the bullet head of a rifle bullet is much sharper. Angel is not afraid of pistols. As long as she is not hit in the eyes, she will not die. But rifles are different. Rifles can really take her life. After hearing the reminder, Natasha also hid behind a bunker. At this time, the call of the support personnel came from the communicator of the Master of Imitation, Antonia. Mission cancelled. Update the mission, kill Natasha. Don't worry about the mutant, kill Natasha. We will hold the mutant for you, Antonia nodded. The people in the support group were overjoyed. Fortunately, Antonia was normal. They were afraid that Antonia would do something weird. Although they were all willing to sacrifice themselves for the Red House, who would be willing to die if they could? Then, gunshots continued to be heard in the distance. The place where Angel was immediately blocked by bullets, and Angel could not show his HUD for a while. The Master of Imitation found Natasha's location and threw out his shield directly. The shield was like a hot knife cutting butter, directly cutting the car that Natasha used as a bunker. The sharp edge of the shield almost cut Natasha's nose. Fortunately, after cutting the car, the shield finally stopped. Seeing that her opponent had lost his shield, Natasha didn't have time to celebrate. She immediately planned to fight back with a widow's bite, but when she stood up and prepared to fire back, she was locked by a sniper in the distance, and several bullets were immediately fired at her. With the intuition she had trained between life and death, Natasha immediately sensed the danger, and didn't care about fighting back, and immediately squatted down. Bang, bang, bang. The car used as a cover immediately had several big holes. Obviously, the Master of Mimicry had an accomplice. However, before Natasha could make any reaction, the Master of Mimicry also came. She rushed to Natasha's side, jumped onto the car, and then slid and kicked Natasha's arm that raised Widow's bite. At the same time, one hand also grabbed the shield inserted into the car. Natasha lost her balance due to this kick, and the Master of Mimicry also grabbed the shield and slashed at Natasha fiercely. Although Taskmaster's shield is not made of vibranium like the original Captain America's, it is obviously also a special metal. At the same time, in order to increase the power, the edge of the shield is polished very sharp, and it can be used as a weapon. If it is split, Natasha's head will be split in half immediately. Fuck, Taskmaster's offensive wave after wave, not giving Natasha a chance to breathe. Natasha couldn't help but swear. Fortunately, Natasha is not completely without the ability to fight back. She still holds the electric baton in her other hand. Sizzle. Natasha tried her best to keep her balance and block the shield with the electric baton in her hand. Strong current ran wildly on the shield. But unfortunately, Taskmaster's combat uniform is obviously not conductive. Taskmaster held the shield with both hands and pressed it down hard. Natasha also tried to block it, but her strength was obviously worse than Taskmaster's, and the edge of the shield was getting closer and closer to her face. It seems that Natasha is really in danger. But who is Natasha? She is the Black Widow. She has never been a warrior, but a dangerous and cunning woman. What she pursues is victory, and for victory, she can do whatever it takes. At this moment, Natasha moved her wrist and aimed the widow's bite on her wrist at the face of the imitation master. Suddenly, a green gas spurted out of the widow's bite. This is not high-tech, it's just ordinary spray paint. This thing is specially used to deal with the enemy's eyes. If it is sprayed directly, the enemy's eyes will be useless in a short time. It's the same as spreading lime, but the method is not afraid of being old, as long as it is useful. The spray paint directly smeared the imitation master's face, turning her skull mask all green. This really made the imitation master panic. When the strength in her hand was reduced, Natasha swept a leg and kicked the imitation master to the ground. Kill her while he is sick. Even though Natasha knew that the person in front of her had some kind of connection with her, and even though she knew that the person in front of her was a woman, Natasha did not show any mercy. She aimed the short stick in her hand at the throat of the Taskmaster. If she hit him hard, with Natasha's strength, she could easily break a strong man's neck. However, at this moment, the Taskmaster suddenly swung his claws. He actually cut Natasha's short stick into several pieces. Natasha's arm was also scratched with 3 bloody marks. If she hadn't dodged quickly, her arm would probably have been disabled. Natasha immediately pulled away, and then she found that at some point, 5 nail-like blades appeared on the Taskmaster's gloved fingers. Natasha looked at the blades and immediately recognized that they were the claws of the Black Panther T'Challa. Is he imitating the Black Panther this time? And that thing could actually cut her short stick with a light wave. Obviously, it was definitely not something that ordinary metal could do. It was very likely vibranium. In the past, Wakanda was a closed country, and most people in the world didn't even know that there was such a country as Wakanda. Even if they knew about Wakanda, they only thought it was a very backward country. No one knew that vibranium came from Wakanda. But with a coup in Wakanda, Wakanda was exposed to the world, and the news that Wakanda had vibranium veins spread all over the world. Since then, vibranium has been circulated in the market in small quantities. So it's not unacceptable that the Taskmaster can get vibranium. When watching the movie, I couldn't understand why Wakanda could attend the United Nations General Assembly, but no one knew the real situation of Wakanda. And if it was really closed and had no contact with the outside world, how did Wakanda attend the United Nations General Assembly? It was also at this time that the Taskmaster grabbed his headgear and threw it away with a swish. The first thing that caught my eye was a head of blonde hair, and then the Taskmaster shook his head and revealed his appearance. The moment Natasha saw the real appearance of the Taskmaster, she couldn't help but be stunned. She was not unfamiliar with this face. Even quite familiar. Sophia, the name of Drekhov's wife. This woman is not outstanding, just an ordinary woman. The only special thing is that her husband is Drekhov. Natasha has seen her, although they have not met many times. Logically, this face will not leave much impression on Natasha. Even if she is Drekhov's wife. The real reason why Natasha remembers this face so vividly is her daughter Antonia. Natasha was once entrusted by Drekhov to protect Antonia for a long time. At that time, Antonia often showed Natasha Sophia's eraser. Antonia has always been lonely. Her mother died early, and Drekhov was very busy. She can rely on few people, and Natasha is one of them. Antonia and Sophia look very similar. When Antonia was a child, she looked very similar to Sophia. Are you, Antonia? Natasha had a very absurd idea in her mind, that is, the girl in front of her was Antonia. Of course, she was not sure. After all, Antonia was dead, and she killed her with her own hands. And no one can guarantee that even if Antonia is alive and grows up, she will be exactly like Sophia. Nia, the imitation master's eyes were very strange, like an unconscious robot, completely without any agility, and those eyes were like fake eyes. But when she heard Natasha call her Antonia, her eyes moved. Natasha was sure she was not mistaken. But the next second, the imitation master's eyes returned to that dead gray again, without any fluctuations, just like a robot. The imitation master crossed his hands in front of his chest, and 10 sharp nails popped out of his fingers. Black Panther's starting move. The recommendation votes are too miserable. There are recommendation votes every day. Dear gentlemen, don't be stingy. Chapter 1642 Simple. P.S. Okay. I wrote an extra 200 words as a gift. How many people's moves did this guy learn? Natasha complained in her heart, and at the same time, she became more and more confused. Who is this woman? She didn't believe that this woman was Antonia. First of all, a missile attack didn't kill anyone. The quality of American missiles wouldn't be that bad. Secondly, if she was really Antonia, why did she become like this? Drekhov would never allow his daughter to become a killing machine. Natasha is not blind. She can tell from the change in the woman's eyes just now that she is not in a normal state. It's a bit like being brainwashed and controlled. With the importance and love that Drekhov has for his daughter, he would never do such a thing. However, it's hard to say. The magic of time is always beyond human imagination. It can change everything. Who knows if Drekhov has really gone crazy over the years? Natasha looked at the girl in front of her and sucked her teeth. Before this, Natasha had no special feelings towards the Taskmaster. At first, she wanted to capture her alive because Kai needed her alive. But later, Natasha ignored this request because Taskmaster was much more difficult to deal with than she had imagined, and she might even fail, so she naturally no longer considered Kai's request. Maybe Kai would be disappointed later, but compared with her own life, whether Kai was satisfied or not was not important. What's more, if Kai really blamed her for this, it was not her fault, but Kai's problem. Although she and Kai were not lovers, they were at least friends. She didn't believe Kai would blame her. But now she began to hesitate again. Before, she could kill the Taskmaster without any burden, but now she couldn't do it. The change of the Taskmaster just now gave her a bad premonition. She was not sure if this was her illusion, but what if this girl was really Antonia? Then did she kill her twice? Natasha hesitated rarely. Hey, pretty girl. Think of a way. Their firepower is too strong, Angel couldn't get close here. She was suppressed by the firepower and couldn't even lift her head. She didn't dare to try whether her head could really withstand the sniper bullets. If she tried this thing, she might really die. Who dares to bet? Natasha was still confronting the master of Taskmaster, but her position was very particular. She always used the master of Taskmaster's body to block the shooting route. Unless the opponent's companions killed the master of Taskmaster, it would be difficult to shoot her. Okay, for the sake of you calling me pretty girl, Natasha also felt that dealing with those bastards would be more helpful for her next action. So she shouted to her bracelet, Lola, Speedy Lola, but a product of S.H.I.E.L.D. The S.H.I.E.L.D. in the Nick Fury era was full of nouveau-riche temperament, and many things were made based on Nick Fury's personal ideas. For example, the unfortunate flying carrier. That thing has no practical value, except for being cool. S.H.I.E.L.D. is just an intelligence department, and there is no need for large-scale combat, but they built the thing anyway. Just ask, what is the use of this thing? Apart from flying over the enemy's head and being shot down, it has basically no practical value. The same is true for Laura. It was not Nick Fury's idea, but Phil's idea. But who said Phil was Nick's good friend, so the joke-like flying car was also built. When nouveau-riche do things, they only choose expensive ones instead of the right ones. They add all kinds of high-tech, only considering whether it is cool or not, and not considering whether it is practical or not. The flying car looks cool, but it is actually useless. Do you believe it? After Phil got this thing, he never used it once. He could only secretly show off his pleasure. If such a cool thing was seen by the public would question the government. In fact, Kai knew that Phil was imprisoned in the Black Prison, but he didn't think it was a pity at all. Look at the crappy things he and Nick Fury did. He completely regarded S.H.I.E.L.D. as his own private property. He used the country's money to satisfy his own evil taste. This kind of person is a complete jerk no matter where he is, right? To be honest, Kai actually never believed that Nick Fury was a traitor, but he was not much better. He personally approved Hydra's inside project. They even secretly built 3 flying carriers. They were built secretly without the authorization of the government, and all this was done under the instruction of Nick Fury. This is not something Hydra did without telling him. Even if Nick Fury was deceived. But if he didn't have any ideas in his heart, would he approve such a nonsensical idea? To be honest, it was only later that Hydra was exposed, otherwise, Kai didn't know what Nick Fury would do. You know, those 3 flying carriers were built in Washington. And the President of the United States, who is not far away from them, knew nothing about it. This alone was enough for the US government to execute Nick Fury for treason. Let's talk about the flying car. Lola is a big toy, yes, but it has everything it should have. For example, onboard AI, and missiles. Find a sniper point and kill them, then a few blue lights flashed in the sky. That was the light from Laura's suspension engine. Then a few missiles flew out, and then a huge explosion made the whole bridge begin to tremble. Hey, what are you doing? Don't blow up the bridge. Angel didn't stand firmly and squatted on the ground. Fuck. I haven't tried it either. Who knew that this missile was so powerful? Natasha kicked the mimic master who was fighting with her away, rolled back and distanced herself, and then replied. Natasha really hadn't tried Laura's missiles. After all, she usually just used her as a vehicle and never used it in battle. How could she know what that bastard Phil installed on Laura? It was outrageous enough that she could fly and have an onboard AI, but the missile was so powerful. The bridge was definitely broken, and I didn't know how much money I had to pay. Forget it, with the disaster control company, it's no big deal. But this way, it became a 2-on-1 battle again. Angel's shoulder also recovered. Actually, it was not really recovered. Although the bullet entered her shoulder, it did not penetrate. Her super strong muscles clamped the bullet, and did not even hurt the bones and nerves. At this time, the muscles had squeezed the bullet out. It still hurt a little, but it would pass if she endured it. She was not a delicate lady. Hey, girl. You don't have anyone to help you now, right? What are you going to do now? Surrender. Angel looked at the master of imitation triumphantly. She was very happy in her heart. I was so happy to beat you up. However, to her disappointment, the master of imitation did not show any change in his behavior. It was as if everything had nothing to do with her. Natasha was still hesitant and didn't know what to do. In the process of fighting with the master of imitation, she had been evaluating how likely she was to take her down. With Angel's help, she had an 80% chance of killing her, without holding back. But Natasha didn't want that. She wanted to capture her alive, but that was impossible. The battlefield is not a place where you can think about anything. Once you are on the battlefield, you must be aware that either she dies or you die. After all, such a master can launch a fatal counterattack as long as there is a gap. If she is soft-handed, she will die. But Natasha has a voice in her heart. She really hopes that this girl is Antonia. Maybe it is to make herself feel better. During that time, Antonia relied on her, and so did she? As an agent, originally, it is very amateurish to have real feelings for the target mission. But when Natasha came into contact with Antonia, her heart defense had already appeared flaws, and that flaw was installed by the Red House herself. Yelena. Thinking of this, Natasha suddenly had a delusion. If Antonia is still alive, then her daughter is. But soon, Natasha shook off this idea. With the Red House's hatred for her, even if the girl is still alive, she will be found and killed by the Red House. Natasha's heart defense was broken by that little girl. When she was born, the amniotic fluid on her body had not been wiped clean before she was put in her arms. To be honest, Natasha only had one feeling at that time, which was disgust. The touch of amniotic fluid was not very good. The child was also ugly and wrinkled. Natasha did not have any special feelings at that time. It was just a mission. For Alexei, she had experienced many men, so he was nothing. So there was no ripple in her heart at that time. Until that little hand pinched her fingers. That feeling. Until now, Natasha can't forget that feeling. It was very strange and warm. After that, watching her grow up, the tenderness and loopholes in her heart became bigger and bigger. She had to remind herself again and again that it was all fake. But the more she reminded herself, the more she couldn't help but invest more feelings. It was also because of this loophole that when she left the child, Antonia filled the void. She subconsciously regarded Antonia as Yelena. In short, when she put the locator on Antonia, she kept reminding herself that it was Antonia, not Yelena. But when the explosion happened, she almost turned around and ran over. She realized that she had killed Antonia. At that moment, she couldn't describe how sad she was. In short, it was very complicated. "What are you daydreaming about?" Angel said harshly, but didn't get a response from his companions. He immediately turned his head to look at Natasha, and found that she was actually in a daze. Natasha woke up all of a sudden. Then she smiled bitterly. She looked really old. She had heard that only old people would recall the past from time to time. After thinking it through, Natasha no longer struggled. She wouldn't joke with her life, at least before destroying the Red House. She wouldn't die so easily. So, after all, the other party might just be Antonia. The American missiles are not that bad. She couldn't throw her life away for that little bit of empty and beautiful possibility. Thinking of this, Natasha suddenly felt a sense of laughter and tears. Sure enough, she was just a selfish ghost. She loved herself more. Be careful, this little girl is very strong, who knows who else she has learned skills from. Also, be careful with her claws, they might be made of vibranium. If you get caught by her, you'll lose your life, huh? Don't worry, Angel was full of fighting spirit. Natasha didn't know why she was so full of fighting spirit. She had always been beaten up before. Then the three women started fighting together. No one knew how long it took. After all, people who were fighting rarely cared about other things. At this moment, a voice suddenly interrupted. "Natasha, haven't you finished yet?" It was Kai. Natasha jumped out of the battle circle and handed the imitation master to Angel. Then Angel was hit on the shoulder by a claw. "Hey! What's wrong with you, woman? Why did you suddenly run away? You tricked me. You hold on first. I'm on the phone." Natasha knew that Angel would not die. This woman was average in other aspects, but she had really thick blood. Hard and thick. "Fuck you. When this is over, I will fuck you." "Wait, who are you talking to?" Kai heard that the other side was still fucking, so he asked. "A woman who doesn't look like a woman," Natasha said without hesitation. "How is your side?" "Tony's fire robot has entered the scene, so it's over. The robots are more efficient in rescuing people than Kai and his men. Those robots are not afraid of fire, and they carry fire extinguishing and rescue tools. They are indeed much better than them who are half-baked. Although they are still rescuing people, they don't need to rush like before. I have a problem here." Natasha hasn't figured out how to say it. "What's wrong? Is the enemy troublesome?" "No, but in a sense, it is troublesome," Natasha said. "In short, the enemy is the mimic master." "Oh. It's that guy. I forgot. It's better to capture him alive. He's useful to me," Kai remembered. Natasha suddenly found that her problem seemed to be solved. She had been thinking about how to say it so that Kai would show mercy. After all, Kai took action, but now it seems that there is no such problem. Kai also wanted to capture her alive. "I'll be there right away, Natasha. You bastard. Come here quickly. My face is disfigured, fuck. Does it matter if you are disfigured?" Natasha was really impressed by this woman. How could this guy be so mean? "No. I want to pick up girls." Angel continued to talk nonsense. "Bah, come and help." Wait, Natasha was about to say something. Then at this time, a figure also came to the bridge. Angel saw the person and immediately ran away, leaving the master of imitation stiff in the place. Huh? It's a woman. In Stark Tower, Master of Imitation was already lying in the medical cabin. She didn't receive much damage, and the battle was over soon. Master of Imitation could fight back and forth with Natasha and the others, but for Kai, it was still a little short. In fact, Kai was going to teach him a lesson at first, but Natasha stopped him and asked Kai to try not to hurt Master of Imitation. Although he didn't understand why. But Kai still did it, and just hit her lightly. Then he brought her back. So, this girl has a problem with her brain, and she is completely supported by the chip in her brain. Kai looked at Dr. Helen, while Tony stood in front of the computer, studying the chip in the master's brain. Helen nodded. Her situation is very special. She has a partial brain dysfunction due to brain damage, and the chip replaced that part of the function. I have to say that this is definitely a genius invention. You know, the operating principle of the brain has always been the biggest topic in biology. Countless people want to study it, but there are very few results. But this chip, it can actually simulate some brain functions. This is simply a miracle. Dr. Helen kept glancing at Tony's computer. Although Helen is a biologist, she was still very surprised by this discovery. After all, the brain is too mysterious. Humans often think that they are the most intelligent creatures in the world, and many people even think that humans have enough knowledge of the world. However, the fact is that humans don't know enough about themselves. For example, the brain. So Helen was also very curious. In fact, Kai didn't listen to Helen's explanation seriously, but looked at Natasha. After coming back, Natasha was not right. She stared at the imitator as if she was looking at some kind of work of art. He was very worried about Natasha's mentality. Chapter 1643. Everyone feels they have gained. After talking about a lot of things, Helen found that Kai's attention was not on her at all. Well, her attention was not on Kai's side either. She was more concerned about the chip, which was an epoch-making invention. The reason why she was willing to talk a lot here was completely out of politeness. After all, others asked her. She couldn't get rid of Kai, right? Now that Kai was impolite first, she didn't need to be polite, so she simply shut up and walked directly to Tony. To be honest, although Helen developed the Cradle of Life, she was still far behind in the digital field. After all, the Cradle of Life system was not developed by her alone. Stark provided great help, whether it was funding or team, which benefited Hela endlessly. Therefore, she didn't understand much of the programming code that Tony was looking at now, but she was not a code idiot like Kai. Even if she didn't understand it, she could still see the general idea, so it didn't affect her interest in reading it. Kai didn't care about her. Anyway, he couldn't understand her messy things. "Honey, what happened?" Kai walked to Natasha and asked softly. "Maybe you can tell us, and everyone can help." This was the first time Kai had seen Natasha's distraught performance. In his mind, Natasha was always the charming old fox who hid her cunning under her beauty. You could never make her panic, let alone be so distraught as she is now. In fact, Kai was not used to Natasha's performance in recent times. She always performed very poorly recently. Natasha was awakened, and she suddenly panicked, just like a child who had done something wrong and was discovered by her parents, and she was terrified. Natasha felt that this feeling was very nonsensical. Kai did have a relationship with her, but both she and Kai knew clearly in their hearts that there was no so-called love between them. She had a relationship with Kai, on the one hand to relieve her physical needs, and on the other hand, it was a habit. She would use her body and was good at using it. There was nothing shameful about it. She had always been like this, and she didn't think it was a big deal. There are many benefits to having a relationship with Kai. She can get a strong backer and doesn't have to worry about being liquidated by the US government and SHIELD. At the same time, she can also get a comfortable environment. Although it's not very glorious to say, But this is reality. She is a Russian and a rebellious agent. If she is not alert, she would have been eaten up long ago. She has done too many things for S.H.I.E.L.D. over the years, some of which are legal and some are illegal. The moment she betrayed S.H.I.E.L.D., these things became a death warrant. S.H.I.E.L.D. will not allow these scandals to leak out. In this case, accepting Kai's protection is the easiest way. With Kai's protection, S.H.I.E.L.D. will not act rashly, and the U.S. government will also be relieved. After all, accepting Kai's protection, those people don't need to worry that Natasha will be desperate and spread the scandals she knows. Everyone is happy and relaxed. In fact, whether in the movie or the comics, Black Widow's private life is a mess. In the movie, she wants to have an ambiguous relationship with different men in every movie, and the comics are even messier. Logically, she and Kai should not have such feelings, but for some reason, now she is extremely sensitive. But Natasha soon adjusted her mentality. She may be someone I know. Someone I thought was dead. I have only seen the scene of meeting her again in my dreams before, but I didn't expect that there would be such an opportunity in reality. After everything settled, Natasha believed more and more that this girl was Antonia. Although this is a bit illogical, after all, Antonia appearing alive in front of her is definitely a low probability event. But Natasha is now more and more convinced that she is Antonia. She is someone very important to you. Combining Natasha's performance on the bridge before, Kai asked tentatively. Natasha turned her head to look at Kai, and then laughed. Yes. Then Natasha turned around and found Helen. She hoped that Helen could cure her. After learning the news that Antonio was arrested, Drekhov did not make a scene as others imagined, but was very calm. This calmness scared everyone, because everyone knew how important Antonio was to Drekhov. It can even be said that if Antonio really got into trouble, he would definitely go crazy. Unexpectedly, Drekhov did not go crazy, but just locked himself in the office alone. There was no movement in the office all night. Finally, Ekaterina could not help it and mustered up the courage to push open the door of the office, and then she saw Drekhov. Then she was shocked. Drekhov's hair turned white overnight, and he seemed to have aged 10 years. He had lost his spirit and energy. Call Red Devil. He introduced this matter, and he must be responsible for the problem on the scene, Drekhov said calmly. Ekaterina originally wanted to say that Red Devil was just a middleman and he would not be responsible if something happened. But seeing Drekhov like this, she was afraid of irritating Drekhov, so she nodded quickly, then walked aside and called Red Devil. When Red Devil answered the phone, he was in Panama. An international player like him can't stay in one country all the time. Even if that country is the United States. Because many things require him to do it personally, such as this trip to Panama. Panama is quite famous internationally because of the canal, but in fact the pillar industry of this country is not the canal, but finance. Well, actually it's money laundering. Panama's financial supervision is very loose, almost non-existent. So many criminal organizations will conduct money laundering business in Panama, which is much better than the Cayman Islands. But the rules of the game here are the relationship with the government. Reddington has a lot of connections in Panama, but now there is a problem with this network of connections, which has caused problems with his business, so he must come here in person to deal with it. When the phone rang, Dumby was leading people to clean up the scene. His money laundering business has been targeted recently, and he came to negotiate. The other party had established a relationship with a senior official of the Panamanian government and was planning to steal his business. Naturally, Reddington would not allow it, so he decided to negotiate. He always believed that all business in the world could be negotiated. As long as the other party could come up with conditions, he could give up part of the business. Of course, the other party had to show sincerity. He would never eat alone, because those who eat alone would often die miserably. Unfortunately, the bastard on the other side obviously did not intend to negotiate. He wanted to eat everything, even the Red Devil himself. Then, the Red Devil sat and drank red wine, while the other party went to God to report with a senior government official. I am the Red Devil. Dumby handed the phone to Reddington, and Reddington did not care. Dumby would not hand it to him if it was not an important call. Ekaterina naturally knew how to speak, and she immediately accused the Red Devil. Whether it was his responsibility or not, it was absolutely right to pass the blame first. Reddington was actually quite weak in his heart. After all, he was the one who sold the information. However, for a man like Reddington, even if you catch him in the act, don't expect him to admit it voluntarily, not to mention that he did it very cleanly. so he naturally wouldn't be afraid. Wait. Before you accuse me, at least let me know what happened. I don't know what you are talking about at all. You want to evade responsibility, Ekaterina accused harshly. No, dear, I will never evade responsibility, but the problem is that I am just a middleman in this matter, and I don't provide intelligence. So if something goes wrong, it has nothing to do with me. But for the sake of the Red Room, I am willing to find out the situation, and now I don't know anything. You are not in New York, no. Reddington immediately seized the initiative. Give me 10 minutes, I will give you an answer, Dumby. Do you know what happened? Yesterday he came to Panama and was caught here by his rival. However, Reddington always likes to keep a hand when doing things, so he arranged for Dunby to contact the Panamanian military long ago, and he swallowed a positioning chip before getting off the plane. Let Dunby find himself. And he dealt with his rival. Reddington is very eloquent and good at persuading others, so he talked nonsense with that idiot until the next day, when Dunby led people to kill them all. Dunby is the best assistant, and he had already handed the collected intelligence to Reddington. Dunby doesn't know how to screen intelligence, not because of lack of ability, but some intelligence seems insignificant, but hides a lot of valuable information, and Dunby can't tell it. After all, how old is he? Not as old-fashioned as Reddington, so he is used to handing the intelligence to Reddington all at once. After getting the information, Reddington immediately looked through the news from New York. Then he knew what was going on. Katyusha. This matter has nothing to do with me. I didn't ask your people to carry out assassination on the Brooklyn Bridge. Please, even third-rate assassins know that killing people should be more secretive, but you had explosions and gunfights on the Brooklyn Bridge during rush hour, and finally attracted superheroes. Are you planning to advertise? Or are you afraid that others don't know you are killing people? This is your mistake, and has nothing to do with my clients and me. Now my client has begun to complain to me, he feels that he has been deceived. This is very bad for my reputation. In addition, the deposit needs to be returned. Ekaterina actually knew that this would be the outcome. But now all people have been arrested, then what? You are not going to let me snatch people from Kai Wayne, are you? Don't be funny. The Red Devil actually guessed that the imitation master should be very important to the Red House, otherwise the other party would not have this attitude, and it is obvious that he is going to ask him for help. So he is now raising the price. Asking him for help will naturally cost you a price. Just like what Ekaterina did before, she was trying to lower the price, and Reddington was trying to raise the price. Enough. Katyusha, give me the phone. This time it was Drekhov's voice. Soon Drekhov's voice became clear. You already know what happened, right? Red Devil, of course. That's what I do. How much? Drekhov said directly. He no longer cared about the amount of money. After all, his daughter was more important. I don't want money, Reddington laughed. This kind of smile was a smile of victory. But Drekhov's face became worse. He thought he would be slaughtered by the Red Devil, but he didn't expect the Red Devil to ask for such a high price. Who are they? In addition to money, what do they have? Nothing more than themselves. What do you want? Listen, I like you very much and I am happy to do business with you, but you are always resistant to me, which is not good. Just take this as a good start. Impossible, Drekhov flatly refused. They are the Red House, the pride of the Red Empire. They all have their own pride. Even if they are now in decline and do some dirty things, it is all for survival. They don't really want to do that. Even if it makes a lot of money, it doesn't mean they are happy. In fact, as they make more and more money, there are many people who complain about it. Most of them don't like this kind of life. They all have national hatred and family feuds. Who is willing to be a dirty rat in the sewer? This is why the final trial is to let the candidates kill each other. After so many years of hard work, the Red House has entered the right track and has its own blood-making ability. It doesn't need to be like before. So, those candidates are no longer precious, so they think that issuing the final trial will let them kill each other. At the same time, they can get revenge, so why not? Now the Red Devil means that he intends to cooperate further with the Red House. How could Drekhov agree? Reddington expressed regret. Then there is no need to talk, Reddington said calmly. If you don't cooperate, then don't cooperate. Anyway, I'm not the one who is anxious. Change the conditions, Drekhov said. Then do 3 things for me for free. Red Devil also knew that he couldn't push too hard. He and Red House had always cooperated happily. It was impossible for him to push them too hard for such a small matter. If he really pushed them too hard, the other party would directly find his opponent, and then Red Devil would have a lot of fun. He still had a clear grasp of the importance of this. But Dreykov began to doubt Red Devil's ability. You know, the master of imitation was captured by Kai Wayne. Are you sure? No, Red Devil said very directly, but we can do this, such as paying in installments. I'll rescue your people, and you promise me 3 things. If it's just to confirm their safety and specific information, you only need to do 1 thing for me. How about it? How much you do, how much you get paid, I need you to rescue with all your strength. Dreykov was very dissatisfied with Red Devil's attitude. Dreykov certainly didn't trust Red Devil, but now he didn't have much choice. After all, among the people he knew, only Red Devil had a deep connection with the United States. Although Red Devil was a bastard, he could always do things that others thought were impossible. Impossible, my friend. You should do as much as you are paid. I can't risk my life to fight against Kai Wayne for that little reward. It's not worth it. Besides, even if I agree to you, can you agree? Dreykov was silent for a long time, and finally said, I'll wait for your news. No problem. Red Devil was very happy, because he had contact with Kai, and it was easy for him to find out some information, even if Kai refused to reveal anything. He wouldn't lose anything. At most, he couldn't do business. Isn't this normal? And what about Dreykov? He never thought that Red Devil could rescue his daughter. What he needed was intelligence, and then he could rescue his daughter himself. So both of them were lying, and both thought they had made a profit. After talking about a lot of things, Helen found that Kai's attention was not on her side at all. Well, her attention was not on Kai's side either. She was more concerned about the chip, which was an epoch-making invention. The reason why she was willing to say a lot here was completely out of politeness. After all, others asked her. She couldn't get rid of Kai, right? Now that Kai was being rude, she didn't need to be polite anymore, so she simply shut up and walked directly to Tony. To be honest, although Helen developed the Cradle of Life, she was still far behind in the digital field. After all, the Cradle of Life system was not developed by her alone, but Stark provided great help, and Hela benefited greatly from both the funding and the team. Therefore, she didn't understand much of the programming code that Tony was looking at now, but she was not a code idiot like Kai. Even if she didn't understand it, she could still get a general idea, so it didn't affect her interest in reading it. Kai didn't care about her, anyway. He couldn't understand her messy things. Honey, what happened? Kai walked to Natasha and asked softly, maybe you can tell us, and everyone can help. This was the first time Kai had seen Natasha's distraught performance. In his understanding, Natasha was always the charming old fox who hid her cunning under her beauty. You could never make her panic, let alone be as distraught as she was now. In fact, in recent times, Natasha's performance made Kai very uncomfortable. She has been performing below her standard lately. Natasha was awakened, and she was suddenly a little panicked, just like a child who had done something wrong and was discovered by her parents, and she was terrified. Natasha felt that this feeling was ridiculous. Kai did have a relationship with her, but both she and Kai knew clearly in their hearts that there was no so-called love between them. She had a relationship with Kai, on the one hand to relieve her physical needs, and on the other hand, it was a habit. She would use her body and was good at it. There was nothing shameful about it. She had always been like this, and she didn't think it was a big deal. There were many benefits to having a relationship with Kai. She could get a strong backer and didn't have to worry about being liquidated by the US government and SHIELD. At the same time, she could get a comfortable environment. Although it was not very glorious to say, but this was reality. She was a Russian, and a defected agent. If she hadn't been alert, she would have been eaten up long ago. She had done too many things for SHIELD over the years, some of which were legal and some of which were illegal. The moment she betrayed SHIELD, these things became death warrants. SHIELD will not allow these scandals to be revealed. In this case, accepting Kai's protection is the easiest way. With Kai's protection, SHIELD will not act rashly, and the US government will also be relieved. After all, by accepting Kai's protection, those people don't need to worry that Natasha will be desperate and spread the scandals they know. Everyone is happy and relaxed. In fact, whether it is movies or comics, Black Widow's private life is a mess. In the movies, she wants to have ambiguous relationships with different men in every movie, and the comics are even more chaotic. Logically, she and Kai should not have this feeling, But for some reason, now she is extremely sensitive. But Natasha soon adjusted her mentality. She may be someone I know. Someone I thought was dead. I have only seen the scene of meeting her again in my dreams before, but I didn't expect that there would be such an opportunity in reality. After everything was settled, Natasha believed more and more that this girl was Antonia. Although this was a bit illogical, after all, it was definitely a low probability event for Antonia to appear alive in front of her. But Natasha was now more and more convinced that she was Antonia. She is someone very important to you? Kai asked tentatively, combining Natasha's performance on the bridge before. Natasha turned her head to look at Kai, and then laughed. Yes. Then Natasha turned to find Helen. She hoped that Helen could cure her. After learning the news that Antonio was arrested, Drekhov did not make a fuss as others imagined, but was very calm. This calmness scared everyone, and everyone knew the importance of Antonia to Drekhov. It can even be said that if Antonio really got into trouble, he would definitely go crazy. Unexpectedly, Drekhov did not go crazy, but just locked himself in the office alone. There was no movement in the office all night. In the end, Ekaterina finally couldn't help it, and mustered up the courage to push open the door of the office, and then she saw Drekhov. Then she was shocked. Drekhov's hair turned white overnight, and he looked like he had aged 10 years. He had lost his energy and spirit. Call Red Devil. He introduced this matter. If something went wrong on the scene, he must be responsible, Drekhov said calmly. Ekaterina originally wanted to say that Red Devil was just a middleman and he would not be responsible if something went wrong. But seeing Drekhov's look, she was afraid of irritating him, so she nodded quickly, walked aside, and called Red Devil. When Red Devil answered the phone, he was in Panama. An international player like him couldn't stay in one country all the time, even if that country was the United States, because many things required him to do it personally, such as this trip to Panama. Panama is quite famous internationally because of the canal, but in fact the pillar industry of this country is not the canal, but finance. Well, it's actually money laundering. Panama's financial supervision is very loose, almost non-existent. So many criminal organizations will conduct money laundering business in Panama, which is much better than the Cayman Islands. However, the rules of the game here are the relationship with the government. Reddington has a wide network of relationships in Panama, but now there is a problem with this network, which has caused problems with his business. So he must come here in person to fix it. When the phone rang, Dumby was cleaning up the scene with his men. His money laundering business has been targeted recently, and he came to negotiate. The other party has established a relationship with a senior official of the Panamanian government and intends to pry his plate. Reddington naturally cannot allow it, so he decided to negotiate. He has always believed that all business in the world can be negotiated. As long as the other party can come up with conditions, he can give up part of the business. Of course, the premise is that the other party shows sincerity. He never eats alone, because the guy who eats alone often dies miserably. Unfortunately, the jerk on the other side obviously does not intend to negotiate. He wants to eat everything, even the Red Devil himself. Then, the Red Devil sat and drank red wine, while the other party went to report to God with a senior government official. I am the Red Devil. Dumby handed the phone to Reddington, and Reddington didn't care. Dumby would not pass it to him if it was not an important call. Ekaterina naturally knew how to speak, and she immediately accused the Red Devil. Regardless of whether it was his responsibility or not, it was absolutely right to pass the buck first. Reddington was actually quite weak in his heart. After all, he was the one who sold the information. But for a person like Reddington, even if you catch him in the act, don't expect him to admit it voluntarily, not to mention that he did it very cleanly, so he would not be afraid. Wait. Before you accuse me, at least let me know what happened. I don't know what you are talking about at all. You want to evade responsibility, Ekaterina accused harshly. No, dear, I will never evade responsibility, but the problem is that I am just a middleman in this matter, and I don't provide intelligence. So if something goes wrong, it has nothing to do with me. But for the sake of the Red Room, I am willing to find out the situation, and now I don't know anything. You are not in New York, no. Reddington immediately seized the initiative. Give me 10 minutes, I will give you an answer. Dumby, do you know what happened? He came to Panama yesterday and was caught here by his opponent. However, Reddington always likes to keep a hand in everything he does, so he had arranged for Dumby to contact the Panamanian military. He also swallowed a positioning chip before getting off the plane, so that Demby could find him. And he dealt with his opponents. Reddington is very eloquent and he is very good at persuading others, so he talked nonsense with that idiot until the next day, when Demby led people to kill them all. Demby is the best assistant. He had already handed the collected intelligence to Reddington. Demby can't screen intelligence, not because of lack of ability, but some intelligence seems insignificant, but it hides a lot of valuable information, and Demby can't tell it. After all, how old is he? Not as old-fashioned as Reddington, so he is used to handing the intelligence to Reddington all at once. After getting the information, Reddington immediately looked through the news from New York. Then he knew what was going on. Katyusha. This matter has nothing to do with me. I didn't ask your people to carry out assassination on the Brooklyn Bridge. Please, even third-rate assassins know that killing people should be more secretive. But you had explosions and gunfights on the Brooklyn Bridge during rush hour, and finally attracted superheroes. Are you planning to advertise? Or are you afraid that others don't know you are killing people? This is your mistake, and has nothing to do with my clients and me. Now my client has begun to complain to me, he feels that he has been deceived. This is very bad for my reputation. In addition, the deposit needs to be returned. Ekaterina actually knew that this would be the outcome. But now all people have been arrested, then what? You are not going to let me snatch people from Kai Wayne, are you? Don't be funny, the Red Devil actually guessed that the imitation master should be very important to the Red House, otherwise the other party would not have this attitude, and it is obvious that he is going to ask him for help, so he is now raising the price. Asking him for help will naturally cost you a price. Just like what Ekaterina did before, she was trying to lower the price, and Reddington was trying to raise the price. Enough. Katyusha, give me the phone. This time it was Drekhov's voice. Soon Drekhov's voice became clear. You already know what happened, right? Red Devil, of course. That's what I do. How much? Drekhov said directly. He no longer cared about the amount of money. After all, his daughter was more important. I don't want money, Reddington laughed. This kind of smile was a smile of victory. But Drekhov's face became worse. He thought he would be slaughtered by the Red Devil, but he didn't expect the Red Devil to ask for such a high price. Who are they? In addition to money, what do they have? Nothing more than themselves. What do you want? Listen, I like you very much and I am happy to do business with you, but you are always resistant to me, which is not good. Just take this as a good start. Impossible, Drekhov flatly refused. They are the Red House, the pride of the Red Empire. They all have their own pride. Even if they are now in decline and do some dirty things, it is all for survival. They don't really want to do that. Even if it makes a lot of money, it doesn't mean they are happy. In fact, as they make more and more money, there are many people who complain about it. Most of them don't like this kind of life. They all have national hatred and family feuds. Who is willing to be a dirty rat in the sewer? This is why the final trial is to let the candidates kill each other. After so many years of hard work, the Red House has entered the right track and has its own blood-making ability. It doesn't need to be like before. So, those candidates are no longer precious, so they think that issuing the final trial will let them kill each other. At the same time, they can get revenge, so why not? Now the Red Devil means that he intends to cooperate further with the Red House. How could Drekhov agree? Reddington expressed regret. Then there is no need to talk, Reddington said calmly. If you don't cooperate, then don't cooperate. Anyway, I'm not the one who is anxious. Change the conditions, Drekhov said. Then do 3 things for me for free. Red Devil also knew that he couldn't push too hard. He and Red House had always cooperated happily. It was impossible for him to push them too hard for such a small matter. If he really pushed them too hard, the other party would directly find his opponent, and then Red Devil would have a lot of fun. He still had a clear grasp of the importance of this. But Drekhov began to doubt Red Devil's ability. You know, the master of imitation was captured by Kai Wayne. Are you sure? No, Red Devil said very directly, but we can do this, such as paying in installments. I'll rescue your people, and you promise me 3 things. If it's just to confirm their safety and specific information, you only need to do 1 thing for me. How about it? How much you do, how much you get paid, I need you to rescue with all your strength. Drekhov was very dissatisfied with Red Devil's attitude. Drekhov certainly didn't trust Red Devil, but now he didn't have much choice. After all, among the people he knew, Only Red Devil had a deep connection with the United States. Although Red Devil was a bastard, he could always do things that others thought were impossible. Impossible, my friend. You should do what you are paid for. I can't risk my life to fight Kai Wayne for that little reward. It's not worth it. Besides, even if I agree to you, can you agree? Drekhov was silent for a long time, and finally said, I'll wait for your news, no problem. Red Devil was very happy, because he had contact with Kai, and it was easy for him to find out some information, even if Kai refused to reveal anything. He would not lose anything. At most, he just couldn't do business. Isn't this normal? And what about Drekhov? He never thought that Red Devil could rescue his daughter. What he needed was intelligence, and then he could rescue his daughter himself. So both of them were lying, and both thought they made money. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1644 Request. Can she be cured? Natasha looked at Antonia floating in the liquid medical tank and asked Dr. Helen. It's very difficult. Helen kept observing the data on the tablet. The patient's condition is very special. We found that the patient's brain had been damaged, but later it was miraculously cured. Why is it difficult? Isn't it already cured? Natasha asked. How should I put it? The brain is the most mysterious part of the human body. Generally speaking, brain damage, and this kind of obvious brain damage is difficult to cure, because the brain does not have the ability to recover. So this situation is extremely rare. In fact, at this point, Helen's eyes became hot when she looked at Antonia. This is a miracle. The brain is very mysterious and difficult to deal with. The brain is the highest level of the nervous system. It consists of two cerebral hemispheres, the left and right, and the two hemispheres are connected by horizontal nerve fibers. Each hemisphere includes cerebral cortex. Cerebral cortex, it is a layer of gray matter on the surface, the part where the cell bodies of nerve cells are concentrated. There are many grooves, fissures, on the surface of the human brain, and there are raised convolutions between the grooves, fissures, which greatly increases the area of the cerebral cortex. The human cerebral cortex is the most developed and is the organ of thinking. It dominates all activities in the body and regulates the balance between the body and the surrounding environment. Therefore, the cerebral cortex is the material basis of advanced neural activities. To put it bluntly, the brain is made up of neurons. Nerves are also very troublesome. Damaged nerve fibers can be repaired, but neurons cannot be repaired. Many cells in the human body can be metabolized and renewed, but neurons cannot. They are the few permanent cells in the human body, and their lifespan is the same as that of humans. In other words, the neurons in the brain are from birth to death. If there are fewer, they are really fewer and will never be there again. Therefore, severe brain damage is the most difficult to deal with. Some people have their brains pierced, but nothing happens. Some people just hit it a little and die directly. It is unreasonable at all. There have been cases in the news where only half of the brain is left and they are still alive, but there has never been a case of severe damage and recovery. This is definitely a miracle. Any practitioner related to medicine and biology will be full of curiosity and desire to explore such miracles. Natasha knew the problems of these scientists and did not feel offended. Because it is a miracle, I don't know what will happen, and even no one knows. Naturally, there is no way to treat it. Is there really no way? Natasha asked, a little disappointed. Helen looked around and then said to Natasha, it's not that there is no chance at all. But don't tell others that I said it. Natasha's eyes lit up. Don't worry. I will keep it a secret. In fact, in her heart, she felt funny about Helen's unnecessary actions. Whenever someone talks to you with the words don't tell others that I said it, it basically means that she actually hopes that you will spread it. I know that Tony has a mysterious medicine that can cure all diseases and injuries. Pepper once gave me some for experiments. It's amazing, but the quantity is too small. You may think of a way from this aspect. In fact, to put it bluntly, Helen just wanted to get more of that medicine from Natasha. Natasha immediately thought of something. Ms. Carter's rejuvenation. Tony once helped Ms. Carter to regain her youth. This incident once caused a big stir among the upper echelons. At that time, Natasha was still in S.H.I.E.L.D. and was ordered to enter the Stark Group for investigation. One of the main reasons was this. You should know that the senior executives of the Americans are basically old men. A few years later, this situation became more serious. The senior executives are basically over 60 years old, and most of them are over 70 years old. These people have a great demand for rejuvenation. Fortunately, Tony threw the responsibility to Hannibal. So now Hannibal is wanted. Although no one has found Hannibal so far. But as far as Natasha knows, there are many agencies within the government that have special people responsible for studying Hannibal and arresting him. Some people even believe that the secret of Hannibal's rejuvenation comes from his cannibalism. For example, there are rich people who replace their own blood with the blood of their grandsons. The so-called blood transfusion, also called vampire therapy, is said to be that the elderly can enhance cell vitality by injecting young people's plasma for a long time, thereby delaying the aging process, and even helping to treat Alzheimer's disease. But unfortunately, it has now been proven to be false. First of all, many studies on this therapy are conducted on animals, lacking a large amount of human test data. Secondly, giving the elderly blood from young people may overactivate the elderly's immune system and lead to autoimmune or inflammatory diseases. Finally, irregular blood transfusions are prone to the risk of contracting diseases such as hepatitis B and AIDS. Now several wealthy people have hired a large medical team to treat complications for themselves. In short, many people's attention has indeed shifted to Hannibal. Natasha also thought it was at first, and she also turned her investigation direction to investigate Tony and Hannibal's connection in the later stage. Unexpectedly, there really is such a drug. I understand what to do. Did Helen ask you to come? Tony heard this and looked helpless. I knew that this woman didn't understand what confidentiality was. Maybe she just wanted to study the composition of that drug so that it could better benefit others. Natasha had to defend Helen. After all, she betrayed Helen. Of course, she never said that Helen told her these words. But after she met Helen, she came to him. It was too direct. Tony, who was not a fool, could guess who leaked the secret. I know, of course I know, but that thing can't be explained by science at all. It's useless to give it to her, and it can't be copied at all if it's used a little less. It's useless to give it to her. Tony certainly knew why Helen did that. Although Helen was of Korean descent, she was still very philanthropic. She studied the cradle of life in order to cure all diseases and contribute to the victory of the entire human race over diseases. It was a great idea. But this idea required a huge amount of financial support. If she wanted to benefit the whole world, she had to benefit the rich and powerful first, otherwise she would have no chance and no resources to complete her own cradle of life. It was ironic, but this was the reality. What on earth is it that makes you say that? Natasha immediately knew how precious this thing was. You have to know that Tony was a devout and fanatical believer in science. Not that kind of cult. There is a cult in the United States called Scientology, but a real devout believer in science. The sentence he said most often was everything in the world can be explained by science. He doesn't believe in the Rubik's Cube. Even though he has seen it many times, he still thinks that magic is a science that humans cannot explain with science. It sounds very confusing. In fact, it is also very simple. He thinks that magic is just a kind of science, but the human scientific level cannot explain this phenomenon. He even had a debate with Thor about this. Thor once said that there is magic in Asgard. After all, their entire country is built on magic. But Tony sneered. He always thought that those were fake. There is no so-called magic in the world, only science that has not been seen through by people. And Thor himself is the best testimony. For example, Thor is the god of thunder, but in fact he is not the kind of god that people imagine, but just a powerful individual. It's just that ancient people couldn't explain Thor's power at all, so they regarded him as a god. The gods of Asgard are different from the gods on Earth in a broad sense. In Asgard, it is more like a noble title, while the gods on Earth need to be worshipped and are omnipotent. In short, with Tony's pride, it is difficult to say that something cannot be explained by science. Even if he can't explain it, he will be stubborn, but the scientific level is not yet there. Do you know dragons? Tony hesitated, but finally decided to tell him. After all, Natasha already knew. Dragon? The kind with wings, Natasha said. No. A real dragon, like a Chinese dragon. Dragons have always been regarded as a symbol of evil in the West, but it is completely different in the East, where they are a symbol of auspiciousness and majesty. Tony knew the origin of the dragon bones, so he was naturally unwilling to associate the dragon bones with evil. After all, that was an immortal who fought for this planet. He was the hero who liberated the Earth from fate. The kind that looks like a snake. No. It's a Chinese dragon. Chinese dragon. Snakes are also considered evil in the West. Okay. Chinese dragon. Chinese dragon. Natasha didn't know what Tony was doing. Why did he have to care about this? Forget it. Even if I tell you, you still won't understand. You just need to know that Kai and I found a dragon bone from ancient times. That dragon bone contains unimaginable energy. That energy can repair all injuries in the world, including aging. The dragon had unparalleled power before, which is why its bones still have such power even after so many years. But unfortunately, we only found this one dragon bone. Now you understand how scarce this thing is. Tony has been able to study the dragon bones whenever he has time in recent years, but unfortunately, apart from the simplest use, he has not studied anything, and no scientific instrument can measure the thing. So much so that even Tony is a little discouraged. That thing is a non-renewable resource. The less it is used, the less it will be. How can I give it to her for research? In fact, according to Tony's idea, it's okay to give Helen a little, but the problem is that Helen is. To put it nicely, she is philanthropic. To put it bluntly, she is a saint. This thing can kill people. Even Tony himself doesn't dare to take it out. How many people hope to be rejuvenated? If Helen holds it in her hand, whether she is doing research or giving it to others for use, it will be exposed. Once people know about it, not to mention Helen, even Tony will not be able to recover. Never underestimate the greed of those people. Do you think rejuvenation is enough? Those people will definitely want more when they know about the dragon bone. Who doesn't want eternal life without any side effects? Tony won't be able to cover it up by then. Therefore, Tony has been keeping the news of the dragon bone under control. Unexpectedly, Tony repeatedly emphasized it, but in the end Helen still leaked the news to Natasha. Maybe she thinks Natasha will not betray her, but what about the next time, and the next time? The more people know, the more dangerous it is. Natasha was silent. I will transfer Helen later, Tony said. Natasha opened her mouth to beg for mercy. It's not because of you. After all, if it was you, Kai would definitely help if there was no other way. So you will know sooner or later. But Helen. She is too naive, always thinking that the world is beautiful. The first half of this sentence is nonsense. Based on Tony's understanding of Kai, Kai probably doesn't care at all. After all, they don't know the master of imitation. Besides, others are living well, so it's not worth wasting such precious things on her. But now that it's like this, just go along with it. Natasha is a little scared. She is afraid that Tony will eliminate Helen. After all, for the greater good, a few people die, not to mention others. Even Natasha thinks it's normal. How can an agent be a saint? But Helen. I can guarantee that Helen will not leak it again. Can you let her go? After all, Helen is for Natasha. Tony was stunned, and then speechless. Although Tony asked himself that he was not a good person. Of course, if the dragon bone could really be exposed, he might really kill people. After all, this thing can really kill people. In fact, after the Carter incident, Tony received many requests. Many wealthy and powerful people who were about to die came to Tony and were willing to spend any price to prolong their lives. Tony didn't even dare to refuse. After all, that would bring Tony countless troubles. After all, others were about to die, so why would they care about you, Tony? There was no other way. Tony could only ask Hannibal to act. Fortunately, Hannibal cooperated very well, and then Hannibal naturally refused and pulled all the hatred over. Tony was considered to have escaped. After all, this matter had nothing to do with Tony. They were not stupid. After being rejected by Hannibal, they went to provoke Tony again. After all, it was useless to threaten Tony. Hannibal stood in front of you and refused. It means that Hannibal really didn't want to piss on this pot. At this time, provoke Tony again. Do you really think Tony is good-tempered? After a long time, no one asked Tony again. After all, you can't ask Tony for help with nothing, right? Whether it succeeds or not, the appearance fee for asking Tony is not cheap, so it's better to go directly to Hannibal. So more people came to find Hannibal, but fewer came to find Tony. But killing is definitely the only choice. Tony thought he had some skills, so he didn't need to kill anyone. What are you thinking? Do I need to kill anyone? I will send Helen to a secret place, where it is safe and doesn't need to contact the outside world. Natasha suddenly thought of a place. The center of the earth. How do you know the center of the earth? Now it was Tony's turn to be surprised. Chapter 1645 Transaction. Tony was thinking, Kai is not so lustful that he would reveal such a secret to Natasha. But soon Tony thought of the teleportation device he installed in the Widow's Bite. Have you been to the inner world? Yes. It's beautiful there, but unfortunately I didn't have the chance to see it clearly. He took off the Widow's Bite and handed it to Tony. By the way, help me reinstall a teleportation device. Kai agreed. Tony suddenly felt a little unhappy, because Tony always thought that he and Kai were the closest comrades in arms, because he and Kai had many common secrets. As a result, Kai, this bastard, valued women over friendship and told his woman everything. No, I have to tell Pepper too, otherwise I will lose out. What should I tell Pepper then? Damn. Pepper knows everything. So, whether it is the dragon bone or the inner world, she knows it. It seems that he, Tony Stark, is not honest. Forget it, be generous, and don't be angry with Kai this time. I know, I'll inject her with dragon bone potion. Red Devil. Kai was so surprised when he received this call. After all, Kai didn't like this guy. He also knew that Red Devil knew that he didn't like him. So even if both parties had each other's contact information, Red Devil never dared to contact him actively, but he didn't expect this guy to call him this time. Yes, Director Wayne. Long time no see. Red Devil probably wanted to have a daily greeting. Unfortunately, before he could speak, he was interrupted by Kai. Don't talk nonsense. We are not familiar with each other to the point of calling each other to say hello. How ruthless. I just sold you a favor not long ago. Red Devil knew that Kai didn't like him. After all, Kai was a policeman. What could a criminal like him talk about with a policeman? However, he didn't expect Kai to be so direct. Indeed, he was nothing to Kai. But snakes have their own ways, and mice have their own ways. Although everyone is on different tracks, the world is not so black and white. Everyone will always need each other, so why bother? No matter how awesome you are, Kai, you can't ask him for help, right? No, it was a deal. The price was that I ignored the news of your public appearance in the United States. So, it was a reciprocal deal from beginning to end. You are overthinking about favors. This was Kai's true thought. Even if Kai fell further, he would not owe a criminal a favor. Red Devil basically does all kinds of business, and none of them are not against the law. Of course, Kai knew that Red Devil would become like this. There must be a story, and it might even be very touching. But this is not an excuse for him to become like this. You know, the things he did are enough to kill thousands of people. He may have had a tragic experience, but that is not an excuse for him to feel that he's hurting others. So Kai will never have any good feelings towards him. Kai's statement made Red Devil helpless. There are always some people in this world who can break the rules at will without paying a price. And Kai is such a person. Red Devil seems to be very glorious, and his cooperation with the FBI, CIA, and even NSA makes him look impeccable. At least even if a policeman really recognizes him, he will be released by a phone call. Don't underestimate the integrity of these organizations. They will do anything for their own interests. The most famous one is the CIA. Outside the United States, especially in South America, CIA agents are everywhere. The CIA will even personally go out to sell drugs. Sometimes drug dealers are caught on the border and they are about to celebrate, but the CIA in black suits comes and takes the people away directly. They don't even need to give a reason, just national security. So in order to get benefits from the Red Devil, these organizations will definitely protect him in every possible way. But this doesn't apply to Kai. Because those organizations have no way to influence Kai at all. Do you go to his boss to complain about Kai? Will Kai's boss dare to intervene? Or will the New York government dare to intervene? Everyone knows that Kai's employment in the New York government is an honor for the government and a good thing that can't be asked for. It is because of him that the New York government can still be considered a safe place despite so many chaos. Because everyone knows that with Kai, as long as the world is not destroyed, New York will not have any problems. The previous events are the best interpretation. Because of the sudden attack, the whole New York was in chaos. It was Kai and his friends who worked hard to make the attack only result in hundreds of deaths and thousands of injuries. Yes, it seems that there are heavy casualties, but if you know how many places were attacked, you will feel that New Yorkers are really lucky. The performance of the New York government in this crisis is not to say that it is impeccable, but there are really no mistakes. So the pressure is now on the FBI, NSA and other agencies. As we all know, New York has always been the heart of the United States, but now it has been attacked by terrorists, and countless intelligence agencies didn't even have any news in advance. This is not a small matter. In short, because of Kai's help, the New York government not only did not receive too much criticism in this crisis, but even received a lot of praise. In this case, who dares to mess with Kai? To put it bluntly, the FBI, CIA and other agencies have no ability to restrain Kai. In this case, Kai ruined their good things, what dare they say? So the Red Devil had to admit that what Kai said was too reasonable. Hey, Director Wayne, even if there is no favor, we are at least friends. No, Kai interrupted again. What? We are not friends, and we can't be friends. My taste is not that low. Kai was still ruthless, so hurry up and talk about the matter. If I am interested, then this call can continue. Listen, Red Devil. I'm busy. The whole New York was attacked just now, and I'm almost busy now, so I don't have the patience to talk nonsense with a criminal here. Okay, so ruthless, Red Devil quickly got down to business. Someone asked me to inquire about the information of the imitation master, who, according to the Red Devil's previous temperament, he would definitely say a lot of vague nonsense, but now it is obviously inappropriate. Red House, he was going to explain the Red House. As a result, Kai interrupted him again. Red House? How are they related to this matter? Natasha didn't tell him about her and Antonia, so Kai naturally didn't know the relationship between the imitation master and the Red House. Did I say it? The imitation master is from the Red House. These people are crazy now. They have been hoping to save him. It's her, huh? Red Devil was a little stunned. What? The imitation master is a woman, and she is very beautiful. Kai said casually. Huh? This is big news. Everyone thinks the imitation master is a man. Fuck. Drekhov didn't even tell me this, Red Devil said, but he wasn't really angry. Only idiots would tell others everything. What do you want? Kai asked. What about you? Since you know the Red House, you should know the grudge between Natasha and them. What do you think I want? Kai asked calmly. Red Devil is not a good guy. He said it so clearly. He probably planned to sell the Red House to Kai. No wonder this grandson dared to call Kai. You are a good customer. I do know something and I am willing to trade with you. Don't talk nonsense, Reddington. I've said it before, you and I can't be friends. Kai interrupted again. We can be straight to the point. What do you want? If you can, then you can. If you can't, then you can't. Don't beat around the bush. We don't have that kind of friendship. I hope to get your protection, Red Devil said immediately. In fact, Red Devil's original plan was not like this. He hoped to have a long-term relationship and eat both sides, and finally sell out the Red House to gain Kai's friendship. He knew very well that he was walking on a tightrope. The moment he appeared in the lobby of the FBI, his life had actually begun to count down. There were too many people who wanted to kill him. It was just that he was smart to cooperate with the FBI and other agencies. These agencies were very powerful. They could guarantee that he would not be killed, but they could not guarantee his safety forever. When he was no longer useful, those agencies that cooperated with him would probably sell him out. The Red Devil didn't have much time left. Sorry, this deal is not valid, Kai refused directly. Are you kidding? Shelter this bastard? Kai couldn't do it. The Red House was indeed hidden very deep, but it was not so deep that it could not be found. Their headquarters was not in outer space. Wasn't it difficult to find? I can't possibly protect someone like you. If you die, you deserve it. I never thought my life would turn out like this. No, Red Devil, don't play that to me. Everyone has their own helplessness, but everyone also has to pay the price for what they have done. You are a criminal. Maybe you have grievances and tragic stories, but the things you have done over the years and the people you have killed do not need to pay for your stories. You deserve to die, don't deny it. You know it yourself, you deserve to die. So, the deal is not established, then help me protect Elizabeth Keene, who, Kai was stunned, he had never heard of this name. The girl who was with me that day, huh? That stupid FBI, Kai did not remember the woman's name, because he didn't care, but he was impressed by her stupidity. That's right, a criminal, let me protect an FBI, Kai asked curiously. After all, this is really strange. She is my daughter. At the beginning, forget it, you are not interested in my story. I just need you to protect her, Reddington said sincerely. Indeed, I'm not interested in your story. Kai was too lazy to listen to the story, probably because he couldn't escape those bloody plots, but as an FBI, she should be able to protect herself, right? You've met her, but the only impression you have of her is that she's stupid. The people I've offended are all bastards like me, no, worse than me. They are powerful and their methods are sinister and dirty. If she really loses protection, she will definitely die without a complete body. That's why I ask you to protect her. Well, since you know she's stupid, you should know that idiots often think they were smart. If she wants to die, I can't be her nanny, right? I can't watch her all the time, that's unrealistic. I'm not her father, Kai said. Hearing this, the Red Devil was not angry, but relieved. Because Kai was bargaining. That means Kai is seriously considering the feasibility and has no intention of going back on his word. Then what do you think we should do? Kai thought for a while. Let's do this. If one day, someone really wants to kill her, let her come to New York. As long as she comes to New York, no matter who it is, don't try to touch her, but it's limited to New York. Once she leaves New York, it's not my business. Deal. Red Devil bought a red house for a good price very smoothly. Then Red Devil asked about the information of the Master of Imitation, and then hung up. A few days later, Red Devil took the initiative to call Drekov. Red Devil, you'd better have good news. Drekov has been calling Red Devil in recent days, but unfortunately, Red Devil didn't answer. Yes. Of course, Reddington is sitting in his residence in New York at this moment. It is a small house in the suburbs, a very ordinary house. It is the house of a writer friend of his. His friend has never published any articles or books in his life, but his house is filled with countless books and manuscripts. This writer has social phobia, and later directly developed intellectism, and has only been able to deal with books and words. Before he died, Reddington funded him so that he would not starve to death, but the price was that after his death, everything belonged to Reddington. At this time, Reddington's favorite house, here, looking at those manuscripts, he felt that his soul was cleansed. Those words, beautiful and affectionate, are full of a kind of innocent beauty. Then why didn't you answer my call? Hey, man. I'm not your personal assistant. And, do I need time too? That's Stark Tower. I can't just walk in and ask the front desk for information, right? Or do you think I can easily find Tony Stark himself by making an appointment with the front desk? My people are in Stark Tower. In fact, Drekov has always known about this. It's just that there is no need to tell Red Devil. Yes, by the way. Why didn't you tell me that the Master of Imitation is actually a lady? Red Devil was telling Drekov by the way that his news was true. How is she? Drekov immediately became nervous. Not good, not bad, Red Devil said. Don't play dumb. I don't have time. Okay. You are a client, the Red Devil said. The impersonator lady is in stable condition now. She has not suffered any harm, but Stark and his team found a chip in her brain. They are very curious about it. They want to crack it. It is said that they think the chip is very valuable. As for her, she has been in a coma and has not been abused. In fact, you should rest assured that our super rich man does not seem to have a hobby of torturing his enemies. Drekov finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then where is she imprisoned? That still requires effort. You can't expect me to know everything there, Tony was thinking at this moment. Kai is not so lustful that he is blinded by his mind. He even revealed such a secret to Natasha. But soon Tony thought of the teleportation device he installed in Widow's Bite. Have you been to the inner world yet? It's beautiful there, but unfortunately I didn't have the chance to see it clearly. He took off the Widow's Bite and handed it to Tony. By the way, help me reinstall a teleportation device. Kai agreed. Tony suddenly felt a little unhappy. Because Tony always thought that he and Kai were the closest comrades in arms, because he and Kai had many common secrets. But Kai, this bastard, valued women over friendship and told his woman everything. No, I have to tell Pepper too, otherwise I will lose. What should I tell Pepper? Damn. Pepper knows everything. So, whether it's Dragon Bones or the inner world, she knows it. It seems that it's him, Tony Stark, who is not authentic. Forget it, be generous, and don't be angry with Kai this time. I know, I will inject her with Dragon Bone Potion. Red Devil, Kai was so surprised when he received this call. After all, Kai didn't like this guy. He also knew that Red Devil knew that he didn't like him. So even if both parties had each other's contact information, Red Devil never dared to contact him actively. Unexpectedly, this guy actually took the initiative to call him this time. Yes, Chief Wayne. Long time no see. Red Devil probably wanted to have a daily greeting. Unfortunately, before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Kai. Don't talk nonsense, we are not familiar enough to call each other to say hello. How heartless, I just sold you a favor not long ago. Red Devil knew that Kai didn't like him. After all, Kai was a policeman. What could a criminal like him and a policeman talk about? However, he didn't expect Kai to be so direct. Admittedly, he was nothing to Kai. But snakes have their own ways, and mice have their own ways. Although everyone is on different tracks, the world is not so black and white. Everyone will always need each other, so why bother? No matter how awesome you are, Kai, you can't ask him for help? No, it was a deal. The price is that I ignore the news that you appeared publicly in the United States. So, it was an equal deal from beginning to end. You think too much about favors. This is Kai's true thought. Even if Kai is more corrupt, he will not owe a criminal a favor. Red Devil basically does all kinds of business, and none of them is not against the law. Kai certainly knew that Red Devil would become like this. There must be a story behind it, and it might even be very moving. But this is not an excuse for him to become like this. You know, the things he did were enough to kill thousands of people. He may have had a tragic experience, but that is not an excuse for him to feel that he's hurting others. So Kai will definitely not have any good feelings towards him. Kai's words made Red Devil very helpless. There are always some people in this world who can break the rules at will without paying a price. And Kai is such a person. Red Devil seems to be very glorious. He cooperates with the FBI, CIA and even NSA, making him look impeccable. At least even if a policeman really recognizes him, he will be released by a phone call. Don't underestimate the integrity of these organizations. They can do anything for their own interests. The most famous one is the CIA. Outside the United States, especially in South America, CIA agents are everywhere. The CIA will even personally go out to sell drugs. Sometimes drug dealers are caught on the border and they are about to celebrate, but the CIA in black suits come and take the people away directly. There is no need to give a reason. It's just national security. So in order to get benefits from the Red Devil, these organizations will definitely do everything they can to protect him. But this does not apply to Kai. Because those organizations have no way to influence Kai at all. Should I go to his boss to complain about Kai? Does Kai's boss dare to intervene? Or does the New York government dare to intervene? Everyone knows that it is an honor for the New York government to work for Kai. It is a blessing that cannot be asked for. It is because of him that the New York government is still considered a safe place despite so many chaos. Because everyone knows that with Kai here, as long as the world does not perish, nothing will happen to New York. What happened before is the best explanation. Because of the sudden attack, the whole of New York was in chaos. It was the efforts of Kai and his friends that resulted in only hundreds of deaths and thousands of injuries in the attack. Yes, it looks like heavy casualties, but if you know how many places were attacked, you will feel that New Yorkers are really lucky. The performance of the New York government in this crisis is not to say that it is impeccable, but there are really no mistakes. So the pressure is now on the FBI, NSA and other agencies. As we all know, New York has always been the heart of the United States, but now it has been attacked by terrorists, and countless intelligence agencies didn't even have any information in advance. This is not a small matter. In short, because of Kai's help, the New York government not only did not receive too much blame in this crisis, but even received a lot of praise. In this situation, who dares to mess with Kai? To put it bluntly, the FBI, CIA and other agencies have no ability to restrain Kai. In this situation, Kai ruined their good things, what dare they say? So the Red Devil had to admit that what Kai said was too reasonable. Hey, Director Wayne, even if there is no favor, we are at least friends. No, Kai interrupted again. What, we are not friends, and we can't be friends. My taste is not that low. Kai was still ruthless, so hurry up and talk about the matter. If I am interested, then this call can continue. Listen, Red Devil. I'm busy. The whole New York was attacked just now, and I'm almost busy now, so I don't have the patience to talk nonsense with a criminal here, okay? So ruthless, Red Devil quickly got down to business. Someone asked me to inquire about the information of the imitation master, who, according to the Red Devil's previous temperament, he would definitely say a lot of vague nonsense, but now it is obviously inappropriate. Red House, he was going to explain the Red House. As a result, Kai interrupted him again. Red House? How are they related to this matter? Natasha didn't tell him about her and Antonia, so Kai naturally didn't know the relationship between the imitation master and the Red House. Did I say it? The imitation master is from the Red House. These people are crazy now. They have been hoping to save him. It's her, huh? Red Devil was a little stunned. What? The imitation master is a woman, and she is very beautiful, Kai said casually. Huh? This is big news. Everyone thinks the imitation master is a man. Fuck. Drekhov didn't even tell me this, Red Devil said, but he wasn't really angry. Only idiots would tell others everything. What do you want? Kai asked. What about you? Since you know the Red House, you should know the grudge between Natasha and them. What do you think I want? Kai asked calmly. Red Devil is not a good guy. He said it so clearly. He probably planned to sell the Red House to Kai. No wonder this grandson dared to call Kai. You are a good customer. I do know something and I am willing to trade with you. Don't talk nonsense, Reddington. I've said it before, you and I can't be friends. Kai interrupted again. We can be straight to the point. What do you want? If you can, then you can. If you can't, then you can't. Don't beat around the bush. We don't have that kind of friendship. I hope to get your protection, Red Devil said immediately. In fact, Red Devil's original plan was not like this. He hoped to have a long-term relationship and eat both sides, and finally sell out the Red House to gain Kai's friendship. He knew very well that he was walking on a tightrope. The moment he appeared in the lobby of the FBI, his life had actually begun to count down. There were too many people who wanted to kill him. It was just that he was smart to cooperate with the FBI and other agencies. These agencies were very powerful. They could guarantee that he would not be killed, but they could not guarantee his safety forever. When he was no longer useful, those agencies that cooperated with him would probably sell him out. The Red Devil didn't have much time left. Sorry, this deal is not valid, Kai refused directly. Are you kidding? Shelter this bastard? Kai couldn't do it. The Red House was indeed hidden very deep, but it was not so deep that it could not be found. Their headquarters was not in outer space. Wasn't it difficult to find? I can't possibly protect someone like you. If you die, you deserve it. I never thought my life would turn out like this. No, Red Devil, don't play that to me. Everyone has their own helplessness, but everyone also has to pay the price for what they have done. You are a criminal. Maybe you have grievances and tragic stories, but the things you have done over the years and the people you have killed do not need to pay for your stories. You deserve to die, don't deny it. You know it yourself, you deserve to die. So, the deal is not established, then help me protect Elizabeth Keene, who? Kai was stunned, he had never heard of this name. The girl who was with me that day, huh? That stupid FBI. Kai did not remember the woman's name, because he didn't care, but he was impressed by her stupidity. That's right, a criminal. Let me protect an FBI, Kai asked curiously. After all, this is really strange. She is my daughter. At the beginning, forget it, you are not interested in my story. I just need you to protect her, Reddington said sincerely. Indeed, I'm not interested in your story. Kai was too lazy to listen to the story, probably because he couldn't escape those bloody plots, but as an FBI, she should be able to protect herself, right? You've met her, but the only impression you have of her is that she's stupid. The people I've offended are all bastards like me, no, worse than me. They are powerful and their methods are sinister and dirty. If she really loses protection, she will definitely die without a complete body. That's why I ask you to protect her. Well, since you know she's stupid, you should know that idiots often think they were smart. If she wants to die, I can't be her nanny, right? I can't watch her all the time, that's unrealistic. I'm not her father, Kai said. Hearing this, the Red Devil was not angry, but relieved. Because Kai was bargaining. That means Kai is seriously considering the feasibility and has no intention of going back on his word. Then what do you think we should do? Kai thought for a while. Let's do this. If one day, someone really wants to kill her, let her come to New York. As long as she comes to New York, no matter who it is, don't try to touch her, but it's limited to New York. Once she leaves New York, it's not my business. Deal. Red Devil bought the Red House for a good price very smoothly. Then Red Devil asked about the information of the Master of Imitation, and then hung up. A few days later, Red Devil took the initiative to call Drekhov. Red Devil, you'd better have good news. Drekhov has been calling Red Devil in recent days, but unfortunately, Red Devil didn't answer. Yes. Of course, Reddington is sitting in his residence in New York at this moment. It is a small house in the suburbs, a very ordinary house. It is the house of a writer friend of his. His friend has never published any articles or books in his life, but his house is filled with countless books and manuscripts. This writer has social phobia, and later directly developed introautism, and has only been able to deal with books and words. Before he died, Reddington funded him so that he would not starve to death, but the price was not after his death. Everything belonged to Reddington. At this time, Reddington's favorite house, here, looking at those manuscripts, he felt that his soul was cleansed. Those words, beautiful and affectionate, are full of a kind of innocent beauty. Then why didn't you answer my call? Hey, man. I'm not your personal assistant. And, do I need time too? That's Stark Tower. I can't just walk in and ask the front desk for information, right? Or do you think I can easily find Tony Stark himself by making an appointment with the front desk? My people are in Stark Tower. In fact, Drekhov has always known about this. It's just that there is no need to tell Red Devil. Yes, by the way. Why didn't you tell me that the Master of Imitation is actually a lady? Red Devil was telling Drekhov by the way that his news was true. How is she? Drekhov immediately became nervous. Not good, not bad, Red Devil said. Don't play dumb. I'm busy. Okay. You're a client, the Red Devil said. The imitator lady is in a stable condition now. She hasn't suffered any harm, but Stark and his men found a chip in her brain. They are very curious about it and want to crack it. It is said that they think the chip is very valuable. As for her, she has been in a coma and has not been abused. In fact, you should rest assured that our super rich man doesn't seem to have a hobby of torturing his enemies. Drekhov finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then where is she imprisoned? That still requires some effort. You can't expect me to know everything there is. Chapter 1646 Group of 6. We can't rely on Red Devil all the time. That guy is unreliable, Drekhov said to his secretary after hanging up the phone. That's Stark Tower, and the people under our command are afraid, Ekaterina said a little embarrassedly. Almost everyone in the world knows that Stark Tower is a symbol of superheroes. In addition to its owner being a superhero, many superheroes like to go in and out there, so even if all criminals know that there is endless wealth in that building, no one dares to take the idea of that building. Stark's shape is very strange, and A-shaped, very eye-catching. In fact, before Tony moved the headquarters of Stark Group from Los Angeles back to New York, Stark Tower was already one of the iconic buildings in New York. It is located in the central business district of Manhattan Island and is an iconic building that stands on the New York skyline. It was designed by William Stark, the most famous architect in New York, and it was the tallest steel frame building in the world at that time. Even now, it ranks among the top skyscrapers in New York City. Stark Tower is one of the most representative buildings in New York City in the 1930s and one of William Stark's most important works. The Stark building is made of steel structure, and its facade is made of white plaster and gray concrete. There is a small spire on the roof of the building, which is the most notable feature of the Stark building and one of the most iconic features of the building. The Stark building is 382 meters high, with a total of 102 floors, 73,000 square meters of office space, and can accommodate about 20,000 employees. The building was built by a well-known construction company at a cost of about $400 million and was one of the largest construction projects in New York City at the time. The Stark building is not just a building, it is also a tourist attraction in New York City, attracting a large number of tourists every day to visit and enjoy its amazing and magnificent views. It was not until a few years ago that tourists were prohibited from entering there because Tony Stark was back. As early as the Howard Stark era, the headquarters of the Stark Group had been in New York, but with the death of Howard, Tony inherited the company, and the actual person in charge of the company at the time, Obadiah Stane, moved the company's headquarters to Los Angeles, California, because the conditions in California were better than New York at the time. At that time, California had better taxes and benefits for high-tech companies, so the Stark Group settled in California. After that, Tony gradually grew up and began to take control of the company's power. Although Obadiah Stane did a good job, the control of the Stark Group has always been firmly in the hands of the Stark family. Later, under Tony's intervention, the Stark Group spent about $600 million and renovated the original Stark building after 4 years of construction to its current state. After Obadiah Stane entered, Tony took a series of operations to firmly control the Stark Group in his own hands and had absolute control. Tony moved the headquarters back to New York. The new Stark building is 382 meters high, with a total of 102 floors, 73,000 square meters of office space, and can accommodate approximately 20,000 employees. Among them, the lower 70 floors are the company land of the Stark Group. The remaining 30 floors are privately owned by Tony Stark. The top 3 floors belong to Tony's private residence. The top floor is a high-tech operations room, which is surrounded by huge glass. It can view a 360-degree panoramic view of the city and display 3D holographic images. It can also receive news and other information from more than 50 radio stations. The other 2 floors at the top of the building include a spacious living room, kitchen and other undisclosed facilities. The helipad on the roof of the building can accommodate the team's helicopters and Quinjet fighters. There is also a protective dome on the roof, which can be extended to cover the top of the entire building according to the threat. At the same time, the building has many high-tech security facilities, monitoring and training equipment. After Tony admitted that he was Iron Man, many people believe that this place became the headquarters of superheroes. As a result, the reputation of this building has become even greater. Many people come to New York and take pictures there. This makes Stark Tower have an extraordinary reputation. Unfortunately, this building is a building used by the Stark Group and is not sold or rented to the outside world, so no company can move in except the Stark Group. In fact, if Tony wanted, he could make hundreds of millions of dollars in profit every year by renting it out, but Tony didn't like it. Perhaps it was because Tony lacked a sense of security, or perhaps it was because of his reputation. The security measures of the entire building can be said to be the best in the United States, and all kinds of high-tech equipment are used in it. As a result, many people think that this is the safest place in the whole of New York. At one time, the Federal Reserve Bank of New York even wanted to move its headquarters and vault here. The Federal Reserve Bank of New York is one of the 12 branches of the Federal Reserve in the United States. It is in charge of the financial industry in the New York area and is responsible to the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve Bank of New York is the actual controller of the Federal Reserve System. One of the 2 vaults of the Federal Reserve is located in the basement of the bank. Unfortunately, Tony refused. He doesn't like banks, even if he is a capitalist. He thinks that this group of people who play with finance are too dirty, and he doesn't want to dirty his own land. Among capitalists, those who play with finance are at the bottom of the contempt chain. Even if they are very important, it doesn't prevent them from scolding financiers. In this case, it is difficult to break into Stark Tower to save people, and superheroes must also be considered. If it was attacked somewhere else, maybe the superheroes would be too far away to get there, but that was Stark Tower. Believe it or not, once something went wrong, whether it was the police or the superheroes, they would drop everything and rush over. So the few people they had were not enough. How many candidates are left? Speaking of this, Drekhov felt a toothache. When there really needed people, the Black Widow candidates died or were caught. And the key is that Natasha didn't die. Isn't this a waste of time? Only 3 left, 6 were caught, 7 were shot dead on the spot, but 15 were killed by infighting, and oh, by the way, 2 of them rebelled. The once powerful Black Widow candidates now only have 3 left. And these 3 are still studying how to rescue the 6 captured people. Originally, the simplest way was to activate the chip and let them explode directly. But the problem is that the police had already guarded against them and put shielding devices on them. This must be the 2 betrayers who informed on the matter, which is why the remaining 3 people have to rescue the 6 people. If they don't come out, they will be killed. Anyway, they can't be allowed to betray again. Otherwise, it will be a big loss. Tisk, has Alexei arrived in the United States? He has arrived. They have already taken action twice and are still in Los Angeles. After Alexei arrived in the United States, he immediately found his old friend to reminisce. Then 6 murders occurred in Los Angeles. Who told those traitors to settle in the United States? Let them go to New York, but this is still not enough, Ekaterina said calmly. Go contact the Sinister Six. The Sinister Six, Ekaterina was surprised. If the Red Devil is a bad guy, then the Sinister Six are definitely standard scumbags. Although the Red Devil is a bastard, this person still has some ethics, and he doesn't cheat everyone. But the Sinister Six has no bottom line at all. The Sinister Six is not just 6 people, in fact, they are a mutant organization. Active on the west coast of the United States, it is true that the original founders were 6 people. Unfortunately, as they grew and expanded, they recruited a lot of mutant scum. The organization became very large, and the key is that they want everyone, but not good people, in any sense of the word. They only want bastards. They have no bottom line in doing things and no moral integrity in life. They are complete scum. The Red House had contact with them once, but since then, they have never done business with this group of people again. They are simply sick. In short, the Sinister Six is a mutant organization that worships social Darwinism. In fact, saying that they worship any doctrine is completely overestimating them. They just find a reason to do evil. According to them, mutants are the future of mankind, mutants are more advanced than humans, and are destined to replace humans, etc. Anyway, this thing is not important at all. Bastards don't need a reason. Scum even less. This group of people can do everything except good things. And they are particularly cruel. This is a headache for the US government. It's okay in New York, they don't dare to mess around in New York. Don't worry about that. Haven't these bastards been clamoring to invade New York? Let's see if they have the guts this time. The Red House doesn't even look down on the Red Devils, so how can they look down on this group of scum? Therefore, they don't like to deal with them. They have only cooperated once. This time, it is obviously not the Red House's style to take the initiative to find them. But as Drekhov said, don't worry about that. Okay, but with their style, the conditions must be unacceptable, promise them. And then sell them to the Americans later. Drekhov certainly knew the style of this group of scum, but he didn't plan to fulfill his promise and sell them to the Americans later, once and for all. Ekaterina widened her eyes. Okay. Boss, it seems you are still sober. I always am. On the other side, the New York Police Department is still very busy, because this terrorist attack has caused a lot of losses. No matter which aspect. An explanation needs to be given to the public. Therefore, the 6 captured Black Widow candidates are very important. The FBI and NSA have sent people to the New York Police Department hoping to take over the investigation. This is their duty. Although the New York Police Department also has a counter-terrorism department. But how should I put it? This department is not important, but counter-terrorism has been the top priority of the United States since the collapse of the Twin Towers, and it must not be sloppy. But if you say it is important, there are too many departments involved in counterterrorism. The FBI, NSA, CIA all have their own counterterrorism departments, and even the military has one. Each of them has greater authority than the local police department. The others are the federal government and have law enforcement powers throughout the United States. No matter how big the local police department is, it only has local law enforcement power. Outside the jurisdiction, it is shit. And terrorist attacks are generally not limited to one place, so the counterterrorism department of the NYPD is really not that important. Even if a terrorist attack occurs, it is just to help the federal agencies. But now it is different. Because of a tough guy like Kai, the New York Police Department has always been very strong. What FBI, CIA, NSA, don't even think about it. There is no way. The functions of several agencies and the New York Police Department jointly handle the case. But no matter how the elites of several agencies interrogate, they have no way to deal with 6 beauties. They all said nothing, and no matter how much these people said, it was useless. Later, the NSA was the first to lose its composure. If you want to talk about which agency in the United States is the most unscrupulous, it is undoubtedly the NSA. Although the FBI is very large, they are actually also police officers. They are also domineering, but generally speaking, they will not go too far. After all, they have the Ministry of Justice above them. And the CIA. They are also unscrupulous abroad, and dare to do anything, even daring to sell drugs in the United States and make money to support foreign armed forces abroad. But the problem is that they have no law enforcement power in the country, and because the CIA is too unscrupulous, they often have to keep a low profile. If they are also unscrupulous in the country, they will not be far from death. Other agencies are similar, and they all have their own restrictions. Except for the NSA. The superior unit of the NSA is not the Ministry of Justice, they are under the Ministry of Defense. In other words, anything they do can be classified as a national security incident. It is absolutely confidential. Let alone accusations, ordinary people will be asked to keep it confidential even if they know it, otherwise they will be hit hard. So the NSA does not need to abide by those rules and regulations when doing things. Especially after the SHIELD incident, the government and Congress felt that it was not good for one company to dominate, so after weakening SHIELD, they strengthened the NSA. Let the Shadow Bureau, SHIELD and NSA compete for hegemony. The situation that SHIELD once covered the sky with one hand is absolutely not allowed to happen again. This further fueled the arrogance of the NSA. So the NSA directly ignored the FBI and the New York Police Department and tortured several people. Then a week later, although the 6 Black Widow candidates were scarred and even tortured to coma, no one said a word. This made the New York Police Department very annoyed. It's not that they think there's anything wrong with torturing people. It's just a simple blame. It's not that we can't interrogate, but the idiots of the NSA tortured people like this, and we can't ask even if we want to. Acting out of line, that's it. If you get things done, everyone will be fine. But once you overturn, then sorry, you will take the blame. The NSA can't even quibble. After all, it was you who insisted on torturing people against all odds. Now that nothing has been found out and the person is in such a mess, who else can we look for if not you? So the right to investigate the case returned directly to the New York Police Department. Chapter 1647 Forbearance. Who are these three? The head of the NSA turned his head and asked Sage while holding a cup of coffee. Sage was very upset with the people of the NSA. It was not because they tortured those girls. In fact, if he thought so, it would not be a pity to just shoot these 6 women. They were terrorists. They were the ones who turned the whole New York upside down. Thousands of casualties would be a big event in any city. It was just that the American people had been trained in the past few years and did not think that the terrorist attack in New York was terrible. If it had happened a few years ago, the President of the United States would have stood up and bowed to apologize. He was upset with the NSA simply because these people were more arrogant than them. This is New York. New York has always been regarded as a private land by the New York Police Department. In recent years, even the presence of the FBI here has been terribly low. As a result, this group of NSA was not polite at all. They were arrogant and arrogant. Confidential. Those who know, and those who don't know don't ask. The head of the NSA was almost angry to death. According to the confidentiality level of the NSA, the New York police were not even worthy of carrying their shoes. Any of their actions were confidential and did not even need to be disclosed to the public. The New York police are nothing. What can they know that the NSA can't? But thinking of the previous criticism from his superiors, he still endured it. New York is a special place in the United States. New York has always been regarded as the center of the entire United States. After all, it is the financial center of the United States. It is so important that their mayoral election even makes international news. So no matter how much attention is paid to things here, it is not too much. As the times go by, the existence of Kai and Tony makes this city a symbol of American security. Even Washington is not as safe as it. After all, the White House of the U.S. President has been captured twice. Especially Kai, who made the New York Police Department the #1 local police station in the United States. A strong group of people don't care much about federal agencies at all. In fact, at the federal level, there are too many things that are arguing and confronting between federal agencies and local agencies. No matter how powerful the NSA is, it can't control the New York Police Department. The two are not on the same system at all. So the New York Police Department doesn't need to piss on the NSA at all. The NSA shut up angrily. Although the New York police can keep silent, can't they investigate it themselves? Moreover, he doesn't believe that these 3 women can achieve anything. These terrorists, although they are all beautiful women, are harder than rocks. The NSA has used all means, but these people don't even have a change of expression, let alone speak. He is now just waiting for failure in New York, and then he will file a complaint. If the New York Police Department files a complaint, it will be very embarrassing for the NSA. The NSA is actually despised by a local police station. It's too shameful to say it out. Just waiting for failure in New York, even if the NSA can regain some face, It's not that we don't work hard, but the enemy is too inhumane. Just when this guy was thinking about how to file a complaint, soon the news came that the 6 women were willing to cooperate with the New York Police Department. Not only that, the federal prosecutor actually handed over an immunity agreement to the 6 women at the first time. The speed was incredible. The NSA didn't even understand what happened, and was asked to withdraw the entire investigation team directly. On the contrary, the investigation teams of the FBI, SHIELD, the Shadow Bureau and other agencies actually got the title of Joint Investigation. In other words, these agencies did nothing, but got a share of the credit, and only the NSA was excluded. Not only did they not get any credit, but they got into trouble. More importantly, the NSA was not on the list of joint investigation teams that was made public. Those media who were very sensitive discovered the difference. Even people who were slightly more sensitive knew that the NSA was embarrassed. Such a big thing, but there was no NSA involved at all, which made the NSA embarrassed. More importantly, when Congress allocated funds, the budget committees would look at the achievements and mistakes made by these agencies in the previous fiscal year and consider them comprehensively. UNSA lost such a big person, it is not just a matter of face, but also involves the amount of financial budget. After the person in charge returned, although he was not fired or demoted, he was transferred from the field department to the logistics department. You should know that in such an organization, the fastest promotion is still in the field department, because it is easy to make merit. When you get to the logistics department, you can only gain experience, and without any achievements, how can the leaders see your talents? Although the logistics department does not need to be exposed to the wind and sun, and there are not many things to do, the problem is that it is in a remote place. Who will pay attention to whether the people in the logistics department are outstanding? You just need to buy me coffee and wash my suit, that's it. Look up, how many of those senior executives came from the logistics department? The future of this person in charge is over. In the future, he will just gain experience, increase his annual salary, and then muddle through. The person in charge is definitely not willing to accept this. He at least has to know how he fell, right? So he checked it out. As a result, he really found out. After all, the matter is not as confidential as Saji said, and everyone who should know knows it. It turns out that the 3 women who came to the police station that day were all agents who defected from the Red House. Although I don't know what they said specifically, anyway, the 6 Red House agents collectively defected. After that, it has nothing to do with the New York Police Department. They have already taken the credit. Anything below is not within their scope of responsibility. Their law enforcement power is limited to New York. Who the hell will recognize you as a New York police officer when you go out? But this is enough. The cake is so big. If you eat more, others will have to eat less. It is enough to eat the biggest piece. If you eat more, not only will there be no benefit, but people will also hate you. The top leaders of the New York Police Department may have mediocre business capabilities, but their political capabilities must be high, otherwise they can't be high level. As for where the 6 rebellious agents went, the NSA also found out that they went to the Stark Group. The person in charge was stunned. What's going on? Why can the Stark Group accept such a person? This is a terrorist. But he couldn't find out the secrets when he wanted to explore them. The level is not enough. Helen was very unhappy when she heard this. You are legally detained, do you know, my dear, I am saving your life. How many times have I reminded you not to disclose the dragon bone extract? Do you know how many people are watching these things? If you disclose a word, you will be kidnapped by a group of black people, and then tortured and asked about the whereabouts of the dragon bone. Believe me, those people will never allow you to know the secret of the dragon bone while alive. The secret of the dragon bone is too serious. Anyone who knows the secret will cover it up tightly. Only Helen didn't know the seriousness of the matter and spread it everywhere. If Tony didn't do anything to such a person, someone would do something to eliminate her. As long as those people learned the secret from her, they would definitely kill her. Of course, Helen knew that this was very likely, but she still didn't accept it. She was the kind of person who was brainwashed by white left ideas. Then you should just publish those things. That way you can rebel against all mankind. This was the most unhappy part for Helen. She thought Tony was too selfish. Such good things should benefit all mankind. The problem is that this thing is very limited and cannot be copied. Not to mention benefiting all mankind, even we don't have enough for ourselves, Tony said weakly. That's why we have to publish it so that more people can study it together. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean that everyone's power can't do it. Helen was still trying to convince Tony with her childish ideas. Tony certainly knew, but there was one thing Helen overlooked. That is human nature. Not everyone is a white leftist like Helen. Helen is different from ordinary white leftists. Ordinary white leftists are more of a lip service, like those white left politicians, who say it more beautifully than anyone else, but once it comes to themselves, they immediately change their faces. There are very few real white leftists. Don't think about it. Wait, someone is here to pick you up. I saw a few people dressed very nicely walked in, all in the British gentleman style, very handsome. Huh? You sent a male model to watch me? Or do you want to use a beauty trap on me? Helen was startled, and then said exaggeratedly. Unexpectedly, one of the male models came over and said in a British accent, Mr. Stark, we have intercepted Ms. Helen's external communications. She sent a total of 3 pieces of intelligence to the outside world. In addition, we also found the USB flash drive she left in the mezzanine at home. In addition, we also found that at least 7 groups of people have been trying to contact Ms. Helen. It seems that Ms. Helen has been noticed by others. But we have investigated and found that most of these people are here for the cradle of life, and a small number of people hope to find out the secret of rejuvenation through her. Hearing this, Helen was dumbfounded. You are monitoring me? Helen was very angry. Tony was also stable now. After all, he felt a little guilty before, but now he doesn't. Of course, he also knew that Helen didn't have any bad intentions, but her mind was too simple. Send her away. I'll send someone to take care of the final work. Tony waved his hand. Thank you, by the way. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known that Stark Group's counterintelligence methods had such a big loophole. The visitor nodded and didn't say much. He just stroked Helen's neck. Helen fainted. Then 2 people supported Helen and left directly. Come out. If I hadn't stopped you just now, you would have been dealt with by others. After the people left, Tony shouted to the corner. Then Yelena and Dahlia came out. The 2 looked at each other, and then Dahlia said, we just came to take a look, and didn't want to eavesdrop. Well, they did want to eavesdrop. It was basically their instinct. It's okay, it doesn't matter anyway. It doesn't matter if you heard it. Tony didn't care. When they came over, Kingsman's people found them, so they were very careful in their words and didn't have any useful information. This is why they knocked Helen unconscious, just because they were afraid that they would talk nonsense. Are you here to find Natasha? Tony asked, but without waiting for their answer, he said to himself, then you go find her, I'm leaving first. Then he really left. Dahlia breathed a sigh of relief and found that these superheroes seemed to be too easy to talk to. He actually believes us, don't be silly. This building is monitored by his artificial intelligence Jarvis. He knows everything that happens, Yelena said a little awkwardly. Because of Natasha, she doesn't like superheroes. That's not bad, at least they didn't think of silencing us. Dahlia thought they were good people. Humph. While Yelena was talking, she stared at Natasha and Antonia in the rehabilitation room. She really couldn't stand it. Natasha, the bitch who abandoned her husband and daughter, would actually show such an expression to another girl. It was like a knife constantly thrusting into her heart. Why can this woman give her tenderness to other girls, but abandon her own daughter like trash? Dahlia saw Yelena's resentful eyes and immediately pulled Yelena. Don't be like this, Yelena. She was also taking orders from others. She was just used as a tool like us. Dahlia could only comfort Yelena like this. There was no way, they couldn't beat them. If they had the upper hand, Dahlia would not persuade Yelena, but would only help Yelena kill Natasha. But now the strength doesn't allow it. Dahlia said as she held Yelena's shoulders tightly. Yelena finally retracted her gaze, and then smiled reluctantly at Dahlia. I know everything. Of course she knew what Dahlia meant. Isn't it that we can't beat her now, but we can endure it, as long as we find an opportunity. Dahlia did that. She always remembered the hatred of the Red House, but she endured it for so many years. Now doesn't she see the hope of revenge? Chapter 1648 Aftermath. P.S. Done. Another 300 words for you. Dara was right. Yelena used a lot of willpower to turn her head away from the heartbreaking scene and leave with her friends. However, the moment they left, Natasha looked at their backs. She was not a rookie, so it was impossible for her to ignore such obvious gazes, but she did not look at them, first to avoid embarrassment, and second to give the girl a chance. To be honest, she still hadn't thought about how to face Yelena. After all, she was Yelena's enemy. According to Natasha's previous style, such people would have been reclaimed long ago, but this time, Natasha couldn't do it. This hatred could not be reconciled. She killed her parents. She also saw with her own eyes that even after so many years in the Red House, she had not forgotten this hatred. This was not something that could be forgotten with just a few words. Maybe it was because her name was Yelena? Natasha thought so. VNA, Antonia saw that Natasha was distracted again, and immediately called out unhappily. Natasha immediately smiled back. Seeing Antonia like this, Natasha was both relieved and sad. After Antonia received the injection of dragon bone extract, although she regained consciousness, her memory still only stayed on the day of the explosion. In other words, although she has become a mature woman now, her mind is actually still a few years old. She is not even familiar with her body yet. It will take a long time of rehabilitation for Antonia to accept the fact that she has grown up. Not only that, she needs to learn more things to match her body. And this, in the final analysis, is also caused by Natasha. She deprived Antonia of more than 20 years of life. So seeing Antonia is still alive, she not only did not throw away the guilt, but felt more guilty. She deprived her of more than 20 years of life. Let her lose the happiness and troubles that she should experience as a child. Is there anything more cruel than this? Now Antonia can only speak one word at a time. After consulting with the most authoritative doctors in the United States, they all think that this is normal. So Natasha has been helping her with rehabilitation. To be honest, Natasha feels very complicated now. She has always wanted to solve the problem of the Red Room. But if she solves the Red Room, will it hurt Antonia again? After all, Drekhov is Antonia's last relative. On the other side, Tony is calling Kai. There is something wrong with those two girls, especially Yelena. She looks at Natasha with a wrong look. Are you really not going to do anything? What can I do? Natasha won't let me touch her. To be honest, I don't know what Natasha is doing. Natasha killed the girl's parents. Although it was an order from S.H.I.E.L.D., logically speaking, S.H.I.E.L.D. should be considered a justice camp. The target of the assassination order they issued is at least a bad guy. Unfortunately, S.H.I.E.L.D. has never been an organization with justice attributes, or in other words, any similar organization will never be so naively divided into justice or evil. So S.H.I.E.L.D. killing people, good people and bad people, is actually not important, and it is not even within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s consideration. In addition, Hydra was in power at that time, then they would not consider it even more, and it would be better to say that good people are more miserable. So it is more likely that Yelena's parents are good people. In this way, Natasha has lost her last moral position. This kind of irreconcilable contradiction, Natasha should not keep this unstable factor around her. Even if she is not killed, she should be allowed to leave. Now Kai really doesn't understand. S.H.I.E.L.D., why am I not surprised at all? Tony complained. Do you want to check it? What if it is a misunderstanding? If you have time, check it out, and keep an eye on that woman. By the way, you have to be careful recently. What's wrong? There is a move in the Red House. That girl is the daughter of the boss of the Red House. He will find a way to rescue her, huh? Isn't that just right? What they did in New York can't be easily let go. Kai didn't say anything. To be honest, Kai's feelings about the Red House are still quite complicated. Of course, he has nothing to do with the Red House, but the country represented by the Red House. To be honest, Kai, who grew up in the 1980s, has complicated feelings about that country. First of all, this country has brought a lot of trouble to his motherland, and there was even a small conflict between the two sides. But this country was also the existence that these socialist young people admired very much, the Big Brother. No joke. The socialist base. That's fine. The key is that the Red House people still insist on being both red and professional, which makes Kai very close to them. I just have a good impression of them. To be honest, although the terrorist attack is excessive, but, if combined with the experience of the Red House, Kai can understand it. Of course, sympathy is sympathy, but terrorist attacks are not allowed. Okay, remember to be prepared. Washington, D.C., the White House. Red House. Benjamin looked at the report handed over from New York and was completely dumbfounded. Do you think that I don't understand what the Red House is because I don't have any political background? Right. Benjamin looked at the leaders of several intelligence agencies in front of him with a very ugly face. Well, Actually, Benjamin really didn't know the Red House before. After all, those are all intelligence secrets. Although Benjamin himself is not a political novice, he is indeed not very experienced. He has not been in various congressional committees for a long time, so it is difficult for him to access such confidential intelligence. Benjamin's political background is not the root of traditional politicians. Traditional politicians generally have two routes. The first is to come from a prestigious school, then start to intern in a branch of the two parties, and actively participate in various activities, then join the party, start to carry out activities in various constituencies, contact senior members of the party, start to build connections, and sometimes even become a secretary or assistant to a big boss, and then start to fly solo, relying on their own connections to enter the constituency and start campaigning. Then accumulate a certain reputation, and then start to upgrade. Enter the city council, then the state legislature, and finally enter Congress. After entering Congress, first mix in some committees with little power, and then according to seniority, start to contact the circles of senior members step by step, and then join some powerful committees. Finally, become a senior politician and then run for president. The other is to hold a government position or public service. That is, to hold a public office or be a lawyer. For example, Eisenhower. He became a 5-star general, then retired and ran for election. You can be a lawyer, become a barrister first, then turn to be a prosecutor, or switch sides. As long as you are famous, you can also go into politics. Not only lawyers, but also union leaders. Reagan started his political career from the Actors Guild. Benjamin is not like that. After graduating from college, he worked in a private company and had no political experience at all. As a result, he accidentally entered politics. As a result, this guy was bold and ran for election within a few years. As a result, his election opponent inexplicably had a scandal, and he became a congressman despite being extremely unpopular. Then, his political amateur background, plus his courage to speak, actually made him a star politician in one fell swoop. He ran for president before his term as a congressman ended. Then his style was liked by many people, because the American political arena was too stagnant, and people were tired of those professional politicians. Suddenly Benjamin ran out and everyone's eyes lit up. His identity and background were very consistent with the American middle class, plus he dared to speak and speak out, and he actually got elected. He had never been to Congress, and hadn't been in the state legislature for a few years. Naturally, he had no place to learn those secrets. It was all told to him by his staff. Everyone, can someone explain to me why an organization that was considered to have been eliminated more than 20 years ago has revived and launched a terrorist attack on us? Benjamin was very angry. This is too outrageous. Although it is very likely that this is a mistake made by these intelligence agencies to deceive the former president. Logically, he shouldn't be so angry. But the problem is that now the board is on him. The public doesn't care whether it is the predecessor's spot, they only look at the current government. Besides, the president in 1991 has long been dead. How to hold him accountable? Besides, if the blame is now put on the former president, how will others see him? Do we still need to have tacit understanding of the rules? So, we can only find trouble with these intelligence agencies. Although they are also taking the blame from their predecessors. But someone has to take the blame. It can't be him, the president, right? It must be the Russians. We must make the Russians pay the price. The military immediately stood up and expressed their position. We can pass the blame to foreign countries. The Americans have always done this before. If you don't understand, you can refer to the situation in the real world. Damn, the Americans are so outrageous when passing the blame. How many scapegoats have the flower-growing countries and the bears taken? Whenever something happens, they will immediately pass the blame. No matter how outrageous it is, they dare to pass it on, and damn, those idiots in the eagle sauce really dare to believe it. And the military likes this kind of thing the most, because there is a war to fight. There is interest in fighting a war. In order to fight a war, these grandsons dare to do anything. Not only the military, but also everyone else has formed path dependence. Throw it away if there is a blame. Yes, yes, yes. It must be the Russians. Yes, it must be them. It's them. They must pay the price. Benjamin looked at them and felt speechless. He looked around and found that the people in the State Department and the cabinet all looked ugly, but the intelligence, justice and the Ministry of Defense were all excited. Benjamin felt a headache when he saw this. A group of people made a lot of noise for a long time, but found that there were few people in the office who supported them, and the president looked at them with a constipated face. So they stopped making noise one by one. Speak up. Speak up. Weren't you all very talkative just now? Why don't you continue to speak? Benjamin was almost angry. Go on. What did you want to say just now? Go on. What are you going to do? Fuck. Don't you see what our situation is now? The Russians. Huh. Have you read this document? It clearly says that the Red House and the Russians are not of the same mind at all. They even hate the Russians more than we do. What? You want them to join forces with the Russians? Then we will go to war with the Russians? Do you think we have the ability to defeat such a country now? Or will anyone in the international community support us in doing this? Benjamin was almost angry. He originally just wanted to pass the blame to the people, and then let these grandsons work harder and come up with a plan so that he could have an explanation to the people. Anyway, deceiving the people. Isn't this what they do every day? But damn, this group of idiots actually went straight to the Russians. Did you take some medicine to get into my office? Or did you take no medicine? I want you to put out the fire, not to add fuel to the fire. When the United States was number one in the world, it couldn't control the Russians. Now that it's in a state of decline, it wants to go to war? What's the idea? Do you think life is too comfortable? Such words, not to mention that no clear-headed politicians will agree, even the public can't accept it. Damn, crazy, going to war with the Russians. If a terrorist hat is put on the Russians will have to fight with you, the United States, even if they don't want to. After all, every time the eagle sauce hits someone, this is the hat they like to wear the most. If you throw this hat to the Russians, can the Russians believe that you don't want to hit it? You want to make me the worst president in American history, right? There are always people who want to harm me. This is not Benjamin's fantasy, but this group of people can really do it. It has happened in real life. I won't say more, everyone understands. The military. Benjamin didn't even look at those people in the military. These people are used to lawlessness. In the past, the United States was the only superpower, so the military went too far. After all, the family is rich, and as long as the military does not cross the red line, others can also get benefits, so everyone will turn a blind eye. But what is the situation now? 140 military bases around the world are almost unsustainable. You tell me, you want to go to war with a Russian bear. Even the hawks who support the military the most dare not do so. We are declining. Friends. We can't act like hooligans like before. At this time, the Secretary of State stood up. We must reduce the connection between the Red House and the Russians, otherwise the domestic media. You know, there is nothing that those bastards dare not say. With such a huge heat, they will definitely not let it go. Therefore, the relationship between the Red House and the Russians must be diluted, and it is best not to have any connection. The Secretary of State's status in the United States is equivalent to that of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, but it is much stronger than the average Minister of Foreign Affairs, and his status is higher than that of other cabinet ministers. In short, as the chief advisor to the President of the United States on international affairs, he is responsible for coordinating, directing and supervising the overall overseas affairs of the U.S. government, except for some military operations. He understands international dynamics better than others. That is, the United States is no longer so effective in speaking internationally. Rashly making such severe accusations against a sovereign power and a local power may trigger an unpredictable crisis at any time. You know, the style of the Russians. If you dare to give him grievances, he really dares to fight back. What should we do then? Then describe the Red House as a radical organization similar to Hydra. Say that they are trying to rule the world. Anyway, according to the nature of Hydra. Anyway, try to hide their relationship with the Russians. Benjamin thought about it and made a final decision. At this time, the Secretary of State stood up again. Maybe we can accuse the Russian government privately. Benjamin looked over. The Secretary of State immediately explained, not making it public is also a way to test the attitude of the Russians. I believe they don't want to be associated with terrorism. When the time comes, we will invite them to deal with the Red House together. After all, according to the style of the Red House, they dared to attack us today. Who can guarantee that they will not attack the Russians? After all, it is terrorism. Can the Russians guarantee that those lunatics can control themselves? Just look at our cousins in the Middle East. They even bomb their own people. Don't they? Chapter 1649 Mr. M. Fighting terrorists is basically politically correct internationally. It's not because of the so-called morality. In fact, in international politics, morality is the most useless thing. Look at the United States. When have they ever talked about morality? They have done so many immoral things. The United States has not lost support. The real reason why all countries in the world have fought against terrorism is that terrorism is generally extremism. It is because it is too extreme that it is out of control. No one wants a group of lunatics in their own home. They may hurt others, but they are more likely to hurt themselves. So no matter what happens in the United States, when the United States announced that the Red House was responsible for the terrorist attack, the Russians jumped out at the first time and clamored to defeat terrorism. There is no way the Russians attach more importance to this issue than the Americans. Now is a major change in the world that has not been seen in a century. The hegemony of the United States has fallen, and each of the new forces wants to fill this hegemonic position, so it is very important to gain more support in the international community. The Russians have always been eyeing this position. Although their national strength is slightly worse, it is still possible if they work hard. After all, their ancestors were rich and were once one of the world's two poles, which gave Russia considerable political prestige. Now they hope to pick up this prestige and carry it forward. But there is also a problem here. For example, the hegemony of the United States is to spread chaos everywhere. When everyone is in chaos, he is the boss. And what did Big Brother do before? He was addicted to being a father and liked to be a father to others. Americans are hegemonic, while Big Brother is a father's power. He always likes to interfere in other countries' internal affairs and even interfere in other countries' sovereignty. It is a hegemony like a patriarch. This also leads to the fact that although Big Brother has a reputation, his reputation is poisonous. In addition, the West has spared no effort to smear it for so many years, and Russia's reputation in the international community is quite bad. Now if it is involved in terrorism, it's over. There is no hope for father's power. Even if Russia does nothing, the European guys are trembling with fear. If it is involved in terrorism, it is estimated that within 3 days, they will be called threatening. So during this period of time, Russia is actually more nervous than the United States. They are afraid that the old enemy, the United States, will use the scapegoat method to throw the pot directly on their heads. In that case, Russia will not feel good. So in the face of the private accusations of the Americans, Russia behaved very, restrained. Communicated in a good tone, although they did not admit their mistakes. Of course they could not admit their mistakes. Admitting their mistakes would be a disaster. But they also expressed their condolences to the American people and condemned terrorism, and provided all possible help. They really need to save themselves from this pile of shit. How many devils are Americans? Before, because of their own recent bad situation, they were justified, but now they see that the Russians are a little guilty. Sorry, if I don't cut it down. It would be really sorry for the immoral things that the Americans have done. So the United States got a lot of benefits from Russia. Of course, for the whole country, this little benefit cannot change the general trend, and Russia is only slightly hurt, so it can't be considered a big loss. Everyone has a bright future. Tisk, Drekov is getting worse and worse, and his past is exposed. Alexei and Lenia, who have big beards, are watching the news on TV in a Russian restaurant in New York. It seems that this mission is a bit difficult. Lenia ignored Alexei's gloating and expressed her concern. Alexei no longer cares about everything since he lost his daughter. His biggest wish in this life is to find Natasha, kill her, and avenge his daughter. Then he will go with the flow and kill all those who have betrayed their motherland. In this way, even if he dies and goes to heaven, he can face his daughter and father bravely. At least he didn't become a coward. Humph. It doesn't matter. You just need to tell me that Natasha is in that building, right? Calm down. Now is not the time to face her. You should know that the two of us alone cannot deal with the danger inside. Lenia didn't have so much hatred for Natasha. After all, she and Natasha didn't know each other at all. After all, with the relationship between Alexei and them at that time, he would not introduce his family to them. Humph. When will those bastards come? Alexei resisted the urge, and he said very unhappily, Drekov is really depraved now, and he actually sought the help of a group of lunatics. Isn't he afraid that he can't face those heroes after he dies? Think clearly about our situation, Alexei. We have nothing. If we still hold on to those insignificant self-esteem, We can't do anything, no. Linnea, it is precisely because we still have self-esteem that we are the children of the motherland. If we lose those, then we really have nothing left. Alexei certainly understood those principles, but he was still very unhappy. Okay. Be patient. Anyway, those things will not be our companions. When the time comes, I roughly understand what you mean. Although it's a bastard, I like it. Okay, don't say it, someone is coming. It should be the person we are waiting for. Linnea suddenly told Alexei to shut up. Because a man and a woman came over. The woman had obvious Latin American ancestry, brown skin, short stature, and wore a motorcycle jacket. Her braided hair was braided into a big bun, which looked very eye-catching. More importantly, there were large tattoos on her bare arms. Next to her was a blonde and blue-eyed white man. He was handsome, looked young, and had a sense of being a little boy. He had a strange backpack on his back, which looked weird and did not match his clothes at all. When the two saw Alexei and Linnea, they immediately came over. Russians. Let's go. Mr. M is waiting for you. Mr. M, the founder of the Sinister Six, is also the boss of the current mutant organization. After saying that, the two turned around and left without any hesitation. Alexei and Linnea looked at each other, then followed. Soon, they came to another abandoned factory building. Tisk. I thought the people in American imperialism lived a good life, but I didn't expect that even our hometown couldn't compare to them. Before the turmoil that year, the public opinion in Russia seemed a little wrong. The public opinion was full of saying that the people in the West lived a good life. Even people like Alexei had heard similar statements. As a result, after he came to New York, he found that it was not the case at all. If you say that the rich live a good life, then there is nothing to say. But the problem is that the rich people in the world live a good life. Those who don't live well are the poor. To see the level of a country, look at the living standards of the poor. As a result, at least Alexei found that the poor in the United States are worse than the poor in their country. There are abandoned houses and factories everywhere, and many young people are wandering on the streets like ghosts with nothing to do. Capitalism is not that good. Linnea glanced at him helplessly and said nothing. Some things don't need to be argued. Soon they came to the depths of the abandoned warehouse, where there were several shabby sofas, and a group of people were drinking and watching a broken TV. Haha. Welcome to my mutant kingdom. Friends from the Red House, a man with pale skin, wearing a certain original hat, a white t-shirt and overalls, not good looking, and sloppy clothes. He looks like a psychopath. But this guy is the leader of the most dangerous mutant organization in the world. Mr. M. Hello, Mr. M. I bring greetings from Drekov, and he agreed to your request to find the golden top for you, Linnea said politely. She dared not offend this pale and sloppy man in front of her, because according to the intelligence, this guy is a lunatic. Great. I like people who are straightforward. Mr. M was overjoyed, and then he opened his arms and shouted loudly, then our deal is done. Then a group of people started to revel on their own, not even caring whether Alexei and Linnea agreed or not. The two endured a discomfort and had to join the revelry. Bad music, bad people. Alexei had no intention of getting involved. These people looked like they came from a heavy metal rock band. They all had wild makeup and were mutants, so they looked weird. For example, the man and woman who had just brought them here. The man threw the backpack on his back, revealing a pair of metal wings, and then shook his head wildly and howled wildly, like a crazy angel. The woman was even more exaggerated. She took off her jacket and had nothing on. But the tattoos on her body squirmed and turned into two pairs of wings, a bit like dragonfly wings, flapping quickly, and then flew into the sky and kept pouring wine. Fortunately, the wine was good. Otherwise, Alexei would definitely turn around and leave. The party lasted until late at night. Alexei and Linnea were sent back to the hotel. Fuck. These people. They are making so much noise that my ears are almost deaf. Alexei took a shower and finally came back to life. He really couldn't figure it out. Did those people take a shower? The smell was worse than when he was in prison. By the way, who is that pervert? He gives me a bad feeling. At this time, Alexei can finally ask what Mr. M is like. Linnea did not hide it, and the Red Room investigated him thoroughly. Mr. M, real name Abel Solon Mercator. Born in Belgium, when he was a child, he used his ability to teach a boy who bullied his cousin a lesson. Later, he moved to the United States after discovering his own ability. He lived in New York for a long time. He is a lonely person and usually only leaves the apartment at night. He uses his ability to repair things, such as repairing toasters for money. He has always been very careful, and people around him just think he's a weirdo, but they don't pay much attention to him until he does a good thing. He killed a guard in order to save a locked-up child, and directly reached into the other person's body to grab the heart. Then the fact that he is a mutant was exposed, and then he became a murderer. Obviously he did a good thing. Just because he is a mutant, he was rejected and hated by the people around him, and even the children he saved were afraid of him. So he fled New York. For a long time afterwards, no one knew what happened. All we know is that when he appeared again, he was crazy. Then he formed the Sinister Six. He began to help mutants everywhere and resist injustice. But the process was extremely bloody. At the same time, he began to incite other mutants to pursue the so-called deserved power. It is said that this madman is very powerful and can use multiple abilities, and can even enhance the abilities of other mutants. The boy with metal wings before? He was enhanced by M. He originally had a pair of white wings, but he turned them into metal wings. The boy's code name is Angel, and his original name is Warren Kenneth Worthington III. He was originally the son of a wealthy man, but because he was a mutant, his father never allowed him to appear in front of others. Although his father originally meant to protect him, this made Warren Kenneth Worthington III very inferior, and he even wanted to cut off his wings at one point. But as this protective confinement continued, he jumped from one extreme to another. After he was found by M, he killed his father, inherited the family business, and began to provide funds for the activities of the Sinister Six. Anyway, this madman is not easy to mess with. We'd better not have a direct conflict with him. Mr. M has many abilities. The Red Room knows only the following: healing, controlling machinery, X-factor negation enhancement, invisibility phase, energy manipulation, energy generation, force field generation, and material manipulation. The Red Room doesn't know if there are any more. Ha ha ha. The stronger he is, the better. The stronger he is, the more successful our revenge plan will be. Alexei laughed. His current mentality is a bit like, I don't care about the flood after I die, all he wants now is revenge, and he doesn't care about what happens next. By the way, what is the golden top you just mentioned? Oh, just like the name, it's the capstone at the top of a pyramid made entirely of gold. It is generally believed that the pyramid is a perfect four-sided cone. In fact, natural and human factors have long flattened its tip, and an important stone on the pyramid is also missing, the capstone, which is located at the top of the pyramid and is also called the Benben stone. Benben stone is another name for the original hill. In ancient Egyptian mythology, this sacred stone was placed in the temple of Heliopolis, where it receives the first rays of the sun every day and is the place that is bathed in the most sunlight. This thing is usually carved from black basalt. But the one Mr. M is looking for is made of gold. That thing was stolen when the French conquered Egypt. Later, during the anti-French war, Tsar Alexander rode a white horse and led the army through the Arc de Triomphe, and took this precious cultural relic with him. Later, it was kept in the hands of the Tsar's family. Later, during the October Revolution, the Tsar's entire family was killed. It's just that before they were killed, they had already anticipated the coming of unrest, so they transported a batch of royal treasures out of Moscow. But they didn't expect that their entire family would be killed, and no one knew the whereabouts of the treasure. Did Drekhov know? I doubt he knew. Otherwise, the Red House would not have survived until now. What's the use of that thing? It is said that Mr. M wants to find the ancestors of the mutants, in an attempt to find legal support for the mutants to rule ordinary people. Who knows? He's a lunatic. Who knows what he thinks? Chapter 1650, Apocalypse Legend and Explanation. Mr. M. Is that thing really that important? Angel Warren Kenneth Worthington I found Mr. M after Lania and the others left. He was not very optimistic about attacking Stark Tower. After all, that was the lair of superheroes, and the brothers and sisters might suffer heavy losses in this attack. Mr. M still looked crazy, and did not answer the angel's question until a few minutes later. Of course. That's very important, my child. That's the biggest trump card for us mutants to turn over. Mr. M was not so crazy at this moment. He became energetic and looked at the angel with bright eyes. All this comes from the clay tablet in your house. I have verified the authenticity of the records on the clay tablet from many aspects. If we can find the golden Benben stone, we will awaken the most powerful mutant in history, a mutant who can make everyone evolve. As long as he revives, this dirty and upside-down world will return to normal. At that time, our brothers and sisters can walk on the streets openly without worrying about any discriminatory eyes. We will become the pride of mankind and the object of worship of those ignorant people. As Mr. M said, he waved his hand, and a radio suddenly appeared. Then came the muffled, electronically garbled voice on the radio. I dreamed that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. I dreamed that one day on the red hills of Georgia, the sons of former slaves will be able to sit down together at the table of brotherhood with the sons of former slave owners. I dreamed that one day even the state of Mississippi, a state where justice is shunned and oppression reigns, will be transformed into an oasis of freedom and justice. I dreamed that one day my 4 little children will live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I have a dream today. I dreamed that one day in Alabama, with its governor now speaking dissentingly against federal laws, one day black boys and girls will be able to walk hand in hand with white boys and girls as brothers and sisters. I have a dream today. I dreamed that one day the valleys will be exalted and the mountains will be brought low, the rough roads will be made straight, and the light will be revealed. Angel didn't know what to say. He had a very clear idea of his group of people. They were not equal rights fighters, but real racists. It cannot be said that equal rights fighters are not close to each other, but they are also tit for tat. But their boss actually admired Martin Luther King the most. By the way, Angel was also a guy who extremely discriminated against black people. His family, the Worthington family, was a family in New York, USA, which controlled a Fortune 500 company. It was a typical elite old white male family. After so many years, their family has always been a supporter of the most extreme faction of the Conservative Party. During World War II, their family also supported the Nazis. Don't be surprised. Many old American families were supporters of Hitler back then, and many of them were extremely anti-Semitic. For example, Thomas John Watson, the founder of Ford Motor Company and IBM, and Joseph Patrick Kennedy of the Kennedy family, President Kennedy's father, etc., many of them were Nazi supporters. Born and raised in such a family, it is difficult for him to have any good feelings towards black people. In his opinion, black people should stay in the cotton fields and be agricultural production materials. But his boss is a supporter of Martin Luther King. This is very difficult to deal with. In fact, what the angels don't know is that Mr. M used to be very kind, even a little naive. He once hoped that he could become Martin Luther King, so that mutants could walk on the streets openly without worrying about any discrimination and harm. Unfortunately, reality is always 10,000 times more cruel than dreams. He has done a lot of things, but every time, things develop in a direction he didn't expect. His kindness and hard work, in the end, only brought blood and hatred. Even he himself was caught. Yes, Mr. M was caught during the years when he disappeared, and it was Kai's old friend, Colonel Stryker. This unlucky guy once caught Mr. M relying on his son, Little Stryker. Few people know that Colonel Stryker has a mutant son. Little Stryker. Also called Jason Stryker, he can use illusions to affect the senses of others. Colonel Stryker's wife was tortured by the power of Little Stryker and used a drill to drill her brain alive. This changed Colonel Stryker's temperament and he embarked on a road of no return. Afterwards, in the name of curing the disease, he transformed his son Jason Stryker into the 143rd mutant, a puppet without self-awareness. Colonel Stryker used ice cone therapy on him, destroyed his brain, and turned him into a tool without independent thinking. Colonel Stryker even extracted brain fluid from his body that could control the thoughts of mutants. Mr. M was controlled during the years he disappeared. During those years, Stryker conducted countless experiments on him and completely destroyed his mind. This is also the real reason for Mr. M's transformation. But in the end, Mr. M escaped. Those tortures were not all bad things. At least it allowed M to greatly develop his mutant abilities and let him master a variety of mutant abilities. By the way, Mr. M also ended Jason Stryker's miserable life. If Jason Stryker hadn't been killed, it wouldn't have been so easy for Logan and Kai to kill Stryker. Warren. I know you think it's not worth it. You think my choice is too risky. But I have to tell you one thing, that is, I won't live much longer. Mr. M's emotions suddenly calmed down, and his eyes looked wise and gentle. He would only calm down when he heard Martin Luther King's speech. Normally, even he couldn't control himself. The angel looked at Mr. M in shock. How is it possible? In the eyes of the angel, Mr. M was like a god, with almost no shortcomings. He could do many incredible things. Even from the perspective of mutants, Mr. M was so incredible. But now Mr. M suddenly told him that he was going to die. Mr. M pointed to his head. There is a tumor inside. It's incurable. I tried to treat it myself, but unfortunately, once I touch it, I will pass out from the pain. I suspect that once I remove it, I will be finished immediately. I can feel that the tumor is getting bigger and bigger. It has suppressed my main nerves. Maybe in the next second, I will suddenly close my eyes and never wake up again. Mr. M always felt that this was the price. The more and stronger abilities he mastered, the bigger the tumor would be, and the worse his physical condition would be. The angel suddenly raised his arm. Maybe you can try my blood. My blood can cure all diseases. In addition to flying and launching steel feather knives, the angel's blood can also cure all diseases. It's useless, Warren. I have healing abilities myself, but they are useless. Mr. M shook his head calmly. He didn't care about his death at all. People will die eventually, and it's better to die than to live in a muddle like me. The only thing I can't let go of is our career. So, we have to get that piece of golden Benbenstone. Speaking of this matter, we have to start with Warren's family. Warren's family is a family from Britain. Their ancestors were once nobles, but they fell into decline. Later, they could only come to America, which didn't exist at that time. Along with them, there were also some collections of the family. Among them was a clay tablet from the first dynasty of Egypt, about 3600 BC. At first, the Worthington family didn't think this thing was so valuable. After all, it was just a clay tablet. It was not until modern times that the Worthington family found someone to decipher the text on it. It records the life of Apocalypse. He was born in the first dynasty of Egypt in 3000 BC. His parents are unknown. He was born with gray skin and blue lips. He was an abandoned baby, adopted by a group of wanderers in the desert, and named Ensobiner, the first, by the leader Baal. He grew up in brutal battles. Baal believed that this child had the power to overthrow the pharaoh according to the prophecy, so he was identified by his adoptive father as the hope of the future. As expected, Apocalypse did have extraordinary abilities. Word of Apocalypse's strange appearance, strong will and amazing strength soon spread, so he attracted the attention of Pharaoh, the king of Egypt. He sent his army to raise Apocalypse's tribe. Apocalypse was trapped in a cave 200 feet underground. The near-death experience of being trapped underground for several weeks and the death of his adoptive father shaped Apocalypse's outlook on life. In the end, Apocalypse escaped and defeated Pharaoh and liberated his tribe as his adoptive father expected. But the near-death experience and the death of his adoptive father, who had always been regarded as an idol, made Apocalypse begin to fear death. So he began to find a way to escape death. He rejected the position of Pharaoh and placed himself above Pharaoh. He wanted to become a god. Later, he did find a way to be immortal. That is, every time his body aged, he would change his body. But as time went by, Apocalypse changed. He no longer treated his people well, but really regarded himself as a god, and human life was worthless. He began to look for people like himself and occupy their bodies, which made his abilities stronger and stronger, and he mastered more and more abilities. Of course, he became more and more arrogant. As a result, because of his arrogance, he failed to discover the conspiracy of the pharaoh and those ordinary people. Finally, after his body aged again and needed to be replaced, he turned over. The pharaoh and the people rebelled together, and buried Apocalypse, who was replacing his body and could not move, and his mutant subordinates under the pyramid. But the owner of the clay tablets swore that his master Apocalypse was not dead, but was forced to sleep. As long as the golden Benbenstone returned to the correct position again and the sun shone on the Benbenstone again, Apocalypse would return. And then, the heyday of mutants would come. Sir, no one is sure whether that thing is real. We can't put our hopes on. The angel was stopped by Mr. M before he finished speaking. He handed Angel a stack of drawing paper, all of which were about Apocalypse. I found the prophet was also a mutant. Speaking of which, he and Kai were old friends. Remember Siloke Elizabeth? She was the female mutant who ran her own agency in Los Angeles. She had an autistic youth named Leslie under her. He had the ability to see through the past. Anything that happened in this world could not escape his eyes and brush. It was just that he had difficulty communicating with others because of autism. Kai had asked him for help. Mr. M also found him. Cello could not refuse Mr. M. After all, she just wanted to live a better life for herself and her men, and had no determination to fight against the Sinister Six. And Mr. M had no intention of harming anyone. According to the Sinister Six's style of doing things, they would not take the initiative to attack mutants as long as they were not on their way. Mr. M didn't know how he talked to Leslie, but Leslie actually helped Mr. M. He drew the past of Apocalypse and the place where Apocalypse was sleeping. He even drew where the golden Benben stone was. Mr. M was originally planning to go to Russia to find the Benben stone himself, but the Red House found him. Isn't it like he was sleepy and the pillow was delivered to him? Angel looked at these portraits and was a little overwhelmed. So, don't hesitate, gather people tomorrow. We must complete the deal with the Red House, then, we will all go. Angel gritted his teeth. If he couldn't convince Mr. M, then he would bring more people. Anyway, their sinister brotherhood, they changed their name a long time ago, but diplomats have always used the name of the Six, has always wanted to enter New York. An extreme organization, many times, they themselves cannot control themselves. Fanatic emotions will push them to make more fanatic actions. This is the bad thing about fanatic organizations. Although fanatic ideas can make the organization expand rapidly, it also makes the manager himself unable to control the direction of the organization. In fact, when managing such an organization, the manager's own ideas are no longer important. The people below will push them to run wildly in an unpredictable direction. Once you go against the ideas of the majority, you will be abandoned immediately. Angel is actually the commander of the entire Sinister Brotherhood, but he cannot control the entire organization. No need, just take Goblin, Storm, Vulture, Rhino, Electro and me. Angel's eyes widened, he now understood Mr. M's intention. These people are the backbone of the Sinister Six, they have more experience than Angel, and their personalities are also extremely extreme. If Mr. N is gone, these people will never obey Angel's orders. At this time, Mr. M will clear the obstacles for him. From now on, the Brotherhood depends on you. Let the name of the Sinister Six go with the wind. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.